situations for other people than them, and that is sacrifice. They know they're not the guy that is designed to get to the quarterback. They still could. When chaos ensues, I am going to sacrifice myself on this play so that we can get pressure from somebody else.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. The response to the Zadarius Smith trade. It's clear we're walking around with a little more of a strut today, knowing they went out and added a pass rusher. John, you also made a note of that swagger that this team has played with, that this team has shown even off the field this season, and how that may be perceived by other teams.
Yeah, I'm curious because Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's a guy that has backed up anything he wants to say through the course of his entire career, he walks into the Lambeau Field wearing a sweatshirt, not hiding it, no coat over top of it. What does that say? Bold print. Green Bay sucks.
Love it.
Absolutely love it. And then, he's able to, dot the I, cross the T because he runs a great route, catches a touchdown. Anytime the ball's thrown to him, he catches it. The relationship between him and Goff is unbelievable. And then he stands on his head to celebrate. And then, obviously, Brian Branch, little swag. He plays with a little swag coming from Bama.
Mm-hmm.
Gets ejected. Now, Dan Campbell said, hey, that's the second penalty we're more concerned with. Double bird to the sideline and to the fans. All right, not a great look. Not something that I would endorse. In fact, I really dislike that reaction. But he's a young player. Emotional moment. A lot of different excuses you can make for him. But he does play with some swag. We heard from Kirby Joseph. He's got the hit list. And he's followed through as well.
Yep.
Picking off quarterbacks. Kirby Joseph, whoever the quarterback is in Green Bay, Kirby Joseph is your daddy. And the swag that they're playing with right now, it can also be one that we've seen the masks, right? That didn't play well.
Ski mask,
didn't last long. Like there's some swag that doesn't work. Are you okay with the Lions and the swag that they're playing with right now?
So it's interesting, the list of things. You have St. Brown's shirt, Green Bay sucks, Branch, double birds.
You got offensive linemen catching passes when you're up. You got Chris Christie talking about Dan Campbell's never had class.
I think we're seeing the remnants of what happened in Dallas kind of come out the last couple of weeks. And it started with Chris Christie. And then who was it last week said that they try to embarrass people? I think the Lions' multiple attempts to get offensive linemen a touchdown in that game rubbed some people the wrong way.
Yeah, well, here's the deal. Stop it. Like, that's just how I believe. Xavier McKinney's comments last week, we didn't really get to him because it was like a Friday deal where he said that the Lions are trying to embarrass people. It's the NFL, buddy. These are pros. If you don't like it, don't get embarrassed. Put up a better fight. I think it's incumbent on everybody else to stop the Lions, not the Lions to stop themselves. I don't want to dull what is going on here from a personality standpoint either. It's genuine. St. Brown is not an in-your-face guy, so he did it the way he wants to do it. He puts it on the T-shirt, he's got a scowl on his face, and then he catches a touchdown, right? He does it his way. This team is authentic. Some people will call them cocky or classless. They've been called a dirty team before. Guess what? They're a good team. And I have no issue with the way they've conducted business on their way to 7-1.
And I think some people have asked me this question. We haven't talked about Michigan, nor do we need to. But at the end of the game, Dan Lanning going for the touchdown. I had people in the moment texting me, and I said this on the broadcast. I don't care if he goes for it. In fact, he should. You're on the 1 yard line. You should go for a score because it's Michigan's job to stop them.
Correct.
I agree with that, but I think in that situation, I'm like, okay, technically, what if somebody got hurt? You'd hate yourself forever.
Oh, okay.
That's a different conversation.
It's a completely different conversation. If their running back is going in and he blows out a knee, or he's tackled and he's crunched and Michigan finally stops the run, then you could have that conversation, but it's a different conversation of should starters, I feel like Stoney's here. Should the starters be in at that point?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're getting off course here with going there a little bit.
There
were some people also mad about that because of the point spread. Let's be honest.
Sure, yeah,
here, okay?
It was a half point.
Because it changed who won against the spread.
Yeah.
So
I know. We'll find out Friday. It's still not a good look.
Hey, I guess the only person on the show who won because of that, Heather.
Yeah.
Funny how that works. Anyway, we're getting too far off course here.
Yeah, and I thought about it in the moment, too. You are living rent-free in my head. Because I thought about it in the moment. I'm like, oh, no, Heather's going to win.
We got ticket text on Zadarius Smith. Did they do enough, Brad Holmes? And yeah, we want to know about this swagger that the Lions are showing. Is it too much for some? Or are you embracing every second of this Lions football team? Ticket texter saying, after seeing how atrocious the Texans D-line is, or O-line is, I'm expecting at least 2 sacks from Zadarius Smith on Sunday. Announce his presence with authority. This one says, Brad did a great job. To the people who are worried about him not doing enough, it takes 2 teams to make a trade. They lost a 5th and 10 spots on day 3 for a guy who helps in both the run and the pass. John's point, they got the best pass rusher on the market. Brad Holmes did what he had to do. He did a good job, and he got a good deal for the Lions. This one says, Zadarius Smith is nice, but I think you guys are overrating him. He's most productive with other good edge options. He'll be good, but I'm not sure how high he raises the ceiling. Ticket texters on the swagger says, I'm not good with the sweatshirt. Just do your job. Go out and do your business. Texter says, I don't think that showed much class.
It's a division opponent. It's a rivalry. We talked about it's the biggest rivalry that Detroit sports has right now. Why can't you have a little swag? Light the fire. Pour a little gas on it.
Remember when they wore the villain shirts? That's from Justin in Petersburg. Justin, I'm assuming you liked the villain shirts?
Yeah, I
Yeah. The Lions can be that. This texter says the Lions can only be that fun, lovable story for so long until we start beating too many people by too many points, and then we become hated like all great teams are. Are we at that point?
No. We're not there because we're not. All right, the New England, I get you hate Tom Brady, you hate New England, Bill Belichick because they won. They won for 20 years, 7 Super Bowls. They lost a couple of others. You could be that way about Kansas City because they've won 2 in a row. They've been there. They've done that. And I get hating success, but the Lions haven't had that success yet.
Are we getting there? The whole they hate us because they ain't us. We're beating you, and we're not apologetic about it. We're no longer this lovable, cute team. We're a juggernaut, and we're going to blow you off the football field. I wonder if that's changing. 248-539-9797. Be nice to get the Super Bowls that go with that change.
Yeah.
One thing at a time. We'll get Sharon Moore in the mix at 7:35. It's 97.1.
You want to talk about success. That's injury attorney David Feminino and his team. Just listen to some of the successes that David and his team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for a single client. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you and a team that comes along with them. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH. You can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
some great ticket text coming in. The idea, are the narratives shifting around our football team? Are they going from that lovable underdog story to a loud, brash, classless football team looking to embarrass people? Amon-Ra St. Brown had the hoodie. Green Bay sucks. We had some people going, I don't like the hoodie. Brian Branch throwing the double bird, kind of being an outlaw, renegade. John, even you said, hey, don't cost the team. We don't need to see that. But overall, you and I love the swagger of this football team. Ticket Texter says, this isn't Little League. Your mommy doesn't bring orange slices to the game. You don't lay off your intensity to avoid hurting feelings of other professional football players who make millions of dollars. Amen. This one says, Lions can only be that fun, lovable story before so long, before we start beating too many people and we get hated like other great teams. Texter says, Pistons were the bad boys of basketball. It's only fitting for the Lions to be the bad boys of football. This is a Detroit thing.
I don't even think they're there yet to being the bad boys of football. And I don't even know that I mean, who would be right now in the NFL? I don't know that there's not a team that has that reputation. And you could say you don't like a certain team. Maybe it's fandom. Maybe it's, bias. Or if you've been an NFL fan for so long and a team has done something to your team 20 years ago. But I don't necessarily know that there's a bad boy team in the NFL.
Texter says, look up all these crybabies. Teams used to run up the score against the Lions. We're just evening things up. They've had it coming. Texter says, I'm 50 years old. This is making up for a lot of it.
They're going to have to do this for the next 20 years to make up for it.
Got a long way to go there. Texter says, if Aaron Rodgers was wearing the sweatshirt, you guys would be saying how classless it is. Now you're supporting what St. Brown did. That's junior high stuff. Now, if Aaron Rodgers was owning the Lions, he'd have every right to.
He did.
But he doesn't anymore. You know what I mean?
I know, but he did. And I mean, to that point is when he said we're that team. Okay, we took offense to that.
And did something about it.
It did something about it, sure.
So if you're these other teams or other fan bases, have your team do something about it.
Right.
I do think this has been a little personalized with Green Bay, and it should be because the Lions have come right at them hard ever since they've changed what they're doing here. And I know we had some Packer fans that just didn't like how much I disrespected the Packers in the offseason. The Lions are the better team, and you can't take it. You can't handle it. Where are those people at this week? Because people took issue with me with that, saying, oh, you're dismissing the Packers. Guess what? You're good. We're great.
Right.
That's just the way it is, okay, people? And you just don't like it that the Lions are doing it. You can't take it. But the Lions, the dirty little secret on this Packer-Lions thing the last 3 games, you know that other than the first quarter last year on Thanksgiving, the Lions have pretty much dominated them thoroughly.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 20-6. The Packers outscored them in the first quarter of that game.
Yeah, they
Beyond
jumped
that,
them. Yep.
Yeah. And the Lions got caught with their pants down to start the game. I think that Green Bay came out and was physically challenged from the demolishing that happened earlier in the year and stuff. But I think the butt hurtness of Green Bay is because they know they're getting their butts kicked. Well, that's the thing. They can't take it.
That's the key to all this to me. The Lions are backing all of it up. They're not running trick plays and then leaving a gap and letting the other team come back and losing the football game, right? They're the reigning NFC North champions. They're winning the games. They're backing up the talk. There's no issue if you go out there and perform, and they are. They've earned this.
Well, and like I said, Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's been earning it since he stepped on the field. He's been gaining respect. We've heard all the names that were drafted in front of him, so that's part of his history. But every time he goes out there, I mean, when was the last time you said, Amon-Ra St. Brown really let us down?
Never.
Right. And so when he goes and wears, and he's not perfect. There have been drops.
Sure.
There have been moments. But there hasn't been an entire game where you're like, wow, boy, that was bad. Even, with 2 catches, 7 yards against Tennessee. But it just was a lack of opportunity more than anything else. And he backs it up every single time. If you're going to go out there, and that's why I think people kind of have, as a player, endeared themselves to Deion Sanders. As a teammate, when Deion was my teammate, there were a lot of guys that would chirp, but they couldn't back it up.
Right.
Deion was one of the very few that could say whatever he wanted because you knew on Sundays he was going to go out there and back it up.
Be the baddest guy on the field.
Every single time.
We're going to talk to Michigan head football coach Sharon Moore coming up at 7:35. At 7:50, the college football playoff rankings are out. A sneaky takeaway, something not enough people are talking about. We'll get to that at 7:50. First, Heather with the news.
Well, Donald Trump will return to the White House as he was elected the 47th president of the United States. So he won the key states of Wisconsin and Pennsylvania to clinch the 270 electoral votes necessary to win the presidency. Last night, when it was clear that he was ahead in both the Electoral College and the popular vote, he did give a victory speech where he thanked the American people for electing him, and he vowed not to rest until we have delivered a strong and prosperous America. Those were his words. Now, he is on track to do something that a Republican candidate hasn't done in 20 years, and that's win the popular vote. So the last time a Republican did so was George W. Bush in 2004. He beat John Kerry. So that's pretty incredible there as well.
I think going into the election, there was the thought that, he absolutely could win. I don't think many people thought he was going to win the popular vote.
Because, yes, obviously.
Because of the significance of the history of all of that. Michigan, not official.
Not official.
I know the Senate race in Michigan is very tight. Slotkin and Rogers. So if we ever get an update on that, we can pass it along.
Yeah, Nevada, Arizona is still not official as well. Now, speaking of the election and voting, I asked you both which I voted stickers you picked out when you voted, and you both went the boring route and picked the lame I voted.
No, I went with the traditional American route of taking our American flag.
And don't let me in
put
with
it
John.
right on top of my heart.
There were stickers that were designed by youth that had American flags on them.
That's great.
John.
That's great.
And they were adorable. All of them. I
You're
thought
not
maybe you
going
would
to shame me because of the sticker that I picked.
You both chose the boring route, right? The traditional route. But there was a lot of people who were really excited, like me, about the stickers that were created by residents here in Michigan.
It's a mom sticker.
And no, it
was a mom sticker.
It wasn't just a mom sticker, John.
Look at these cute little
John,
kids.
You're going to wish you would have chosen that sticker because you could have
their nose while
you could have made some money off of it. Oh, stop!
But you can make money off of it?
Yeah, people are selling them online. Specifically, that werewolf sticker. That's the most popular one, where that werewolf is ripping its shirt off.
How much could I get for one?
Well, they've sold on eBay from anywhere from $5 to $45.
$45 for.
And I jumped on there and looked. And I could only find, my quick search was, I found the I voted, the werewolf ripping the shirt off, selling for $5, but sold 91 of them.
Huh. I guess,
So
tell us you didn't vote by go ahead and buying your sticker.
Yeah, exactly. But there was
or we'll just look on the website.
There was the one with the fish you would have liked, John. And that one was really well done. And it said, I voted inside of this.
Don't mess with my flag.
This fish. It was pretty cool. Anyway,
I didn't even look at them. I just wanted my American flag.
They were good. Whoever did these, I don't know how old they all were, but some of them were definitely young because they were, the spelling was
mom stickers.
No, John. Not just for moms, for everyone. Listen to this news. San Antonio Spurs head coach Greg Popovich will be sidelined indefinitely after suffering a health issue over the weekend. So this health issue hasn't been disclosed, but it apparently popped up before the Spurs took on the Minnesota Timberwolves on Saturday. Now assistant Mitch Johnson will serve as the interim head coach while Popovich is out. So hopefully he's going to be okay, 75 years old.
Yeah, of course you want him to get well, get healthy, and if he needs to step away, it's the right decision.
Aaron Andrews was called out on social media this weekend for lying during the Lions-Packers game. So during the game, I saw this. She reported on the weather conditions, right?
Yep, I remember.
And she stated that there were going to be 43-mile-per-hour wind gusts, a chance of thunder and lightning during the big rainstorm, right? Well, there was a meteorologist who jumped on Twitter, and she said she was tired of Andrews making up weather reports. And this meteorologist also shared a radar image of the entire state of Wisconsin, which showed 0 weather warnings in effect.
Right.
And then people jumped on board and just kind of rolled with it and said, she's a liar.
Well, she's just trying to create more drama than there needed to be. We saw the rain. And
Well, somebody must have told her.
Well, yeah, I would imagine.
Right? Like,
she
do you
got
think
bad
she would just
info.
get on there and be like, the wind gusts 70 miles per hour? Like, somebody told
A
her.
hurricane
Oh, no.
is on the way.
I don't think so.
You think she
You
was
think
just...
she's made it up?
Yeah.
See, I don't.
I don't
Oh,
think
yeah.
Because I would never do that. So I feel like she would never do that. Like, just
Oh,
make...
come on. The people that over
Why
dramatize
not just
weather
say, like-
at this point.
But why not
Yeah,
just be
she
like,
did it.
there's strong winds in the area? Why
They're
go
supposed
with
to
the,
pick up, but
why go
to
with
put
the
a specific
43
number.
mile per hour wind
Yeah, that's a
gusts?
very
Right.
specific number.
Somebody had to have told her that.
Okay, whether they did or not, she didn't have to say it. She could have been like, I don't, it doesn't feel like 43 mile an hour wind. They're telling me it is.
I was going to say, that's the key is
Yeah.
verify or give yourself a little wiggle room.
Yeah. Oh, she wanted to create some more drama for the game.
I kept waiting. I'm like,
It's not
oh boy.
the worst thing she could have lied about, at least. So.
But it stood out to me because,
but
John,
it's-
in watching
again-
the game, I'm waiting for like,
Yeah.
it's going to dramatically impact throwing the football, and
Yeah.
that
It never
change
did.
never happened.
Yeah.
It didn't.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Michigan head football coach Sharon Moore. It's 97.1.
About 2.5 years ago, I went with Ideal You to lose some weight. I did it because I just wanted to feel better. I wanted to make sure that I did everything possible to give me a good chance of being around for my kids when they're older, grandkids, all of those things you start thinking about when you don't feel good. And I didn't feel good. So I went with Ideal You. I've lost 70 pounds since that moment. I lost 50 in the first 40 days. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. And the best thing about Ideal You is you do get that instant feedback, and it encourages you to keep going. Losing weight's never easy, but they're there to support you along the way, every step of the way. They give you a weight loss coach. They tell you what to eat, drink to lose weight. And here's the thing. If you want to change your life, go to idealu.us right now and schedule your free consultation. They'll walk you through the entire process. You could be 20, 30, or even 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. Ideal You has helped thousands of people. They helped me. I know they can help you as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and that's all-day IPA, and here is what you're going to get. Refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer. It's easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether it's at home, at the tailgate, or in the stadium or arena. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
97.1, Jim Costa with John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg. You can watch the show on Twitch, YouTube Live, all of that. We want to talk college football playoff rankings from last night. We realize this is an exercise in futility. This is going to change. There's a lot of football still left to be played. But it's interesting, the first college football playoff rankings of a year, because you start to get a sense of what the committee values, right? And three things stuck out to me, John. The first is something I think people are sleeping on. The Big Ten is in pole position for the 5 seed. What the hell does that mean, the 5 seed? 5 seed's really important. 5 seed means you play the 12, the worst playoff team, and you get it on your college campus. If you win that game, and you're going to be like 2 touchdown favorites, you then get the worst power conference champion in the 5-4 matchup. So you have a big advantage to make the semifinal as the 5 seed. And right now, the Big Ten has number 1 and number 2. Right now, Ohio State would be the 5 seed. If they were to lose in the Big Ten title, they'd have a second loss. But so would the SEC champ,
right,
or so would the SEC runner-up. The Big Ten is in a great position to grab the 5 seed. That was the biggest takeaway I had, and I don't think people have mapped it out that far. I think that's a huge storyline.
So the matchups are Boise State, Ohio State, then the first round. That's 12-5 matchup. And if that's why you're talking about the advantage of being that 5 seed. If you're not going to be 1 through 4 and get the bye, 5 is a big time seed.
And then if you win that, you would play BYU as of right now.
Correct.
Which is a great spot
is the 4
for Ohio
seed.
State.
Yep.
Exactly.
The 8-9 matchup is Indiana at 9, Tennessee at 8.
And that was another takeaway we both shared, which was, where was Indiana going to be?
Right. And they trust me, if they keep winning, they're going to continue to move up. And ultimately, they will have that opportunity to be in the top 4 and get the bye if they can beat Ohio State. That's simply what it's going to come down to.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to shed tears knowing that the 12-team playoff gives them ample chances to earn their way to the highest seed possible. Hell, if they went out, they'll be the 1 seed. But I did find it a little insulting to the Hoosiers that they're as far back as they are. Michigan a year ago, undefeated, had played nobody and was the number 3 team in America.
Right.
I think that's doing either that was preferential treatment to Michigan or a disservice to Indiana, but it's got to be one or the other.
A little bit of both. Yeah. It's brand. And Alabama, Texas, 11-6 matchup. That one will happen as it stands right now in Austin, which I think everybody would love seeing that game.
And that was my third takeaway, that Alabama, a 2-loss team, is in the playoff today.
You have a problem with that?
Well, SMU's a 1-loss team. I would have SMU in right now. Greg Palm had SMU in over Alabama, and I thought he did a good job with it.
Oh, well, I'm glad that you agree with Greg.
He's got a big brain.
He does have a big brain.
Very smart guy. Here's my thought on it, and I know it's Alabama. It's the SEC. I get it.
It's amazing he can stand up.
But, John, is the SEC the SEC? I've seen Ole Miss lose to unranked Kentucky. I've seen LSU lose to unranked South Carolina. I've seen Alabama lose to not a playoff top 25 school in Vanderbilt. I've seen the SEC show cracks and weaknesses. Hell, even Georgia's flirting with Florida last week, struggling against a third-string Gator quarterback. My point would be the SEC has been great. I don't know, is great. The committee backed that up by putting the Big Ten in better seating. And I think Alabama just participating in the SEC, you don't get a participation trophy. I would have SMU ahead of them right now.
Jim, I do want to point out one thing. The 4 examples you are citing are SEC teams playing against other SEC teams. So what do you want to believe? Do you want to believe that, this conference is so tough, anybody can beat anybody? Or do you want to believe that, it's like this hodgepodge mess that I don't know what to make heads or tails of?
From the head himself.
Yeah, more of that one.
So the other matchup in the first round is no, that's all right. Notre Dame, Penn State, and I think that would be a great matchup.
Someone's got to win.
Someone's got to win. Somebody has to win in a top ranked matchup. But here's what we didn't discuss the first time.
Yeah,
because you mentioned SMU.
Yeah,
they put the first team out and the second team out.
Yes,
first team out is SMU. Second team out, Texas A&M. I think there's certainly a world where Texas A&M plays themselves into, because they're going to play Texas.
Yep.
Plays themselves into the college football playoffs. I also think there's certainly a route for SMU to play themselves into the college football playoffs. Even the only problem with SMU or for SMU is the loss to BYU that they had earlier in the season, and they're going to have to win the ACC.
Yeah,
They're going to be there because of the opponents they play right now.
Yes.
But they're going to have to win out. Not only they have 3 games, regular season games left, they'll win those. I believe that they will. They're also going to have to beat Miami in the ACC title game.
And in that scenario, the ACC could get 2 teams, which would kick out potentially the 4th SEC school. As of right now, you have 8 teams in from the Big Ten and the SEC. No, I mean, there's no faux outrage. There shouldn't be any outrage at all right now because that's why we went to a 12-team playoff. So it wouldn't be outrageous. SMU, if they don't like it, win out and you're in. Texas A&M could, by the way, win the SEC and get a bye week still. So there's no outrage if you're one of the teams left out. Just go win the games. I mean, that's the beauty of this 12-team playoff. It's why I feel like I'm more invested in the sport than I ever have. I know that's not the case with some people here locally.
Well, yeah, because, Michigan is irrelevant. Yeah. The state of Michigan is irrelevant in the college football playoffs. Now, they could have a hand, like if Michigan finds some magic this weekend and they beat Indiana, they can have a hand in the college football playoffs, but they don't get to participate. At Michigan State, they're going to play teams where a loss versus all this stuff is, yes, they could be a part of the conversation of how it all shakes out, but in large part, state of Michigan is irrelevant. As a college football fan, I think this is so entertaining and so energizing from an era coming out of the 4-team playoff where if you were the 1 or 2 team in a 4-team playoff, it was kind of decided. You felt like it was decided as to who was going to be the champ and who was going to play in the national championship game. Looking at these 12 teams, I'm not going to run through the entire list, but can you tell me definitively who you think is going to play in the championship game?
No, not definitively.
And so, we may have favorites. Like, I think Oregon's the best team in the country.
Miami's got an offense, and sure.
But if Oregon has to play, as it sets up right now, Oregon would play either Indiana or Tennessee in their quarterfinal game, and then they would play one of 3 teams, Boise State, Ohio State, BYU. We kind of believe that would be a rematch of Oregon and Ohio State.
Could be a 3rd time playing them, and can you beat them 3 straight?
Well, that's the question. Can you beat them 2 straight? I mean, that game came right down to the edge.
And if it's not Ohio State, it's because Boise has won 2 different games and clearly is a problem, or BYU beats somebody again of note, and they're clearly a problem. You have to earn it. That's the beauty of this system is there's no more, I think they're better by my eye test. The eye test is going to be your eyes looking at the scoreboard, and the team with more points is going to move on.
But if you like not knowing who the winner at the end is, like you don't sit there and I'm going to read the final chapter before I read the book.
Right.
Like this is unbelievably entertaining because the parity has never been greater in college football.
Do you guys agree with this? Like John and I like this. I know locally maybe interest is down, but just be honest. Are you more invested in college football or less invested? 248-539-9797. If you have some takeaways from the first playoff reveal, we'll get to those. 8 o'clock hour, the power surge. How did the trade deadline impact the best teams in the NFL? It's 97.1.
Things did not go well for the Chippewas and the Elements last night in Mount Pleasant. Stepped right on in, as heard on primetime on ESPN2. Bowling Green went up 23-7 there and eventually beat Central 23-13, outscoring the Chips 14-6 in the second half. CMU now 1-4 in MAC play. Michigan's next opponent, Indiana, were placed 8th in the first college football playoff rankings. The Hoosiers undefeated and sit as 2-touchdown favorites over the Wolverines as of this morning. Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, and Miami are the top 4, but conference champions will earn byes in the 12-team postseason, so that would go to the Ducks, Bulldogs, Hurricanes, and BYU as the top 4 slots in the bracket. Dan Campbell says that new pass rusher Zadarius Smith going to bring an element of toughness to the Lions as he comes from Cleveland. Coach called him a total defensive end that can get to the quarterback. And Smith's addition was made official by the team at about 2:45 yesterday afternoon ahead of the 4 o'clock deadline. They will practice today in Allen Park. And no NBA games on an election day, as is tradition, but the league did punish Sixers star Joel Embiid for shoving a reporter in the locker room last weekend, given a 3-game suspension after the altercation with Marcus Hayes of the Philadelphia Inquirer. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
If the Sixers really want to punish Joel Embiid, they'd make him play 3 straight basketball games. Anyway, ticket, text, phone calls. Be honest with us. Are you more or less invested in college football? Playoff rankings came out last night. I know there were other things going on in the country. Did it register for you? Are you invested in college football late in the season as we get into playoff season? 248-539-9797. Texter says, NIL has killed my interest in the sport. John, do you see that? People you talk to?
I think there's a large part of that of trying to wrap their minds around college athletes being paid. And I don't necessarily know that it's sophomores, juniors, seniors, because eventually when you do something, yeah, you should be compensated. I have no problem with that. But it's the thought of enticing a high school senior to go to a team with millions of dollars before you even know if they're going to be any good at the next level. Yeah, some kids are projected to be great. 4 or 5 star. That's why they've earned those 4 and 5 stars. And you can debate whether the validity of 3, 4, 5 star. That's not the conversation. But before you've done anything, it's the same reason why the NFL went to a rookie salary cap. Because you had quarterbacks being drafted number 1, number 2, number 3 overall picks, regardless of a position, that were being paid more than guys that were Super Bowl winners, Pro Bowl, year in, year out, all pros, and yet you haven't done anything. So I think when they finally down the road tweak the quote unquote salary cap in college sports, it will be more acceptable. But that's part of what has turned a lot of people off is the pay for play when you haven't done anything.
Yeah, I think there are some people who don't like that the athletes get paid, but I think that's the small group of people. I think we've all accepted, and rightfully so, they're the product. They deserve to be paid. And let the market dictate it. That's what NIL is all about. I think where people get frustrated is when NIL hurts the continuity of the roster. When guys, like even Michigan State fans, like when Marsh plays well, I see people saying, is he even going to be on the team next year? Is an SEC school going to do what they did and poach him away like Keon Coleman got poached away?
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe what's more frustrating. I don't think anybody has an issue with, I'm just going to use Marsh as an example, getting paid, even getting a raise. But the idea that you can't build a continuity, there's no continuous roster, there's no juniors that become seniors, sophomores that become juniors, you lose some of that. I understand that criticism of the sport right now. To me, though, it is a line in the con column, but there are way more pros with the direction of the sport. And I'd like to still address the NIL and clean it up, but I feel like all the other stuff has had me edge of my seat, knowing that there's so many teams fighting for something this time of year. But not everybody sees it the same way. Ticket Texter says, this is just semi-pro football with a subpar product. It's not college football. I haven't watched a single game all year. I'm a lifelong college football fan, but the format in the playoff, the NIL, and the portal have killed it for me.
Okay, everybody's going to have their issues with college football. Before there were a lot of people that didn't like it, that the athletes were being taken advantage of. They weren't being paid. Universities, coaches, and part of it's transfer portal, part of it's NIL. Coaches could leave, but players were stuck. And then if they left, they had to sit out a year. All of those things have been removed. And now we have freedom of movement for the players. Players are being compensated, but there's no uniformity in how they're being compensated. And I think as we go down this road that we're traveling down with specifically college football, there will be some things put in place. And I think the House settlement, which will go into effect July 1, will be the first step And it's not the finished product, but it'll be the first step of getting to where it needs to be.
I think one thing that's bothering me this year is the unbalanced schedule. Like, I'm seeing Penn State, and I'm looking for their big win, and I can't find it. Now, they passed the eye test because they could have won that game Saturday against Ohio State. They really could have, and they played them toe-to-toe. Ohio State was the better team. But, I mean, Penn State and Indiana, if Indiana loses Ohio State, and that's their only loss, they get rewarded for not playing Oregon versus Georgia and Alabama are getting hurt for having to play each other.
So then the solution is going to be the thing everybody wanted to get rid of.
Yes.
Divisions.
I actually think it is, the divisions have got to come back so you've got some sort of structured schedule, and then you rotate who you play on the other side equally. Like, I know in the past, Georgia and Alabama, it took them forever to play again because it wasn't a true schedule rotation. It needs to be like the NFL where you have a rotation of the other AFC teams. You see what I'm saying? Because there's just – why does Penn State belong in the playoff? Who'd they beat?
Right, and I think some of this, too, is ironic. The Big Ten was actually set up to do true East and West after adding USC and Oregon and some heavy hitters from the West. They could have still done divisions.
Sure, they still could have done divisions. And when you have 18 teams and no divisions, you're going to have a logjam. Could have it in first place, could have it in second place. At some point, you're going to have a logjam, and it really only matters for first and second because first and second play in the championship game. Now, I think eventually, as we talk about going down this road of college football and where it eventually goes, I think the only answer is to have an NFL schedule. And if it's going to eventually be the top two, it's the SEC and the Big Ten. Do they end up going to 20 teams apiece, and then you have conferences and divisions in those conferences? Because, again, when it was the Big Ten and it was the true Big Ten, you're playing 9 games. You're playing everybody in the conference.
You just can't do it anymore.
You can't do it with 18. It's impossible.
Texters say, I hate the playoff. I was a diehard college football fan. I haven't watched a minute. The heart is gone from the sport. Another person says the traditions they feel null and void right now.
All right, so I'm a big tradition guy, and there are some that I want to hold tight to. I just don't want to let go. But as everything evolves, make new traditions. And it'll take time. This is the first year of the 12-team playoff. This is the first year of 18 teams in the Big Ten, 16 in the SEC. Start making some new traditions. In 20 years, we'll look back and say, you know what? It's probably the best move that college football made. You may look back and say this was the demise of college football, and look at where we are now.
Texter says, I don't understand people texting you guys saying they don't like the 12-team playoff. You get 3 times the drama. There's a fight for the top 4 for the bye. There's a fight for 5 to 8 to get home. And then there's also a fight to just get in. Yep. It does keep more fighting for seeding and relevancy and all of it.
Well, and again, everybody was worried that if you lose a game, every game in the regular season prior to the 12-team playoff, like Ohio State, Penn State's eliminated. I mean, in a previous life.
Yep.
And so, the stakes in last week's game weren't quite as high. But now Penn State's not eliminated. So you have another fan base that is still a part of the conversation going into the 12-team playoff. And in the NFL, all right, we're talking about a no-loss team in Kansas City, 1-loss team in Detroit. We're talking about 3 5-loss teams. I don't think that there's a diminished interest in any single game of the NFL.
So you talk about lack of stakes and maybe Penn State, Ohio State didn't have it, but you know what does? LSU, Alabama this week.
Right.
Yeah, which ordinarily wouldn't.
Yeah.
Because last year, these are 2 2-loss teams. Neither of them has a chance to make the playoff. Now it's an elimination game. So suddenly we've added, instead of maybe 1 big game every 2 weeks, it's 2 or 3 big games every week. I mean, Georgia, Ole Miss this week. Ole Miss has 2 losses. Old system, it's irrelevant. Now they're going to be rocking. It's a home game. If they beat Georgia, they can still vault themselves into maybe that final spot, and Georgia's all of a sudden sweating this. I like the 12-team playoff. I understand people's issue with NIL, and more specifically, I think the portal. I think NIL by itself, with portal regulations, would be easier to stomach.
But the issue is fans can't have it both ways, right? It's... you're looking at what Indiana is doing right now. Well, they have 40 transfers on their roster, in there too deep.
Bunch of vets, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like all conference players.
And so it shows you that you can change your path, your course, your outcomes in year to year quicker now than you ever could in college football. So it's not just, oh, well, we need to get more than 4 or 5-star recruits, and hopefully in 2 years they develop, and now we're a good team again. You can do it instantly.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I like freedom of movement. You only get 4 or 5 years in college. If you're unhappy, coaches can leave, players can leave. I also like players getting paid. I know that's something people are fighting about on the ticket text. Come on, guys, like get with the times. Come on, there's billions in the sport. I think the combination of the two, transferring and NIL, has created some wild scenarios that have hurt continuity. Is there a way to allow for both, but to put some guardrails in? Because I think that's the only thing missing right now. I like that players can leave. I like that coaches aren't the only ones that are allowed to leave for greener pastures. I like that players are allowed to get their cut of the pie. But I want there to be some guardrails to where it's not just every year the best players move from one school to the next school to the next school, and it hurts the storylines. That's what continuity to me means, is the storylines of the sport. I'm familiar with the journey of these players. They fell just short last year. They picked up a player or two for reinforcements, but the same group is still going to go back out there and try to avenge last season. We don't get that element with the player movement.
Yeah. But here's how I would tweak it at first, and I kind of mentioned it.
Yeah.
NFL went with a rookie salary cap. Go with a freshman salary cap. But with mechanisms in place that if you do have a running back, a quarterback, a defensive back, an edge rusher, somebody that comes in and it's just, hey, they light the world on fire, there's mechanisms in place for them to go up and earn more money. But you don't have freshmen come. I've seen it time and time. Everybody has seen it with their university. You get a 5-star recruit and you're like, oh, this kid should be, is going to change our fortunes as a freshman. But they don't. And maybe they never develop into what that player was supposed to be.
Ticket text coming in. One says, yes, it's Michigan and Michigan State, both being mediocre at best. But more importantly, we have the Lions surging, and that has played a factor. We're going to talk a lot of Lions football today on the show. 8:50. Did Brad Holmes do enough? Are they the Super Bowl favorites? We've got the power surge, bottom of the hour. We'll get to that as well. And if you're someone who is starving for politics talk today, we are probably not the show for you, but we will have an update in the news. It's 97.1. Talk about this time of year. It's the fall, it's the end of the year, and it's the time to make sure you use those benefits. Dental benefits as well. Brightside Dental, give them a call, get in for an exam or a cleaning. They've got appointments all month long, all throughout November and December, and with 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the new one in Trenton, there's got to be one near you. Give them a call today, 1-800-PAINLESS. Visit brightsidedental.com. That's brightsidedental.com. If you're someone who's subconscious about your smile, Brightside Dental and Orthodontics means they can offer you braces or Invisalign, and they've got some great deals going right now. Give them a call, 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. A lot to do on a Wednesday. Power Surge coming up at 8:35. Post-trade deadline. Who are the 6 best teams in the NFL? 8:50. Evaluating the job Brad Holmes did. Are they the Super Bowl favorites? Did he do enough? And, we'll get into this swagger that the Lions are putting out there. Not everybody likes it. Too bad. We'll mix that in. We've got the news coming up shortly where we'll mix in last night's election. John, some ticket techs on college football and the interest level that you have with the rankings out last night. Texter says, I remember the BCS, 1 versus 2. That was awesome. Then it went to 4. I thought, okay, more opportunity. Now we're at 12, and I'm all for it.
I don't know why. I don't know why you wouldn't, because if you thought that there was a best team, they're still in it, and they still should win it.
Mm-hmm. And it will be more definitive for a large portion.
And you get to see more games.
Like, John, for a large portion of college football's history, the season ended, and we just let a bunch of writers decide who the best team was.
Oh, yeah, trust me, I know. and then, but it was also, hey, the season ended, I mean, it used to end the week before Thanksgiving. And then you had 8 weeks before you had a chance to play a game. Now, yeah, there's still a long layoff, but you have conference championship games. Then you have the first round of the playoffs. Then you have the second round. Then you have the third round. Now you have a championship game. Like there's so many more good games, and we all mourn the loss of the season being over. We do it every year after the Super Bowl. We do it every year for college football fans after championship weekend, but certainly after the playoffs. So why wouldn't you love more good games? The best 12 teams in the country get a chance to play more good games.
Texter says, everyone hating on college football this year is a Michigan fan. That's how upset they are at how the year is going. Another one says, both Michigan and Michigan State fans would be singing a different tune if they were in contention. I feel we'd hear different energy.
I'm a Michigan fan. I'd like to, John Jansen, Michigan fan.
Yes.
I love the way college football, I love the direction of the college football playoffs. Now, okay, part of that conversation is transfer portal, NIL, all that stuff. It needs to be adjusted.
And that's what this person says. They said that could still be worked out, but the playoff itself is a good thing.
It's beautiful.
Yes. This one says, call it what it is. It's NFL light. It's wrapped in a college skin. It's not really college football.
Mm-hmm. So make it more NFL-like in terms of scheduling. Schedule more, I thought we were getting this when the SEC and the Big Ten had their, between, Tony Petitti and what's it, Sankey? And it's not Sankey anymore, is it? Or is it?
No, it's still Sankey.
Yeah, Sankey. When they had their meeting where we thought there was going to be more games between SEC and Big Ten, and maybe there will be, but eventually there needs to be 2 conferences, like the NFL. There needs to be divisions inside those conferences, so you play more of the teams cross-conference. Scheduling becomes easier, and the final product is more reliable.
I understand the point, NFL light, but let's not act like we still don't have rivalry games, trophies, sold-out stadiums, chants. Think about South Carolina, unranked South Carolina. They got the Enter Sandman. It's at night. They're jam-packed. That's college football. That's still happening.
It's a bucket list. I want to experience that.
It's still happening. The traditions, most of the rivalries, I understand not all, but most of the rivalries still exist, and new rivalries are going to be formed. I don't agree that it's like this sanitized NFL light. I understand that with a playoff, it's more like the NFL. Deciding it on the field is more like the NFL, but I don't think those are bad things.
Right. And here's a question on Twitch, too. Wanting to know if the teams that lose in the first round are still eligible for bowl games. No, those is their bowl game.
Yes. Yep. Good question. All right, let's get to the news.
If you're just waking up, here's what you missed overnight. Donald Trump was elected president of the United States. He won critical battleground states that he lost to Biden 4 years ago, including Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Georgia. He is just the second U.S. president ever to return to the Oval Office after losing re-election 4 years earlier. The first was actually Grover Cleveland back in 1893. He's also on track to do something that a Republican candidate hasn't done in 20 years, and that's win the popular vote. The last time a Republican did so was George W. Bush in 2004. I just quickly looked at the Michigan Senate race. Very, very tight. As of 7:30, Slotkin was at like 48.5%, Rogers at 48.46%. It's very, very tight. So,
and still, like 3% vote still coming in?
Yep. So keep you posted on that as the morning unfolds.
The fact that Trump won the popular vote, I think there's going to be a ton of analysis done in the next week, because that was not, like, him winning was certainly something people were prepared for. Him winning the popular vote, I think there's going to be a ton of deep dive into what went into that. What groups voted that way, what issues were most important.
Yeah. 20 years hasn't happened.
Yeah.
So it is going to be something people look at for sure. Aaron Rodgers is a pretty big fan of Jared Goff.
Oh.
So, on Tuesday on the Pat McAfee Show, Rodgers basically just praised Mr. Two Gloves, as he called him, on the show. Take a listen.
Yeah, I think J-Mo didn't play. Is that what he was referring to?
John, you're familiar with the meme, the worst person you know just made a great point?
Yeah.
There you go.
Point in case, yeah.
Yep. A Detroit man has been arrested and charged with attempted murder in connection to a double shooting at a pool hall in Livonia. Early Sunday morning, police were called to Snookers, where a 36-year-old man was found with a gunshot wound to his back. They also found the shooter there, a 25-year-old man. He was arrested. And then a short time later, they found a second victim, identified as a 31-year-old man from Detroit. He was found at a nearby hotel at a Holiday Inn. He had a gunshot wound to his leg, and it's believed that there was some sort of altercation between these three guys, and that the suspect pulled out a gun and started firing. So, like I said, he's been arrested. He's in jail on a $1 million bond. Something wild and tragic happened in Peru during a soccer match recently. It was actually on Sunday. A 39-year-old soccer player was killed instantly by a lightning strike, struck by lightning as he was walking across the field. And the whole thing was captured on video. And it's tragic to watch. You never want to, I saw a thing that said, like, this is tough to watch, but yet I
still watch, yeah, sure. I did too. And the fact that it was only one that ended up dying, because it looked like they all did.
Oh, they all went. Oh, yes, they all went down in unison too, which is the really freaky part. Because when this lightning strike hits, the players on the field, there was about 8 of them that just straight down all together. And it also sounds like the goalie was struck by lightning as well, a direct hit. He did not pass away, but suffered some serious burns, had to be rushed to the hospital, as well as other people as well. So, man, just really terrifying.
This is why when you're watching football and they have a weather delay, we all get upset.
Lightning in the area.
Why aren't they playing? It's cloudy. There's no. This is why.
Yeah. The NBA has suspended Philadelphia 76ers Joel Embiid for 3 games without pay after he shoved a member of the media. We talked about this altercation when it took place. It happened in the locker room on Saturday night. It was an altercation with this columnist, Marcus Hayes, who had kind of written an article, I think, before the season even started, questioning Embiid's professionalism, his effort, but also mentioned his late brother in this article. So he was just obviously upset about what was written. And the league just said, hey, mutual respect is paramount to the relationship between players and media. And we understand that he was offended by this, article, but you can't let that get to you in the way it did, right? You can't let things turn physical.
Yeah. The passage of the article, and I've read it, he says, Joel Embiid consistently points to the birth of his son Arthur as the main inflection point in his basketball career. He often says he wants to be great to leave a legacy for the boy named after his little brother who tragically died in an automobile accident. So Embiid has volunteered this information, which is why I think, and again, the columnist can make the point without bringing it up, but I think in his defense, it's public, it's been discussed. You need to be a better competitor by your own standard that you have set. Embiid has to keep his hands to himself, even if he doesn't like what a columnist said.
Sure. Yeah, he's got the right to feel the way he felt. He just needs to learn or has to control how he reacts, right?
Yeah. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Power Surge 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. It's what they did for me, and they'll do it for you as well. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
All right, we talk about sports. We talk about watching them in the best pool in history. Dive into Stadium Swim, where you can be at the best viewing experience for sports fans. Circa Resort and Casino, 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view of a massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's a sports fan's paradise. It's built for you. It's Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch football, with the swim-up bars, the Insta-Ready selfie walls, and a non-stop football party. Score your perfect game day spot. You can lounge in the cozy day beds. They've got the private cabanas. Find a spot at the center of the action and reserve your place today. 365 days of sports. How else? Poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. That's Stadium Swim. All sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. Before the show ends, we have an Aiden Childs question. We'll get to it in the 9 o'clock hour, but we're going to go Lions heavy here, and we invite you guys on the phones, 248-539-9797. Brad Holmes made the trade yesterday for Zadarius Smith. The dust settles. Everybody's made the moves they're going to make. John, did the Lions do enough?
I think they did as much as they could. Because they and here's why. They did enough to preserve draft capital for next year. They didn't touch their first or their second. They didn't have a third because they used that already. And they swapped sixth round picks in 2026. They gave up a fifth next year for the best player available because Max Crosby and Myles Garrett were not available. They got the best player available. And when you start digging even deeper into it, Zadarius Smith is only going to cost the Lions, yes, that fifth round pick, but just over $600,000 for the remainder of this season. And if they decide, you know what, we appreciate you helping us win a Super Bowl, but we don't need you anymore, they're not on the hook for anything next year. There's absolutely zero cap hit in 2025. Now, I like the thought of having Zadarius Smith opposite Aiden Hutchinson, so I'm just saying that is an option. The other option is that you have an even better defense with Aiden Hutchinson and Zadarius Smith next year with DJ Reader, Aleem McNeil, and we'll see what happens with Levi Onwuzurike because he's in the final year of his rookie contract. But, yeah, love the fact that they went out there and got the best available and at the price that Brad Holmes wanted to pay. They had asked for a fourth 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, a week ago, 3 days ago. No takers. Brad Holmes said, I'll wait. You know, we're gonna keep winning. We're going to go 3-0 during this run where we're not putting pressure on opposing quarterbacks. And I'll wait till you get or until you're willing to take what I'm willing to give.
Expertly done. I thought it was an outstanding job by Brad Holmes. The first thing you said is that preserve draft capital. To me, that's not really a big deal. I would have given up a first to go get a better player. The key is, John, this was the best player moved. This is the best edge player available. And Brad Holmes went and got him at a discount. Got him and maintained flexibility with his contract in the future. I'm concerned about this year. He makes them better this year. They had practice squad pass rushers. Zadarius Smith is a top 15 edge guy in pass rush win rate. They had guys who couldn't win one-on-one. Zadarius can win one-on-one. Top 25 in pressures and sacks among edge players. This is a necessary move. They had to make this move, and they did. Like, when Aiden got hurt, there was this debate, can they still win the Super Bowl? And some people said no. You and I said yes, but you got to do something. And they went and did something. And Brad Holmes, this won't mean anything to him because he doesn't care about draft grades, but everybody's getting him A's for the trade grades. I've seen A+, A minus, A+. Everybody loves the job he did yesterday. Obvious need, got it at a good price, made his football team better, and I would say solidified them as the Super Bowl favorites. Like, think about this. Kansas City, of course, is undefeated. And from a power ranking standpoint, I understand putting Kansas City number one. But Kansas City plays in the AFC, where there's going to be some cannibalizing. Do you feel confident about those top three teams? Any of them could win. Who's the Lions' biggest competition in the NFC? In terms of the odds to win this conference, their odds are much better than Kansas City's to win the AFC. And I think getting to the game is half the battle. Once they're there, you're going to need a player like Zadarius Smith. And that's why I think Brad Holmes deserves a lot of love today. There was angst. There was anxiety. Will they do something? They did it, and they got the best edge rusher on the market. So what do you guys think? 248-539-9797.
I think they knocked it out of the park.
Yeah.
And in terms of last year, we had to sit through watching Montez Sweat go to a division rival in Chicago. We had to watch Chase Young go to San Francisco and eventually have to play against him in a NFC Championship game. You watch teams that were, and I don't necessarily know that Chicago was going for it, they were just making themselves better. But yeah. San Francisco, we saw Philly. We see all of these teams making themselves better, yet last year, we're good. And I think that was a lot of the angst that people had in the 3 weeks since Hutch was hurt leading up to the trade deadline, not knowing what was going on behind the scenes. We didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, but now understanding that Brad Holmes, he identified and he has been making the calls, and he lets Cleveland know, if you get something better than we're willing to offer, hey, I appreciate the conversation. They ultimately didn't. He won the trade, and now the Lions are in a position. When was the last time a Detroit team, not just the Lions, but a Detroit team bought at the deadline? And so I say it like that, and you laugh because this is a situation that there is an entire generation of Detroit Lions sports fans, now they're probably 18, 19, 20, 25, that maybe don't understand what it's like to actually be buyers at the trade deadline.
Like in Detroit history, we have some epic ones, like Rasheed Wallace is a missing piece, right? Brendan Shanahan is a key addition. But those are more than 20, 25 years ago. I actually want to come up with this answer, and you put me on the spot. The Tigers' last time buying was 2014.
Right, so 10 years.
I mean, the Lions...
Pistons was probably Sheed.
Probably. The Red Wings, and then they were doing some weird, like, keep the playoff streak alive thing, but even that's about a decade old.
Right. It's been a while.
Damn.
And the Lions, the Lions, decades.
Well, they added Donovan Peoples-Jones last year, so 248-539-97.
Smarmy SOB.
No, but that was part of the backdrop, is why people weren't trusting that Brad would get something done.
Yeah, we just had our general managers haven't been in a position to buy. Now, you could argue in regards to where you thought the Wings were going last year, and maybe at the deadline could have been an opportunity. And they went out and signed Patrick Kane, but that wasn't a deadline deal. But it's a position that we haven't expected our GMs to ace in literally a decade, sometimes more. And now that you are a day after, and you see that your general manager, who has aced almost every single draft, and I think he's aced every draft.
Sure.
He's a wizard there. Now, at the trade deadline, now it's only 1 year. It'll take more years of watching this, but we believe we have those in front of us of acing the trade deadline. Is he now becoming a wizard at all aspects of a general manager's job?
Yeah, now clearly building a champion is what you will be judged on. So, Veach in Kansas City probably holds that title as the best GM. But Brad Holmes is in that rarefied air right now, and he's built a roster, and I'll reiterate it again, they should be the favorites to win the Super Bowl.
Okay, and talk about wizardry. Draft, wizard.
Yep.
In terms of contracts.
Ahead of his peers.
And
literally, in terms of timing, yes.
Right, and so you start looking at all the different aspects of a general manager's job the most visible ones. It's the draft, it's contracts, it's extensions, it's trades, it's free agency, it's the trade deadline. Now, free agency, I think we could have a discussion if they did more in free agency versus Marcus Davenport, then he wouldn't have to address it at the trade deadline.
Right.
But I think for the most part, for the general managers that don't have a Super Bowl ring, you'd be hard pressed to find who is better than Brad Holmes.
Jay on a cell. You got thoughts here on 97.1?
Hey, good morning, guys. Jay Zillow in Miami here. I'm somewhat happy with Desarius, but why didn't Holmes kind of go after Chase Young, too? You think we can get him in free agency? Or, I don't know. A
couple points, Jay.
They passed on him last year.
They passed on him both in midseason trade opportunities and offseason free agency. For whatever reason, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, or one or both, doesn't think he's a good fit here.
Oh, okay, because he must be a locker room cancer, because he was like a rock star, out of Ohio State and in Washington, and I don't know what happened the last couple of years.
Well, he had a major injury, and he was you could say he was a rock star as a rookie, and I think the injury took a lot out of him. I don't want to go down the road of he's a cancer in the locker room, because I don't know that to be true or not true. All I know is they did pass on him at the trade deadline. They passed on him in free agency. And he's not the same player as he was before he had the injury.
Look, if you want to say that you wanted more, sure. I think we all want more. Add more good football players. I'm not going to be critical of Brad Holmes when he went out and got the best edge player moved on deadline day, addressed the team's biggest need, and secured their position as a Super Bowl favorite. 248-539-9797. There are some questions about Za'Darius without Myles Garrett. I want to get your thoughts on that, John. Plus, this idea of who the Lions are, this lovable underdog, is that narrative starting to change? We'll get into how chesty this team has been, the swagger that oozes out of the Detroit Lions, and whether everybody's okay with it or not. It's 97.1.
Plenty of Big Ten representation in the initial college football playoff rankings. Oregon, Ohio State, Penn State, and Indiana all in the top 8, with the Ducks and Buckeyes 1 and 2. Now, Michigan AD Ward Manuel is the head of the committee now and said the Buckeyes were placed ahead of Georgia due to a better loss. He was also asked how they judge teams who lose in conference games and add that extra loss to their resume at the end of the year. Now, the eye test is going to be important. Emmanuel is also on ESPN for his first of weekly hits to explain his rankings. Should be an upbeat day in Allen Park after the trade deadline acquisition of Za'Darius Smith yesterday. The Lions will have a walkthrough instead of a full practice, but Dan Campbell and several players should be giving their thoughts as they get a new veteran presence on their defensive line. Both Dylan Larkin and Patrick Kane returned to the Red Wings practice yesterday after a maintenance day on Monday. They and Tyler Mott expected to play tonight when the team hits the ice in Chicago for their next game. And the Pistons will also be back on the court, having won 3 of their last 4. They hit the road to Charlotte and will clash with the 2-5 Hornets. And CMU lost to Bowling Green 23-13 during Tuesday Maction. Western Michigan will play tonight. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, John, what's your football opinion of the Myles Garrett point? Not sure the Lions have traded for him, but what does Za'Darius Smith look like without Myles Garrett commanding attention opposite the line opposite the formation? Want to get that, plus your question about the swagger. But let's start with no Myles Garrett for Za'Darius Smith. Do you worry about his production dipping?
No. I think he's still going to be very productive. He's going to be the guy that they're setting up in a number of different ways, whether it's games to get home. And yeah, okay, there's not a bona fide pass rusher opposite him, meaning on the other edge. Do we think Aleem McNeil is a bona fide pass rusher from the defensive tackle position? How about DJ Reader? Both guys can pressure the pocket. Levi Onwuzurike has done a really nice job of pressuring the pocket. So you're going to be able to create pressure other than Za'Darius Smith. Now, that pressure hasn't gotten home, but now all of a sudden you have a guy that can finish the deal.
Yeah, so I pointed out the pass rush win rate, which is one of those metrics, but it just basically says when you're one-on-one, how often do you win the matchup? And he wins like 20%, which is really, really good. To me, it's having a guy that you can put on one side of the line of scrimmage, one edge, because then you can do what they did last year with Aiden. And Za'Darius isn't Aiden, but late in the season, Detroit got extra pressure by blitzing opposite Aiden Hutchinson.
Sure.
So they could rely on one competent edge player and then manufacture it from the other side. Without Za'Darius, they were guessing. I mean, the blitzes just had to kind of be guessing. Now you can say, hey, Za'Darius will put you on one side. We can schematically decide when to deploy a safety blitz, a linebacker blitz, something off the other side to where we can get Za'Darius one-on-one. And then you're right. I do think the interior plays part of the math of that, right? If Aleem McNeil, and I think a lot is on Aleem McNeil, they paid him.
Yep.
Go win your one-on-ones. If he does that and demands a double team, Za'Darius will also be a guy who gets freed up more often.
It's about creating matchups that are favorable to you.
Yep.
And if they're going to double team Za'Darius Smith, he's not able to get home, that does mean everybody else is singled up. It also means that you can create pressure in other ways. You mentioned the blitz. Mm-hmm. You can also create it by running twists and stunts up front. And here's one thing I think Aleem McNeil, not a lot of people talk about because it's not sexy. He does a great job of freeing up other rushers. So does DJ Reader. When you're a 3 technique, or even if you're going from a 2, and you are running a game with whoever the other edge is, or it's a 3-man game where it's, a TTE or you put in a linebacker, you put any initials you want. When he's the first one and he's trying to pick off an offensive tackle, one option is, hey, I hit your hip, I ricochet, and I get to the quarterback. The other option, which has been more profitable for the Detroit Lions, is I consume two guys, and now we got a free runner coming around. Those can get home. It takes a little bit more time because your secondary is playing good. And that's when you start talking about marrying up what you have to do up front, not just one-on-one matchups, but winning in games with what's going on the back end as well.
Makes sense to me. Ticket text 248-539-9797. We'll knock out some phone calls, but I want you to bring up this point about the Lions and the swagger, with not only that they're playing with on the field, but off the field too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, did you see how Amon-Ra St. Brown showed up to the game? Mm-hmm. Green Bay sucks in big, bold letters. I think we all saw Brian Branch and his two-finger salute to the Green Bay sideline and crowd. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't think there's anybody that's going to sit there and say, I like that. And we heard from Dan Campbell, like the second penalty is the one he's more concerned about. You don't want to take away the aggression of, you don't want him to get kicked out of the game, but you can live with the cost of doing business, 15 yards and a personal foul, but now you add another 15 onto it because you give the two-finger salute. But there's a certain swagger that they're playing with. There's a certain demeanor that they're playing with when they're up big in Dallas. Hey, we're going to throw it to our offensive line. And we hear the response from Chris Christie. We hear the response from Jerry Jones when he's talking to radio hosts. Like, you hear the effect that the Detroit Lions are having on their opponents. And we also see the effect, the Honolulu flu.
Throw in Xavier McKinney's comments before the game last week where he goes, hey, they're trying to embarrass people. Do you feel a shift? Like, locally, we are all aboard. We love this. We eat this stuff up. It's a good, competitive, physical team playing with an edge, right? I love a lot of the swagger we're seeing. I love that St. Brown has an issue with Green Bay and, more importantly, backs it up. But are you feeling something shift nationally where the Lions were the lovable underdog and now they're this bully? They're the bad guy. Do you see that shift at all nationally?
You know, I think a little has changed since the Dallas game, and I think it goes with Chris Christie's comments, and they were over the top.
Sure.
But he didn't like it, and he's a Cowboy fan. I think it rubbed people the wrong way a little bit. What they kind of excessively, in some people's minds, tried to make sure an offensive lineman.
But it wasn't
understandably
against Dallas. It was against the NFL.
Right, but they were trying to cash a receipt multiple times.
What's
right
wrong
there.
with that?
There's nothing from our perspective. I'm not getting wrong. I love it. You guys know, I want to make it clear. I love this. I think what's happening here is they're beating teams so bad and they're physically pummeling them. The Honolulu flu is a real thing. Somehow the Titans overcame it, but they played another bad team. The carryover effect. And I think other teams and players in this league are a little jealous, envious of what they've accomplished. Like, I think the opponent, I think Green Bay the other day, what was defensive linemen late in the game were trying to talk trash to Goff, saying we'll see you again or something like that. And
well, yeah, literally, there's another game on the schedule, buddy.
Yeah, and it's like, they're just not as good, and I think they know it.
Well, you know what it is? It's for years, this was a game that they got to, frolic and roll and rub it in, and now the roles are reversed, and they don't like it so much.
Yeah.
They hate us because they ain't us type of thing is now starting to take effect. It was one thing when the Lions were the cute underdog, but now that they're going in, stealing your soul, running up the score, they don't let off the gas, teams don't like it so much. Other fans are starting to label this team as this or that, and you know what? Too bad, get better. We've been on the other side long enough. Too bad. Get better.
Yeah, we're going to have to do this for a lot longer to make up for what has happened to the Detroit Lions over the number of decades that it has taken to get to this point. But when you start talking about, our other teams looking at the Lions in a way, and I'll even go back to some of this will create a conversation of the Brian Branch hit. But last year, what was the conversation about Kirby Joseph?
Oh, he's a dirty player.
Dirty player, right? So, okay, you go low on a tight end. And, okay, I think we all like TJ Hawkinson.
Yeah.
He's a good guy. who's great here, but we weren't sad to see him go to Minnesota.
Right.
Upset that he tore his ACL. It happens in the games. But the conversation, because it happened a couple of times for Kirby Joseph, was he's a dirty player. No, he's playing within the rules. And now all of a sudden you have Brian Branch, who I don't know that he was going to go low on him, and it was a receiver, but he goes too high. What is a defensive player supposed to do?
Supposed to hit a very specific box in the middle of their
it's
body.
It's like the strike zone in baseball.
But it's a moving strike zone that goes east, west, north, and south. The ball can go up, down, whatever, and you have to adjust in real time. And listen, Brian Branch, even Dan Campbell has acknowledged, like, you don't want to see that hit in football, but he doesn't want to take the edge away. He doesn't want to take away the intensity that his team plays with. I don't find them to be a dirty team. Maybe it's because I'm a Lions fan. But the perception of this team, I'm sure, is changing nationally. A ticket texter says, I am a fan of another team. From an objective perspective, people are turning on this team. People on the outside see them as dirty, classless, loud, obnoxious. The cute thing is dead. You guys are officially the bad boy Pistons now. Take no prisoners. Do you feel that shift? 248-539-9797. I kind of see it.
I mean, yeah, okay, you could, they're a physical team. And there are some teams that are more, they're more pass happy, right? This is a run it down your throat. We're going to use it to set up the play action. We're going to play physical on defense. We're going to stop the run. Like, this is a more of an old school football mentality. But I don't see it as dirty. I don't see it as bad boy-esque, right? It's not, hey, Jordan's going to the hole and we're going to tackle him 5 different ways.
Fine. It's not bad boys. It's going to work. Which is
That's
more
a better
refined, like
comparison.
hard-nosed, we're going to get up in you and play tight defense as a team.
Yeah. The bite your kneecaps, that seems more going to work.
Okay. Either way, I do think you are becoming a pain in the ass of everybody in the NFL.
This is a blue-collar town.
Yes.
It's a blue-collar team, and they are there's no other team, I think, that marries the mentality and culture of their team with the city better than Detroit has.
I think there's a little psychological warfare going on here, too. Once you know you're really good and you can back it up, and they've proven that, you can start playing games with people and their minds. It works, doesn't it, John?
Yeah.
I mean, I look at you, like, my judgment of you is your profile as a player was that stuff didn't bother you that much. You had a mentality to overcome that. But let's just face it, you can get under people's skins more than ever right now. And, and I think they're playing with psychological games a little bit, and that's okay.
And it's not only okay, it's good.
And you play those games because they're not always going to work. In fact, more times than not, they won't. But it might only be one time that it needs to work, and it does.
Phone calls. You guys have thoughts? We'll mix those in. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has got you covered with the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now, every single Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack, and who knows, it might just become your favorite day of the week. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. And if you're new to FanDuel, visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to get signed up. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as now a Trouble Profit Boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lions fans, toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure to grab that limited edition Motor City jersey bottle on shelves now. It was made just for this Lions season. The bottle's design looks like the Motor City alternate jerseys the team wore in Week 4. They've got the black label. They'll be gone soon, so get yours wherever you normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila and the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. Ticket text pouring in, talking about how the Lions are perceived. Once a lovable loser, then an inspiring underdog. Are they now becoming bullies? Are they now becoming the bad guys? If you're another team in the league and you're watching them embarrass people, run up the score, some would say. I would say it's playing hard the entire game. Mm-hmm. Have you seen the perception of this team change? Amon-Ra St. Brown shows up with a Green Bay Sucks hoodie. He's not afraid, right? This team is going to rub your face in it when they beat you. Texter says they're like Cobra Kai. The enemy deserves no mercy. Strike first. This one says, this team was the perennial doormat, the butt of jokes. To quote Breaking Bad, they are now the one who knocks, afraid of none, and command fear and respect from others. Texter says, I want the whole league and every other fan base to hate the Lions because we beat them and embarrassed them. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if you don't like it, play better. Texter says, you guys are losing out on money because Green Bay lives in your head rent-free. You view them as a hated rival. They view you as just another game. Well, they should probably up their game then because...
It's 5 of the last 6. I mean,
Maybe they should take it more seriously.
Yeah. I mean, okay, at the end of 22... you prevented them from going to the playoffs. In 23, okay, they came here and beat you. We talked about this last week.
I know.
This is annoying. And, they're going to be so mad because you went there last year in week 3 and beat them? How come that doesn't work the same way where we could be upset because they came here on Thanksgiving Day?
Like, I don't think it's some own to be like, we don't think of you very much. You should. This is the best team in the division. The team standing in your way. You better take it more seriously. It's not some own to be like, we don't care enough about the game. Cool. Sweet, dude.
I'm also very offended by the fact that anytime another team is mentioned, that team's fan base can say, rent-free. It's not how it works.
Texter says, I'd rather be the bad boys of the NFL and win the championship than be the doormat of the league and be trash for 5 to 10 years. Signed, Oscar. Texter says, you can tell this is a fan base that hasn't won anything. Too bad, get better. What exactly have we won yet? Pump the brakes on the bravado. My God. My response would be, my God, let us enjoy a good football team.
Yeah.
Let's get to the phones. John in Flushing, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Zadarius Smith is going to be welcomed here and feel at home in that locker room. I mean, the culture that they have, and you can tell from the post-game interviews and stuff when they're out telling each other that they love each other, and he is going to excel because of that environment.
I buy that. I do. He wants to be here. He's a vet, wants to chase Super Bowl, and the culture here is unquestioned. John, I think it's a good point.
Just shaking his head.
Shaking my head. We got William and Flint. You're on 97.1, William.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I got 2 points. I am a diehard Lions fan. 24-3 at halftime last January still haunts me as much as David Fry's home run. But here it is, 2 points. We got to knock off the nonsense. They wanted to have some laughs. They wanted to throw one to Penei Sewell. But you remember, Penei Sewell, on a play that got called back so it didn't count, he got chopped down at the 2-yard line by a tackle. That helmet could have hit his knee, and then how much we'll be laughing about doing that when we're that far ahead. Number 2, Brian Branch, love him. I want him to be Ronnie Lott or Rod Woodson, but when you lower your helmet like that, you are the one that's going to get hurt more often than not. I think back 40 years to Nick Bonaconti's son playing for the Citadel. That's why he got paralyzed. That's going to hurt the Lions if he's out of the game. And then the double bird hurts the Lions that game because of a knucklehead move. I love these guys, but We got to stop the nonsense. Win the game. Scoreboard is what rubs it in. Thanks.
Yeah, listen, they're doing both. They are rubbing it in on the scoreboard, which is where it matters most.
Yeah. And injuries do matter. Injuries could happen anytime. I mean, Penei Sewell could have gotten hurt. In the sack that he gave up last week, he tripped on Zeitler's leg. If he rolls his ankle, is somebody going to say, oh, well, he shouldn't have been in there at that time? Shouldn't have been in that position?
Right. Did you notice he mentioned in the phone call that the thing that still haunts him is the NFC title game where they're up 17 points?
Yeah.
Don't you want a team that just continues head down, pour it on, never let up? Like if that it haunts
never
you.
forget.
Exactly. Quick phone call, one more. John in Southfield, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I like the culture of the Lions right now because we were the joke of the NFL for the longest. Everybody clowned the Lions and talked bad about the Lions, and it's like finally we're a good team, and a lot of teams and a lot of fans can't deal with that. I mean, that's always been with Detroit teams, even with the Pistons. It's like that's just how it is in this town, in this city. We're a blue-collar team, and we play hard, and sometimes it can get physical, but there's a lot of other teams that do other little stuff. But like right now, Kansas City, they're undefeated, but it does seem like the refs have given them a couple of games, especially the Atlanta game, where the guy hits the guy and he didn't even play on the ball in the end zone. That could have been a loss for them. And it's like nobody says nothing. It's like, oh, well, they're the champs. So they bypass that. But here, the Lions, we haven't won anything yet, but we're on the road to being better, and everybody has a problem with it because they say we ran the score. No, with Dallas, I think that was personal because the whole little incident last year with the uneligible receiver when the guy clearly checked in, it's like, okay, so now we're going to make it to where it's not going to come down to the end of the game. We're going to beat you guys, and that's that.
Yeah.
So now it's not going to be a thing. We're going to take the refs totally out of these games where we're going to dominate.
And that's a great point, too, because so much Alliance history is people complaining about the referees. Don't leave it up to a call.
Right, yeah. Complete the process of the catch. Right. Like there are rules that have been made for what has happened in Lions games.
Let's get to Heather in the news.
Well, Mike Rogers and Alyssa Slotkin are still in a tight race for Michigan's Senate seat. With an estimated 98% of ballots counted, Slotkin has a 48.6% of the vote, while Rogers has 48.3% at this moment. Now, Michigan, I saw this stat, hasn't elected a Republican U.S. Senator since 1994, and no Republican has been elected to the office in the state during a presidential year going back to the 70s. And other major news, which I'm sure at this point you're all wide awake and have seen the news.
Yep.
Trump was elected president. A victory in Wisconsin early this morning pushed him past that 270 electoral votes needed to secure the White House. After that, in Wisconsin, he had victories followed in Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina.
Michigan still not official. He didn't.
I think so. I don't think.
No,
I don't think it is official. I kind of stopped looking.
Michigan isn't called yet officially in most places.
But the other Midwest states that were the big, talking points, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, you also got North Carolina, Georgia, which were seen as potential toss-ups. I mean, and he's going to win the popular vote, which I don't think people expected that.
Well, the thing about that is it's the first popular vote win by Republicans since 2004, but it's actually going to be a larger margin of victory, more likely. The largest margin of victory by a Republican, popular vote-wise, since 1988. Which was Bush versus Dukakis, the first Bush.
He will be the oldest.
Yes, 78.
President.
The original
Bush.
The original Bush. The oldest president at 78 and the first felon to be elected president in the United States.
That is true.
All right.
Yes. Downtown Detroit is just a few weeks away from the 21st annual Detroit tree lighting ceremony, which is fun. I've never done it, but it's one of those things I say I'd like to do, but I probably will never actually do it. Like, I'd like to go to the Thanksgiving Day parade. I say I'd like to go, but I'll never actually go. I'd like to see the tree lighting. I'll never actually do it. But if you want to do it, the tree is actually arriving soon to Campus Martius, and then crews are going to work to obviously get the tree decorated before the official tree lighting on November 22nd. That's a Friday. All sorts of festivities going on that day. There's going to be musical performances, ice skating performances, food trucks with holiday drink specials, all sorts of stuff. If you can't make it downtown, you can watch on TV.
That's cool.
When does Christmas season start in your mind?
It's already started.
Yeah.
I've already watched a Christmas movie.
Which Christmas movie?
Bad Moms Christmas.
Bad Moms.
Not even like a classic.
Yeah. Bad Moms, yeah. I'll go with Bad Santa.
When are they going to light the Hanukkah bush?
I don't know.
Is that the original?
Behave.
Children.
To me, Christmas is in December. Can't Thanksgiving get its own month?
Well, you know how I feel about Thanksgiving.
I know.
It's my least favorite holiday, so I just skip right over that. We still do have some fall decorations set up. We still have tombstones in the front yard, so technically it's like it's that
the transition.
Yeah, we've got some Christmas stuff coming in and Halloween stuff still set out. So we're right there in the between time. This is a great story. Monroe County deputy and his canine partner recently received an award after locating a missing person who was believed to be in danger. So this deputy, Danny Greenwood, and canine officer Arlo were able to help find this missing person on November 17th of last year. And thanks to their work, this person was found unharmed. So they received an award. Greenwood was given a Canine Life-Saving Award from the National Association of Professional Canine Handlers in Alpena. Also received recognition from the sheriff's office earlier this year. So pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
If you're a fan of The Wizard of Oz, like I guess I could say I am, or more I was when I was a kid. The ruby slippers worn by Judy Garland are for sale nearly 2 decades after they were stolen. So in 2005, somebody actually smashed through a display case at the Judy Garland Museum and stole the slippers. They were like missing for a long time. 2018, the FBI finally recovered these slippers, and now they're up for sale at an auction. The museum is trying to get their hands on them. They want to have them at the museum, but if you want them, you can bid through December 7th.
Oh, okay. What's the expected price tag?
Surprisingly, this article doesn't say, but I would imagine
a lot.
They would sell for a lot. So there's only 4 pair that at least remain.
Oh.
So
just okay, useless question. What size are they?
I don't know, but I picture them being very, very, very little, like a size like 5 or something very
really?
small.
They're too
I have
small,
no
John.
idea. I don't know what size. I mean, I
Not
feel like Judy Garland was
for me.
a small woman, so I feel like she couldn't have had huge
I wouldn't. Yeah,
feet.
I don't know.
You don't like it, but I love John's impossible questions during the news. Like, well, how would you know?
Well,
kind of a
the bidding
legitimate
price
question.
should have been on there. I want to know,
Right.
like, what's the starting bidding price? Maybe I could just go and do more research, but I haven't. So I don't know. But the size, I'm sure I could find that too. They're just not in this article. It's a poorly written article. Wherever this came from, it's their fault, not mine.
Judy Garland
Yes.
wore
What?
a size 5.
Well, there you have it.
Those are tiny,
Those are very little feet.
tiny feet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very little.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
All right, you guys. I've got this really cool story I want to tell you. I was talking to Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, and he was telling me about this wedding that he was at recently. He said, it was an awesome wedding downtown, but he said one of his patients came up to him really excited to introduce Dr. B to his fiance, and he continued on to say that it was his hair restoration treatment with Dr. B that ultimately changed his life, and it was because of his newfound confidence that he was able to go online and meet her. And then a little while later at that exact same wedding, another one of Dr. B's patients came up to him with almost that exact same story, but this time they were already married. And this patient was excited to introduce Dr. B to his wife, who he wouldn't have met if he didn't go to see Dr. B. Pretty cool story. And you guys, your life is waiting for you on the other side of your hair loss treatment. With a full head of hair that you can run your hands through, who knows what you'll have the confidence to do. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today and schedule your consult with Dr. B. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
We stumbled onto something today, how the Lions are perceived. Have you noticed a change? 248-539-9797, the lovable losers to the fun underdog story, the likable football team. But now they're beating people, and they're embarrassing people, and they're taking everybody's lunch money. Have you noticed the perception around this football team change? And it's a badge of honor, by the way. Teams don't like good teams. Fan bases don't like losing. So you become persona non grata. If you've experienced that, we'd love to take some calls and ticket texts on it. John, we have not spent a lot of time on Michigan State football. And listen, the standards are not as high for this team in year one of Jonathan Smith as they are for Michigan. I feel like we've spent quite a bit of time going through Michigan's flaws this season, and there are many.
And rightfully so.
With Michigan State, you had an Aiden Childs question.
And I'll answer it quickly so that I don't get all of the Spartan hate. Is the Big Ten too big for Aiden Childs? And my answer is not yet.
Okay.
And so, in short, no. Because he's 19 years. He just turned 19 in September. He is a very young sophomore. Now, I understand a lot is expected as a starting quarterback. It's a new team for him. It's a new team for so many of the players. Offensive line, receivers, coach. Now, it's not a new coach for him. He came with Jonathan Smith from Oregon State, but he's making a lot of young mistakes. And he's making them throughout the course of a year. You would like to see him play better, but did he not play better against Iowa? Did he not play better when they played Maryland at the beginning of the season?
It was probably his best game.
And so what you're going to see with a young quarterback, especially a young quarterback with a lot of talent that is just simply trying to make something happen, is going to be a roller coaster year. He is forcing some things. He held onto the ball too long and wasn't aware that Josiah Stewart was chasing him in the Michigan game. Ended up being a large part of costing them the game.
Yep.
Those are all lessons that you can learn, and you would like to get there faster, but there's other facets of that team that also need to get there faster. I think he's going to be just fine. I think he's a threat in the Big Ten because of his athletic ability, strong arm. Now he just has to hone the skills.
So why ask the question? Have you seen Spartan fans unnecessarily?
Oh, I hear it all the time.
Yeah.
Aiden Childs shouldn't be in the Big Ten. Aiden Childs isn't a starting quarterback in the Big Ten. They want to cast him by the side, and whether it's Spartan fans or it's other college football fans, hold on. He is very young, inexperienced, and he's playing with a team that is also trying to figure it out, with a coaching staff that's trying to figure out the Big Ten.
I thought he'd be playing better than he is right now.
Are you ready to cast him aside?
No, I'm not. But let's have the conversation. And maybe that's on me for expecting more at this point. He leads the Big Ten in interceptions. I didn't expect that we would get to November and Aiden Childs would be leading the conference in interceptions. I thought he could steal a game or two. And you could you could label the Maryland game as a game that he went out and stole for Michigan State, right? On the road, 3 touchdowns, hit some big-time downfield throws. I haven't seen much of that since. He doesn't throw for 200 yards. He doesn't throw for 2 touchdowns. He's like a game manager who makes a bunch of mistakes.
Well, but some of that is
that's a concern.
Some of that is certainly on him.
Yeah.
It's also what are some of his best assets that he's not being utilized enough? He's got 170 yards rushing. When I look at that, I think that's a missed opportunity.
Could be more.
I also look and say, okay, there's missed opportunity when they're playing against Michigan to attack a secondary that has underperformed, and other teams have thrown for 300 yards. Like, why aren't they calling more pass plays in that situation?
No, I'm not throwing him out. I'm not casting him aside, I think was the phrase you used. But I am going to ask more of him. And I think Spartan fans should be asking for more from Aiden Childs. And the season's not over, and he should be their quarterback next season. And maybe that's when the light bulb comes on. Full year under his belt, some continuity, bring back some receivers, build off of this. But I'd like to see more even at the end of this season from him.
Well, you're going to get the opportunity. It's not like they're yanking him. He's going to play against Illinois. He'll play against Purdue and Rutgers. And I think all 3 of those teams,
those are winnable games.
Are winnable games, but they're also teams that they should put him in position for success. And I'm not saying that, everything is on the coaching staff. Certainly, a lot of it is on the player. But as he continues to figure it out, what does he do really well?
Yeah.
And he could be on the move, and he can, create things downfield. He can be on the move and gain yardage with his feet. He's a good athlete that I think is being underutilized as a runner.
Well, I think it's tough, too. They can't run the ball very well, so that takes play action as one of those tools out of the toolbox. Because I would love to see, that's what makes Jared Goff great. It's what helps so many quarterbacks out is the run game and the play action pass off of it. Plus, his offensive line isn't great, so he can't exactly go through the progressions in a composed manner.
Right.
You hope that this baptism by fire pays off, right? That's what you tell yourself if you're a Michigan State fan is he's going to go through this right now. He's going to take his lumps, and when we actually pass protect for him, when we have a consistent run game week to week, it's going to look a hell of a lot better.
And I think there are weapons that he has to throw the ball to are good. But I also think they could be better. And so there's some drops. There's some wrong routes. There's some issues going on there. So I think he is taking the unnecessary heat. He's thrown 11 interceptions.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to break down every single one.
No,
some
but like
of them
Indiana
are going to be quarterbacks. Some of them are going to be receiver. There's tips.
So the Indiana one, the most recent game, he had 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
The first one, he threw over the middle of the field. It hit off a linebacker's hands and then was intercepted by a second Indiana defender. The throw was off target to Velling, his tight end. Can't happen. Over the middle, poor ball placement. That's a quarterback's interception 100%. The second one, there is replay that shows maybe the ball bobbled when it hit the ground, and if it was challenged, it might not have stood. It was still a throw behind his receiver. Like a lot of his interceptions to me are either poor decisions or poor ball placement. So we could do all 11 and we could do it up on a projector screen. I would tell you, I bet you most of them are Aiden Childs' mistakes more than it is a teammate tips a ball or someone runs the wrong route.
It doesn't matter if 10 of them are, if all 11 are quarterbacks or not. They're going to be assessed to the quarterback.
Yeah.
And the key is you have to make better decisions. And I think once he gets the chance to get to the offseason, slow things down, take a look at the film, I think Jonathan Smith and his coaching staff are going to do wonders with him throughout the course of the offseason.
Couple quick ticket texts. I'm a Spartan fan. I really hope Childs hits the portal and Smith leaves. They're both trash.
Oh, did Jonathan Smith leaves?
That's what he says.
Really? Wow.
I think that's a lot of emotion talking there. And I'm not telling you it's been a flawless year for either of these guys, but what's the path for MSU if Childs leaves? What's the path?
Well, it's transfer portal. That's the
I know,
path.
but
it's the same
this was
thing
the
for
highly
Michigan.
coveted transfer guy. If you can't make it work with him, is it okay? The next one says, why would you spend any time on MSU? They continue to be irrelevant. If they were smart, they would move out of the Big Ten. They can't compete. I'm an MSU alum. It's embarrassing. Well, if you're an MSU alum, you shouldn't want them to leave the Big Ten.
Oh, you still want money, don't you?
It's your geographical rivals. It's a big old payday from the TV networks, and you want to compete.
Yeah, where are they going to go?
The Big 12?
Oh no, but maybe they're going to join Washington State and Oregon State, and Michigan State. It'll be the state conference of the Pac-12.
I think that's so weak. I think something's happening right now in college football is extremely important for other teams who fans who think that way, or the excuse making is. And I'll blame myself some. I thought one of the things with the new college football world would be that teams would maybe get left behind. And that means that they would never be able to compete for a national championship again.
See, but I think, and I understood that point, but I look at Indiana this year and I tell you, there's always going to be a shot if you hire the right coach and get the right players. You can be the 4th best team in the Big Ten and make the college football playoff.
I think it's really important for the health of this sport and that line of reasoning that Indiana not only makes the playoff, but wins a game. Sure. And to me, that would take away the excuses. That right there, you're a Michigan State fan admitting that, okay, so Indiana can compete in this new world and you can't?
Right. No, I think Indiana, this last week was embarrassing for a number of reasons. One, the scoreboard. You give up 47 unanswered, lose by 5 touchdowns. And it's Indiana, a program where if they can do it, so can you. So listen, Michigan State fans, you're welcome. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
When I needed a new furnace and AC, I called the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment and prices. The biggest difference is their customer service. It's also the 5-year warranty, so I know I'm covered. And as we go to sell our house, I know that whoever owns the house next is also covered. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They even offer generators. Tell them John Jansen sent you for up to $500 off fast installation. You want to talk fast? They also offer same-day service. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
John asked the question, and he answered it very succinctly, but it creates a conversation. Aiden Childs, is the Big Ten too big for him? And John, you said no, it's not. That this is what happens for a young player who doesn't have a ton of support, who's taken his lumps. But it's a conversation because Aiden Childs was a heavily hyped quarterback. And I don't think there's any disputing that he's underachieved to this point. He leads the Big Ten with 11 interceptions, and there are very few wow games. The Maryland game was a wow game. He still threw 2 picks in the game, but at least I got to see 3 touchdowns, some big time, like I would argue, NFL caliber throws. But when you see that he has that potential, you're all that more disappointed when he doesn't live up to it. And I want to be fair about this. This has been the discussion for Michigan in the past. Shea Patterson, all the hype in the world. He didn't produce. You got to be critical of it. It can't be, well, he should have in the hype and he... Tate Forcier. I mean, we can go all the way back to the quarterbacks that Michigan has brought in with hype and they didn't perform. And I'm not willing to label Childs as a failure, but you got to see more from him. And we've asked Michigan State fans for their opinions. 248-539-9797. And we've gotten some good responses. Texter says, Childs could beat any team on any given day, but also lose to any team. That's fun for a school like Illinois, but at MSU, we need more. That's not going to fly.
Right, but it's also very indicative of a young quarterback. And not everybody comes in as a freshman and is Johnny football. Not everybody, the light bulb doesn't go. And I'm not saying the light bulb ever does go on. I just don't think you should throw him out at this point.
Childs is fun, but I fear his ceiling is fun, and he can't lead to a championship due to all of these turnovers. Texter said, the guy saying Childs and Smith need to leave is a moron. They aren't good, but my God, it's year 1. Please give them a break. Another person says, that was not an MSU fan. That had to be a Michigan troll. Don't even read that on the air. Speaking of trolls, this one says, why are we letting a Michigan employee and a closet Michigan fan talk MSU? First of all, we're not letting anybody do anything. It's a conversation for MSU fans. If you want some airtime, if you want to talk about your program, it's the most important position on the field. Aiden Childs, floor is yours. We don't have to talk about Michigan State. We want to give them some airtime because I think it's interesting.
It is interesting. And it's interesting because this is how, if you could hit on a quarterback that's already on your roster, a guy that has a lot of physical traits that you look and you say, yes, that could be a good quarterback, strong arm, athlete. Now it's just a matter of fine-tuning that. And number one thing, don't throw it to the other team. But it's about reading defenses. It's about having a better team around him that also allows him to be better.
Texter says, I'm a dyed-in-the-wool, green-blooded Spartan. I see all the talent in the world in Childs. But the jury is still out for Smith. The problem I see is continuity. Childs needs to be coached up. Stop the fumbles and the interceptions, and we can compete. We can be competitive. But between NIL and the transfer portal, I have no idea who's going to be on my team year to year. Childs has the ability to be the best QB in this conference, Ben in Roseville. Would you agree that ceiling is there?
What's the ceiling?
Best QB in the Big Ten.
Sure. I think that's maybe by next year it might be too big of a leap, but nobody says he has to hit that next year.
Like, who are the best quarterbacks in the Big Ten? Like, Dylan Gabriel is clearly performing well. He won't be here next year.
Yeah, but he won't be here next year.
Will Howard, I have not been overly impressed with, to be honest. Rourke has got to be in his last year eligibility, I believe, with Indiana.
Yeah.
I'm not impressed with the quarterbacks at Penn State. Aller's another one of these guys. Big pedigree, big arm, supposed to be, hasn't been.
The best quarterback in next year's Big Ten is probably not currently in the Big Ten.
That's probably true.
And so that's the answer.
Yeah.
Can he be of the returners? Sure. But who's going to be in the Big Ten next year in terms of starting quarterbacks?
Maybe Bryce Underwood.
Sure.
Could be.
Texter says he's a young quarterback, needs the experience. He's getting that this season. If it were another quarterback that had experience and was failing, everybody would say, everybody would be trying to put him in to get experience. If this is happening next year, he's not the guy. Definitively. This year, and we talked about it preseason for MSU, wasn't really about this year's win-loss record. We had discussed them as a team that might make a bowl game, still might make a bowl game. This year was about setting a foundation for next year. And I think that's incredibly tough in today's college football to build a foundation one year to the next. But it's the task that they are challenged with. Jonathan Smith in his first year has to We talked about it. Keep the team together during a tough stretch in the middle of the season. They ended up beating Iowa during that stretch. End the year on a high note. Sell it to recruits. Sell it to your own locker room. Keep those guys here and build on it for next season. Because, John, next year, there will be expectations for MSU football. It won't be enough to just make a bowl game.
No, it's going to have to be expectations are better than what it was this year.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's expecting them to go from, and maybe you are, because of what Indiana has done, going from where they are now to contending for a Big Ten championship. That's the wild card of the transfer portal. It's the wild card of the NIL, and sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't. I think everybody was expecting that Ohio State would be the most dominant team in college football because of the amount of money and the amount of transfers they got. I don't know what the investment was for Indiana, but I don't think it's $20 million. Now, they might not ultimately compete with Ohio State. I don't know. We'll find out.
Gator, we were talking Childs. John had a question. Is the Big Ten too big for him? Just an honest conversation about a guy who's leading the league in interceptions. Wild throws are there. Too many mistakes. You're a Spartan fan. What do you think?
No, it's not too big for him. I think he's going to be fine. He is a young player, getting his feet wet, and I would have expected to be a little bit better at this stage.
Yeah.
But I think he's got one giant strike against him. That's the offensive line is not very good. They suffered injuries right away to start the season, so you're playing people that aren't ready to go, and they're getting better. Certainly, the bye week helped them going into Iowa. I thought that they played okay against Michigan. Some unfortunate plays on the defensive side really hurt them. But it's just a situation where I would have expected, if you want to have a quarterback have success right away, you need to be able to protect him and you need to have a running game. And if Michigan State had a semblance of a running game, which they don't because the offensive line isn't good, imagine how much better they'd be. Because one thing that he did to start the season was throw the ball downfield. He threw it downfield all the time and was hitting receivers. And it was a lot of fun for Spartan fans to watch. Last few games haven't had many shots downfield because he hasn't had time to throw. And you don't have time to throw because you don't have a running game, a consistent enough running game. Like
Are you surprised they don't run him more?
A little bit, particularly in the Michigan game. He started that first drive. They went right down the field. And, I know they didn't end up with points because of the missed field goal, but they were doing things in that first drive that I thought, keep doing it throughout the game, and they didn't. The other thing he didn't do, and he hasn't done nearly enough, is utilize the tight end. Velling is supposed to be this all Big Ten caliber tight end, and they're not using him at all. Or maybe he's just not as good. He's not getting open, or he's just not enough of a number one option when they do pass the ball. But it's a disappointing year for Michigan State. I think that things would have looked a lot different if they were able to hang on against Boston College and hang on against Michigan. Clearly, those are two losses that really sting, and but they're still losses nonetheless. But no, you don't give up on the guy. I think he's incredibly talented. He's got so much more to give. And the good thing about playing inexperienced offensive linemen is that they will get experience throughout this year. And I know nobody wants to hear wait till next year, but that's kind of where they're at right now. And you mentioned Indiana and the portal. One of the smart things that Indiana did in the portal is they got a lot of portal guys from Signetti's school. So those guys already know how to play. And by the way, they were pretty good players. Mm-hmm. So they were able to do what they had to do. And to John's point, they weren't spending $20 million to do it, but they have guys that know their system. And the biggest thing that works in Indiana's favor is their schedule. You give Michigan that schedule, you give Michigan State that schedule. How good do they look through 9 games? Obviously Michigan State still lost to Indiana. They got smoked by them. Mm-hmm. But would Michigan State be 7-2 with that schedule? I think you could argue that. Would Michigan be, 8-1, 9-0 with that schedule? They still got to play them, and we'll see how good Indiana really is. But Indiana's an interesting story on a lot of fronts, and everybody's waiting for that game against Ohio State.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks against the Buckeyes.
Looking forward to see the game against Michigan. But
give people a little taste. What's coming up next?
Well, obviously we're going to rehash what happened yesterday during the show, right before the show, with the trade deadline, and then what happens after the show with inactivity, and whether or not that's acceptable from Lions fans who like to throw the term unacceptable, and every negative term you can throw out there, but it's interesting nonetheless that the Lions didn't go out and get another guy, which they clearly could have. We know what the price was, and they weren't willing to do it.
A lot of angst in the weeks leading up to the deadline on your show specifically. So I look forward to that conversation. It's Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, good morning, everybody. Taking a look outside. It's a beautiful day outside. Sun shining. Going to get nice weather again for the next few days. Going to stay dry, and hopefully maybe the wind won't kick up and you can really enjoy it out there. Wind was blowing last night. It was interesting. Very interesting nonetheless. But Doug is on his way in. He will join us shortly. But Kang and I with you today, 248-539-9797. Until Doug rejoins the show. But obviously, we wanted to talk about the election. I'm kidding. No, we don't want to talk about that. We want the escape.
The results are in, Gator.
Yeah, the results are in. No, we want the escape, right? So we talk about our really good football team, the Detroit Lions.
I will say this about the election real quick.
Yeah.
We can all agree on one thing. Thank God for no more political ads, right?
Oh.
Like, we can all get on board with that train, can we not?
Please.
I mean, thank you for that, at least.
That's not a small thing.
That was ruining my football watching.
It really was.
It was every commercial and dominated every break, back to back to back to back.
Saturdays, and Sundays, and Monday, and yeah, you're right. That is no small thing to be thankful for that the ads are done. So there you go. And now we can concentrate more on football, things that make us happy. The Detroit Lions really make us happy the way that they played this year. And the NFL trade deadline comes and goes yesterday, and there really wasn't a ton of movement. Compared to years past, this one felt like a very mild year. And the big names there were no real big names that were dealt. I mean, okay, sure. In fairness, there's a future Hall of Famer that was dealt in DeAndre Hopkins, but it was like a couple weeks ago, and he's already played with Kansas City. He's already made his impact with the Chiefs. But beyond him, is Zadarius Smith the biggest name that was dealt?
Lattimore is a bigger name.
Yeah, I guess Marshawn Lattimore, all pro player.
I mean, yeah, but you're talking about yesterday because Devontae Adams is a big name, but he was traded weeks ago.
It feels like so long ago. It's not a trade deadline acquisition, but yes.
Trade deadline acquisition. Yeah, the biggest names were probably Lattimore and Zadarius Smith.
So, and the question we have for Lions fans at 248-539-9797, same number to text as well. You can contact us on Twitter at Doug and Gator 971. If you're streaming the show live on Twitch with video stream on Twitch or YouTube, if it's on Twitch, go to twitch.tv, search 971 a ticket. It's on YouTube, go to youtube.com and search 971 a ticket, and you can live stream the show with video. Lots of ways to get your voice heard. Plus, those are chat rooms in there. Everybody, you can kind of interact with them. It's fun. But we do want to take the pulse of the Detroit Lions fan today, because I know a lot of people, which is strange to me and scratching my head, are disappointed because they didn't get and swing for a grand slam and go get a Max Crosby or a Myles Garrett, even to a degree a Trey Hendrickson or I feel kind of sheepish now of putting in the name Micah Parsons out there, hoping you can take advantage of Jerry. But there are people out there that are really upset that they didn't do that it wasn't enough. And I thought, interesting, because those players weren't available. Nobody got them. And before this deadline happened, like this is like last week at this time, probably even before that, I kept saying, I'm not going to be upset with anything unless there's reason to be upset. Meaning that if the Lions didn't do anything and other teams did, I was going to get upset because I think it was a screaming need at defensive end that they had to do something. You know, they tried to address it in the offseason with Marcus Davenport, and he got hurt. And then, obviously, Hutchinson broke his leg, and now they're left in a situation where neither of their starting defensive ends are there. James Houston doesn't look anything like he did a couple years ago. Josh Pascal's missed a bunch of games and a bunch of time, I should say. And the other guys are, doing their best, but they're just not getting home, and there's no pass rush over the last 3 weeks since Hutchinson got hurt. They had to do something. So go do something. And they did. They did. They went out and got Zadarius Smith, which is no small feat. I think he was the biggest acquisition on the defensive line that you could have made for players that were available, because it sure doesn't seem like any of those other big names were available, that they weren't taking calls. And if you're Cincinnati, you weren't taking calls on Trey Hendrickson because you need Trey Hendrickson to continue your path to the playoffs if you can make a playoff run. And they have to get on this roll, and they had to make a decision. Are we there or are we not? And they think they're on that path. I just saw odds for the defensive player of the year, and Trey Hendrickson was like 5th. So that's how good of a season he's having. He just had 4 sacks in game Sunday, but unavailable. We know about Max Crosby saga, unavailable. Obviously, the Lions know about Myles Garrett because they got Zadarius Smith. I'm pretty sure. Can we all agree that Brad Holmes was going to ask Cleveland about Myles Garrett and not just go straight to Zadarius Smith? I mean, can we all agree on that he had to at least have mentioned his name? Hey, by the way, is Myles? No, he's not. Okay, fair enough. And then there was a report from Adam Schefter yesterday that said that as soon as Aiden Hutchinson got hurt, Brad Holmes is on the phone with Cleveland talking about Zadarius Smith. So this was in the works for weeks, and they finally consummated the trade yesterday, and now they bring him in. But was it enough? That's the question. Was that enough to ensure this team has the best possible chance at making a run to get to and to win a Super Bowl? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We want to talk to you, kind of take the pulse of the Detroit Lions fan a day after the NFL trade deadline has come and gone. We will talk with you next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. Taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. Kind of taking the pulse of the Detroit Lions fan today. A day after the trade deadline comes and goes, Lions end up with Zadarius Smith. The cost wasn't much. They get Zadarius Smith and a 7th-round pick in 2026 in exchange for a 2025 5th-round pick and a 2026 6th-round pick. So that's not much of a cost to pay for a player you have for this year. And if you want him back next year, you can have him next year, and the price isn't that bad. I think it's like a $6 million cap hit or something. It's not expensive, and he's a really good player. Is he on the downside of his career? Probably, yeah. I think he's crested his peak years, but what he still has to offer is great. It was just a couple weeks ago. He had 9 pressures in a single game. 9. So this guy's still getting after the quarterback. He's exactly what the Lions need. He's not the ideal player like Max Crosby would be, but in terms of players that were available, this guy was the best guy that was available. And I'm not trying to cushion the fall here. I think he's a really nice acquisition. Seems like he fits in perfectly for the culture of this football team. Dan Campbell talked about him, spoke glowingly about him. You've heard his former teammates talk about this guy. Everybody loves him. And you know what he had to say a few weeks ago when he was asked about Detroit. Plays with a giant chip on his shoulder. Can't wait to get back after Minnesota and Green Bay. Those are 2 teams he's played for, so he even knows the division landscape. This is all very, very positive. But did they do enough?
He probably knows the schedule, too, that if you're in the same division, that you play each team twice, so.
If he doesn't, Jared Goff will let him know.
Yeah. Just so he knows that.
Good.
But yeah, I mean, I'm very satisfied with the trade deadline. Could I have been more satisfied? Of course, but I mean, that's kind of reaching for things that probably weren't reachable, right? I mean, forget even Crosby and Myles Garrett. I would have loved Trey Hendrickson, but it's clearly, the Bengals were not going to give up on the season. And when you don't give up on the season, you keep a guy like Trey Hendrickson on your team.
Yeah, I agree with you. It would have been awesome to have that, but Cincinnati, unfortunately, they're still winning. So,
unfortunately for us, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately for us.
Yeah. But the thing is, Zadarius Smith, you didn't mortgage the future. You got something better right now. And yeah, his peak years are behind him, but he's still got a lot left in the tank. And then you fuel that up with his hatred for the teams that he's played for before, Green Bay and Minnesota. Yeah, he's got plenty in the tank, I think, to help this team this year.
But did they do enough? That's a question. We heard yesterday that the price, if you wanted Azeez Ojulari from the Giants, that the Giants were looking for a 5th-round pick or a late 4th-round pick, which the Lions would have had to go 4th round because their 5th-round pick is it's not even there because they traded away for Zadarius Smith. Was Arden Key available? Tennessee didn't move on Arden Key or Harold Landry or any of the players that they had. They could have moved those guys on, and they chose not to. So not a ton of movement yesterday. Did the Lions do enough? 248-539-9797. We'll bring Doug in just a second. Let's get to the phones first. Varen's in Troy. Varen, welcome to 97 on the Ticket.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I'll give you guys the outsider perspective because I watched an entire season worth of Zadarius Smith back in 2022 when I used to support the Minnesota Vikings. And I'll tell you what, he is a quality player, and he was like in a season where it was a pretty atrocious defense for the Vikings over there. He was one of the few bright spots. And furthermore, next year when Aiden Hutchinson comes back, Zadarius Smith, especially opposite Danielle Hunter, next year it will be even more profound for Zadarius Smith's impact. But this year it will certainly be felt as he is a quality player as he was for the Vikings in 2022.
All right, thanks a lot. Yeah, I think I actually agree with everything you said. I think when it comes to next year, when Hutch is healthy, these 2 guys are going to be really fun to watch playing together, and he'll make Hutchinson better, and Hutch will give him opportunities too because he'll get all the double teams and he can run free. Hey, buddy.
What's up?
You all right?
It was way worse than they thought.
Oh, you want to tell people what happened there?
Yeah, so I had a bit of a floater in my right eye, that thing you get every once in a while.
The squiggly that kind of...
Yeah, and you rub it and it goes away, and it's kind of been lingering. And I went in today just to get it looked at by a specialist, and apparently I have a torn retina. And I just got 6 shots in my right eye. I can't see out of my right eye at all. and I've got like a constant ice cream headache. So this is freaking awesome.
Yikes!
Yeah, it's not great here.
Well, I mean, to put them on, dude. If it's going to make you feel better, keep the sunglasses on.
Yeah, I've got
lights
totally
off,
light sensitivity right now. So yes, the sunglasses. I look ridiculous, but I apologize for being late. But
you got some Joe Paterno to you right now,
dude. I gotta tell you, it's.
If I can make you laugh,
it's okay. I'm sweating. How often am I hot?
You're never.
I'm always
hot,
freezing
man.
cold in the studio, and now I'm.
Although it is a little warm in here.
Nobody wants to hear me complain. As far as
although you're 2 steps away from saying get off my lawn. With
I
those
know I
glasses.
look ridiculous, but I can't see out of my.
Where's your walker with the tennis balls?
Yeah.
Those are some big
So
sunglasses.
Here's the funny thing about this is that when
did you have those?
Are you a rapper?
No, I'm not a rapper.
Did you have those
I
going
was
into?
given these with the idea that I might need these.
Yeah,
and I totally do need these
100%.
because I can't. I mean, everything's so bright. I feel like I'm staring into the sun.
Don't do that.
No,
I was
it's
told
not
not
good
to
for
do
you.
that.
Is this a side effect from the hair plugs?
No, there's no hair plugs.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Are those from Istanbul? No?
No,
Made in
they're
Istanbul?
not. No, they're not.
No, look, this is brutal. I feel
Dude,
for you.
I
As somebody who's dealt with eye issues his entire life, believe me, I know.
They were like, yeah, it's not that big a deal. And then the doctor went and goes, well, we got some tears in the retina. And I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
Do you have any hard candy you could spare?
You having some fun?
Love butterscotch.
Get them all out now.
It's not like you could find me or anything. You can't see me.
Dinner at 3:00?
Right.
I swear to
Doug
God.
voted 3 months ago.
Right. Do you want the blanket? I can get the blanket.
This is, I mean, seriously, this is going to be a long 3 hours and 40 minutes.
So, what's the prognosis?
They say
This is fixable.
I need to,
It's just
yeah,
time.
I need
It's just
to,
time.
yeah, it's just time, and I got to make sure that there's no more damage done. So,
I'm guessing you have some drops.
yes, but they're sitting at the pharmacist because I can't go get them till after this. So,
It's okay.
yeah, it's all right.
It's all right. Sure, they gave you some drops.
They did give me some drops there, but I need to go get more. Then I had laser eye surgery like 20 years ago. And I remember that the feeling afterwards was like, oh my God, I couldn't get it dark enough. You know what I mean? Like I was laying in a room with all the shades done and then still felt like I was looking into the sun. So I kind of got a little bit of that going on right now. But I'll be fine. You have some fun with it. Everybody make fun of me now.
It's okay.
Make fun of me now.
We have Corey Hart on line 3. I wear my sunglasses at night.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, do you want some bottle service or something?
Get all your jokes in. Have at it. I'm sure Twitch and YouTube are just killing me, and I'd read some of the funny ones if I could read.
Should I not send you ticket text today?
No, have Gator read it.
Right?
Should you have driven here?
Matlock Marathon at 4.
It's funny. They told me I was like, so can I go to work? And they're like, yeah, you can go to work. And about halfway here, I was like, I'm not so sure, but I was halfway here, so I decided to finish it up.
Bruno from Dearborn says you look like my Nana.
Kelly Plays Games says just put on a hoodie and go full Unabomber.
People want to know if you're just eating at Bill Knapp's.
Keep it up. Get them all out. Just get them all out right now.
Wolf Mother 2 says use the Braille text.
That's what it feels like. I'm going to do the whole show with my eyes closed.
Is that Jim McMahon?
I guess I could take these off and just do the show literally with my eyes closed.
Do not. Put the glasses back on. It's so much.
Kind of open up my left eye and almost read the computer screen.
It's better with the glasses.
Somewhere Martha Ford is wondering where her sunglasses are.
Get them all out. Get them all out.
He looks like my mom after getting her cataracts done.
100%.
Yeah, it's no fun having issues with the eyes.
No.
It's no fun.
No. So, remember Stoney came in with a patch?
Yeah.
That was better than this, wasn't it?
Patch is pretty good.
Yeah,
Patch is great.
The patch had personality.
I should have got a patch. I should have asked if they had a patch. But I said, when I say, so can I work? They're like, yeah, you can work.
Did you tell them what you do when you're staring at a computer all day? And
well, one of the guys is a listener. Shout out to Christian. But yes.
Doug went hard celebrating that Trump win.
I can assure you I did not do that.
It looks like kind of like Doug the Hitman Hart.
Yeah, he does. Those are Hitman glasses. Yeah, a little bit.
The reflection is like that colored reflection.
Cyclonic Vortex said Doug looks like he just got back from a poker tournament.
Oh, yeah. What'd you place, man? Did you get in the money?
You all right?
I don't feel like I'm in the money at all today. I'll tell you that.
The opposite of the money.
Said Doug or Ray Charles.
All right. Are we doing the college football blitz thingy?
Yeah, Weekend of Doug's.
I don't even know the questions.
You wrote the questions.
I can't even remember them.
Don't worry, I'll read them too. Don't worry, these I'll read. I'll read these, okay?
All right, great.
Yeah, that's Kang's job.
I'll go real slow for you.
Yeah. Get bigger font.
Yeah, right.
Just, Doug, there's a volume button here for the headphones. Just turn it up a little bit.
Sir, we'll get someone to help you over to your table shortly.
There's nothing.
We'll fix you up.
There's nothing quite as leads to great comedy like a torn retina.
No.
Yeah.
Oh. I love how you're trying to put it back on us to make us feel bad.
We're
not going to.
No, I just want to get it. I know you won't. I just want to get all the jokes out now. Blind Doug and Gator. 97 won the ticket. Thanks for starting the show without me. I thought it was going to be really quick. It was not really quick. And
well, not after they found out he had a torn retina.
No, it's not great, but they said I'll be fine. So I just got to deal with this today. And have you tweeted out the picture?
I think I did, but I'll have to double check.
Anyway, yes. So those of you watching on Twitch and YouTube, I super light sensitivity going on right now. So
Twitter seems to be locked up right now.
Great.
Really?
Maybe Kang will do it.
All right.
Are you ready for the blitz thingy?
Am I?
Yeah, let's go.
I'll just concede that you won the toss. What would you like to do?
I want to defer and I want to kick off every question. You go first every time, okay?
Okay.
You cool with that?
Okay, sure.
Every question? All right, Melania. Let's go.
I did answer the questions as best I can.
Well, she wants to go second, so let's go. All right, thoughts on the first Gator, thoughts on the first college football rankings.
First of all, I'm happy Joe Paterno's in there. No. The first playoff rankings. Look, these things are always going to be under scrutiny and for good reason, right? Because somebody gets left out, somebody gets put in there you're not going to be happy about. It's fine because it's the first one. This is going to change radically throughout the year. Knowing that Alabama's in there with a two-loss season so far, should I be surprised? Here's my surprised face that the SEC and Alabama, that they're in there. There was my surprised face. But what I'm a little disappointed in is that Army is so far down where they're at. Army's at 25. They're undefeated. Now, I get it. Army hasn't played that schedule yet, but can we show some respect for the armed forces? Not that they deserve to be in the top 12, but they were so far out. You know, Army has one really tough game left on the schedule, and it's against Notre Dame. Notre Dame's at number 10. So if Army beats Notre Dame, does that mean Army is gonna leapfrog and get all the way in there? No, it's like they have no shot, and that's disappointing to me. I'm not real thrilled with the first projections, but again, it is going to change dramatically.
I don't know if I've ever seen anything in sports that is a self-inflicted undermining of its own credibility than releasing these things midway through the season. Because you know what this is? To me, this is the equivalent of you're building a house, the foundation is poured, the framing is up, and you move in. And you're complaining about leakages in a roof that isn't up yet. This is so dumb, and I cannot stand people that know better complaining about the college football rankings before all the evidence is in. We all know this is a work in progress, and I think smarter people than they should be smarter shouldn't be bitching about this because all the evidence isn't in, and they shouldn't release these things. Because all it does is lead to criticism and bitching, and the season's so far from over. And in the end, there'll probably be one or two teams that's controversial. Right now, everybody's complaining about everything. And I think it is an unnecessary self-inflicted wound by doing this every week to try and drum up interest when all it does is drum up vitriol and complaining.
Not tomato, Doug. I disagree. They have to do this every week because people talk about it. They want the vitriol and all that stuff, and that's the point is to drum up interest. As long as we're talking about it, it's doing its job. Of course, it's ridiculous to complain about anything right now. As far as right now, I think they did get it right, but we all know this is going to change. I think SMU, Army may have cases, but they'll play it out and we'll figure it out at the end. It's so hard to get worked up for something like this right now, but I do want Army to eventually get in somehow in the end here. But like I said, it will play itself out. All right, Gator. Is Georgia's quarterback Carson Beck supposed to be good?
This is a great question. Is he supposed to be good? Yes, he's supposed to be great. Remember in the national championship game a couple of years ago, he was a freshman, true freshman, and I forget who Georgia was blowing out. Oh, wait a minute. And then they put – I don't forget, actually. And then they put –
I don't even remember.
Was it Michigan that they blew out?
They didn't play Michigan national championship.
Who they blew out Michigan in the game, though, right? Yeah, I think it was one of those games. Anyway, Carson Beck gets in the game late and looks outstanding. They bring in the freshman running back. He comes in the game late and looks outstanding. Like the absolute epitome of reloading is what Georgia was about to do. And – I'm expecting him to have this amazing career. And instead, what he has done, he's kind of the college version of the professional version of Trevor Lawrence. Like Trevor Lawrence was great in college, was supposed to be great in the pros, and he hasn't been. He's just been average at best. Carson Beck's the same thing. He was supposed to be great, look great, and what is he? He's okay. I mean, he's better than average for college, but he's not what I thought he was going to. I thought he was going to just own college football, and he is not.
Football's hard, and playing quarterback is hard. And the physical skills that mostly get people ranked, and this is out of high school and out of college, they're easy to measure, they're easy to see, and they're intoxicating. But the parts of the game that you can't measure are your ability to process information quickly and act upon that information. The ability, how much heart do you have? How much work ethic? How much desire? How do you do under pressure? And I don't know how those things get measured. And I think it's easy to measure the physical skills. It's tough to measure all these other things that make up being a quarterback. And so, he comes in with a 5-star rating and he's supposed to be this and he's supposed to be that, but we should never be surprised when a quarterback struggles because there's so much unknown that's hard to measure.
Yeah, I've been told by many people he is supposed to be good, guys, and I love the comp of Trevor Lawrence, Gator, as far as, a professional version of Carson Beck. Maybe Carson Beck will be a good pro, but as a college quarterback, I'll be honest with you, doesn't look that great to me. And the optics don't look that great either when he's throwing all these picks the last few games. He looks kind of confused out there, like what had happened, that wasn't supposed to happen. I'll say this for him. It's a good thing that Georgia's got a good defense because right now I'm going to say he is not that good of a quarterback. All right, can Indiana actually win the national championship, Gator?
No, they cannot. I don't think they can. I said it quickly, and yet they've been impressive what they've done. Look, their schedule has been nothing. They haven't played anybody on the schedule as of yet, but you play who's in front of you and you beat who's in front of you, and that's exactly what they've done. Looking at it, they haven't even been tested, not even close to being tested, and they're scoring over 40 points a game. They've been very dominant, but they play Michigan this week, given it's not your typical Michigan team we've seen the last several years, but it's still going to mean something for them to beat Michigan. Will they drublet Michigan like they did Michigan State? Probably not. And that was a 47-10 thumping Michigan State took. But what Indiana did in that game was score the last 47 points of the game. I think we'll find out a lot about them this week, but even more so next week when they take on Ohio State. But I just don't think that they're good enough. I think they're good, not great.
I think they got to bye next week, and then Ohio State.
You're right, the 23rd,
yeah.
yes.
I mean, look,
you're correct.
No, I don't think they can either, and I don't know how you can make a case that they can based upon their schedule. What would Michigan and Michigan State be? What would their records be with that schedule? It'd be a lot better than they were. What would Indiana's record be with Michigan and Michigan State schedule?
That's what we don't know.
And so, yeah, they might be better than they might sweep the in-state teams, but I can't see them,
Well, you can't see anything right now.
That's a great point. Yeah.
You need a cigar and offering gambling advice. You look like a bookie from a movie in the 60s. Is your name Ace Rothstein?
Continue.
Yeah, of course Indiana cannot win national championship. Even Doug can see that. I mean, I feel like this is like when Cincinnati made the playoff a few years ago and they got killed by Alabama. Once you play a real team, yeah, it's going to show up real quick that Doug, football is hard. Against really good opponents, it's even harder. And I love the story. I love these stories every year of it's a team that you don't expect to come out of nowhere. But, Cinderella stories are far and few between to actually become the princess. And I don't think it's going to happen this year for Indiana. Sorry. Does any part of you actually feel bad for Penn State head coach James Franklin, who is now 3-17 against top 10 teams, Gator?
Nope, not even a little. I don't like James Franklin at all. I think he's all about himself. He keeps shooting himself in the foot when you feel like maybe you're going to take a step in that direction. He does something like run away from a press conference because somebody has the temerity to ask a question about former players. Gets in shouting matches with the fans as he's walking away from the stadium. He's so easy not to like. So, no, I don't feel bad for him even a little. He's these self-inflicted wounds. He's self-important. But the reality is Penn State probably can't do better than him without taking an immediate step back. He's a good coach. He's not a great coach. He's a good coach. Great
Paterno,
recruiter.
your rebuttal.
I feel bad for Penn State fans. His record is one thing. But as you mentioned, the press conference where he wouldn't answer the question, just walked away and let his PR guy say something was so ridiculous because all he had to do was say, guys, I really can't talk about it. It's an ongoing legal investigation and we support, the victim in this case, whatever you need to say. It was something a PR person could have wrote for him. But by walking away, he turned it into a national story. Yelling at fans brings more attention to him and how the pressure is getting to him. I kind of wonder if we're going to get a Chip Kelly situation where James Franklin just says, you know what, I'll go somewhere else. Maybe everybody would be happier for it. There seems to be more of that into consideration because his record's great. It's just not great in those games, and it's but I don't feel bad for him.
Do I feel bad for James Franklin? Can Doug see out of his right eye? No, of course not. $75 million this man's making. If you ever for a split second feel bad for him, just think of that contract he has. He'll be just fine. And yeah, he's unlikable anyways. All right, who's a coach or player that you honestly had never heard of that has impressed you this year the most?
I'm going to go with everyone in the top 10 of college football rushing, with the exception of Ashton Genty, the number 1 guy. Let me know if you've heard these names prior to this year. Now, Caleb Williams is from Iowa. We know about him because we've seen him play against Michigan State, and he's had a hell of a season this year. But prior to this year, I don't think anybody heard of him because he averaged 4 yards a carry, was kind of nondescript. You know who R.J. Harvey is? How about Omarion Hampton, Maki Hughes, Taj Brooks, Cam Scatebo? How about DJ Giddens or Dylan Sampson or Bryce Schul-Tootin? Those are the rest of the top 10 leading rushers in college football. No, none of them.
I got Bryce Betcher, the middle linebacker from Oregon, and he's a good football player. He is also a 13th round draft pick of the Houston Astros and won a college Gold Glove playing center field. He's a center fielder, middle linebacker. He's a walk-on. And he is in the middle of the top-ranked team in the country's outstanding defense, and he's a center fielder and one of the best in the country as a walk-on. I'm blown away at this kid's physical skills.
Someone's emptying the bucket.
Yeah, that's a great answer by Jackie O. All right, listen, guys, I've got Captain America. That's right, Bryson Daly, the quarterback of Army. He's questionable this week, but I'm a big fan of this Army story. I told you in the first questions, with the college football rankings, I hope Army gets in. They're outside looking in right now, but it'd be awesome.
He's got to get healthy for Notre Dame.
If the rest of America saw Captain America, Bryson Daly is the guy who's impressed me this year. All right, Florida State is 1-8 after going 12-0 last year in the regular season. Can you think of any bigger collapse in sports or entertainment or anything that compares to this fall?
I mean, we just saw it in baseball. Minnesota, the Twins were 70-53, 17 games above 500, and they finished up 82-80, just 12-27 down the stretch, missed the playoffs to the Tigers' benefit. That story was unbelievable. But the Florida State, what they've done, I think it's trumped it. It's even trumped. I mean, the Twins are the closest I can come to it.
How about David Duvall?
Yeah, but that was a physical issue.
Yeah, I got nothing. I think this is the all-timer.
I mean, it's like you right now with the eyes.
I know.
It's not fair.
Bigger fall from grace, Doug's right eye compared to his left eye?
I hope it bounces back.
Gonna chump vertigo.
All right, I've got Tiger Woods' perfect reputation. All right, after that, I mean, after what happened in Florida, what was it, Thanksgiving or Christmas with his wife and the Escalade and the golf clubs, he had a pristine reputation. Like, I'm talking Disney, right? Perfect. Tiger Woods could do no wrong. Then he went NWO Tiger Woods after that, and he's still popular, don't get me wrong, but it's a different Tiger Woods than we had before that. So as far as, a bigger fall from at least his reputation at the time, I'll go with Tiger Woods when that whole thing went down.
And that concludes the college football blitz thingy. All right, this is going to be a challenge. Live read time. Take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. This month, save 10% on a Navien tankless water heater. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. All right, so Carson Anderson, 97, won a ticket. Gator, thank you for starting the show without me. I was getting
Thank you for coming in.
eye procedure done, and it turned out it was a little bit worse than they thought, and I had to get some shots into my right eye, and I've got super light sensitivity going on right now.
That just doesn't sound.
I got to tell you, it's funny because you don't feel
out.
it. You kind of feel it because I had to kind of freeze it, but it's not like you'd. It's not like it wasn't like I felt, oh my God, there's a needle going into my eye, something like that. Because
no, but you can see it coming.
You can see it coming, and you can feel pressure. And when they freeze it, it led to the doctor said you're going to feel like you have an ice cream headache constantly. And he was right. He's right about that. But
and no ice cream.
Anyway, no, I didn't even get the benefits of the ice cream. So I'm working through something. I have an upper body injury.
Did you tell him? Is it anything like a frozen yogurt brain freeze?
I did not. Did not ask if it was like a frozen yogurt brain freeze. So forgive me. The beginning of the show here, you were talking assumes that Zadarius Smith trade, right?
Yeah, we just kind of set up where Lions fans feel right now because it's 24 hours later.
Yep.
Did they do enough? Did they do enough? Are you satisfied with the acquisition? Because the player is really good, but I get it. The player is not one of those elite pass rushers that were, by the way, unavailable. So now that you know that nobody was available, nobody was traded, are you okay with Zadarius Smith and did the Lions do enough? Because they clearly could have gone out and done more if they wanted to meet the price of some of the teams.
You can always do more, right? Yes. Every team in the league can always do more. Nobody in the league did a serious F them picks move, right? There were no first-round picks moved. Correct? Nobody traded a first-round pick yesterday, and nobody traded a first-round pick leading up to the draft. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. So that's one. So nobody did a F them picks move. You can always do more, right? Any team could do more. Kansas City could have done more. San Francisco could have done more. Cincinnati could have done more. Dallas, for whatever reason, did something, but they could have done more. Dallas's might be a long play anyway. You can always do more. And yet nobody else did. Did you do enough? I mean, I thought they still had a chance to win the Super Bowl before they made this trade. So, yeah, I think they improved their football team enough that I'm pretty satisfied. I'm pretty happy. I think what they have in that locker room can get it done. And in the wake of everything that happened with the trade deadline, it feels like there's this growing consensus in the league that we could be moving towards a Kansas City-Detroit Super Bowl. And I feel like the NFL is here for it. I think the NFL fan base is here for it. Like, as much as everybody's going to root for their own team, now, how often do you know in, what are we, week 10 in early November, who the two best teams clearly are, and have that be the case for the next 2.5 months all the way through the end of the playoffs? It's about 3 months. How often do we really know that it projects out this way? I'm going to guess it doesn't. I mean, we did the data on Philadelphia last year, how Philly at the end of October last year was 7-1, 7-2, 2.5 game lead in the playoffs. In the division, rather, was the number one seed in the NFC. They lost the division to Dallas. Dallas was, came back and won that division, and Philly made it as a wild card and was one and done in the postseason. So things change a lot, but I think they've set themselves up here. I'm pretty satisfied. And you can ask yourself, could they have done more? And say maybe they could have, but within reason. If you look around the league and 31 other teams, nobody made an F them picks move, and it does not appear there was a path. It's certainly with Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati. That just wasn't happening.
Right.
They were buying. They're going for it. I think you could have offered them the next 10 first-round picks. They would have said no. Like, they are trying to win this year. Both Cleveland and the Raiders have said we're building around our guys, our elite edge guys. So I find it completely plausible that they just essentially hung up the phone when people called. Some won't buy that. Some will think that you could always have made and just kept adding and adding and adding until they made a trade. But adding and adding and adding until they made a trade, you end up with Mike Tannenbaum giving up 3 firsts, Jahmyr Gibbs in a second. which got, I mean, scoffed. It totally got scoffed at. So as it stands right now, yeah, I think they did enough within reason. And I mean, I really hope it plays out the way that is beneficial to us, that so many people on the national level are talking about. The possibility of a Kansas City-Detroit Super Bowl, which is so weird to say, and more examples that we're living in a bizarro world, that the Lions are a ratings getter and they're a team that everybody seems to want to watch.
Well, that was one of my big takeaways from the trade deadline, is that Brad Holmes didn't do an F them picks move, and they still improved themselves. I think, I don't know if it's dramatic, but they made a pretty big improvement there to fill a hole that was glaring after Hutchinson got hurt. You had to do something, and they did something. He reacted, got his guy, didn't overpay for him. So if they wanted to make moves in the offseason, all right, let's say that the offseason comes and then the Raiders are open for business. Because why, if you're the Raiders and you're in a situation that you're rebuilding and all that, right? Why jump on a trade at the trade deadline where there are only a couple teams that you can deal with? Why not wait till the offseason and open up shop, if you wanted to trade your big asset, to every team in the league so they can make better offers? And at that point, then I think we might be in the F them picks mode, depending on what happens in this postseason. Hopefully that it's a real nice one. But I love that they still have that flexibility, and yet they've improved this team. I think it was a great move yesterday. I'm not disappointed at all. I'm left feeling almost completely satisfied. Would I've liked to seen them if they could have gotten Arden Key or one of the other players we had mentioned yesterday? I would have liked to seen if they could have, but if the price was too much for a rental player like Ojulari to give up a 4th-round pick, then don't do it.
I'm so happy that Brad Holmes made the trade for Zadarius Smith for a couple reasons. One, he makes the team better. Fills a definitive need on this team, a hole on the defensive line of getting pressure to the quarterback. That's the obvious. He didn't give up much either. They're not giving up much. I think he held to his own because I don't know about you guys, but for me, there was a very small part of me that thought he might not make a deal because he loves his draft capital so much, not mortgaging the future, right? And so with that being said, he owed it to this team. I thought he owed it to Dan Campbell to help them get better before the trade deadline because they have a Super Bowl team. And as much as we wanted this to be sustainable for years to come, there's no guarantees. This year, they have a Super Bowl team. And he went out and he did what they needed to do, and he helped the team. He helped the players on the team. He helped Dan Campbell. He helped Aaron Glenn. And to me, that was important, and I feel very good about the trade.
Dan Campbell spoke about the trade with Fox 2's Dan Miller. We'll hear what he had to say coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. That and more. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Back to work for the Lions today. They'll have a new pass rusher, Zadarius Smith, coming in as they prepare for C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans on Sunday. Looking back at their game in Green Bay, Amon-Ra St. Brown explained his Green Bay Sucks hoodie while on his podcast, asked what exactly his beef is with the Packers. Yeah, Saint is also shocked that Jared Goff isn't leading MVP conversations with his unprecedented numbers, saying that if they only have one more loss the rest of the way, he guarantees that Goff wins it. Jared is around a plus 800 or so, the fourth best odds in Vegas. Even more action coming up tonight. Western will take their turn in the national spotlight as they host Northern Illinois. They've had 10 days to get healthy and prepare to defend their undefeated conference record so far. Game time at 7 o'clock from Kalamazoo. And also the Pistons and the Wings both play tonight. Each are coming off of victories at Little Caesars Arena. It'll be the Pistons at Charlotte on WWJ. The Red Wings in Chicago for an original six matchup, trying to get over 500 again. Ken Cal's call will be right here on 97.1. At the Coralwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So I'm playing a little hurt today, Gator. But you know what the good news is? I look fabulous.
You really do.
Yeah.
I took a picture, posted it on Twitter. You can follow us at Doug and Gator 971 and take a look at it. We got some responses to it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Pat says Duggan ain't easy. Jason says should have worn a bike helmet.
Might need one.
Blake wants to know how the hair plugs are coming in.
Yeah.
TJ says, did you get an eye patch? That would be a picture to share.
I really wish I had. In retrospect now, and for people who don't know and just joining the show, I went in just to get something checked. Turned out I have a tear in a retina, and I had to get a procedure done this morning, and they said I could go to work, so I came to work, but I got super light sensitivity, so I got the shades on.
Nicole has responded with a GIF of Ray Charles, something that Ray says that we can't repeat. Coach Jeff says better get a bike helmet with a visor. You know?
Yep. So you can see that on Twitter, and obviously people streaming on Twitch and YouTube can.
This is an actual question I think we'd all like the answer to, and I don't know if you have the answer to it. It's a serious question from Tony.
Yeah.
How do you tear a retina?
So a little floater got loose, and it can happen in your eye, and it can latch onto things, and they had to freeze the area where it was so that it doesn't do any more damage.
So what exactly is the floater?
So I don't even really understand it, but there's like this layer of gel in your eye, as best I can understand. In one eye, it got loose, and it can happen to people when they get to to be veteran young guy, and so happened in my right eye, and just did a little damage, and I should be fine. I just have to deal with the procedure I had today, so I'll be good.
Mimi says, when I had that about 20 years ago, I was told not to move my eye back and forth like you do when reading, in which case you shouldn't be working.
John, tell me that.
John has a suggestion.
Which is?
Beef is high in zinc, which can help keep the retina protected. Chicken and pork also contain zinc, but not as much as beef.
I take zinc supplements every day, so I'm all good with zinc. I'm all zinced up, ready to go. So,
so there's that. Well, we've also gotten ticket texts regarding the Lions.
Yes, let's hear them.
I'm very satisfied with the Lions trade deadline. They got their guy. I'm still optimistic that they can win the Super Bowl. They didn't mortgage their future. It's a win on all fronts.
So here's the question about the mortgaging the future. Before Zadarius Smith was traded, and this is where, honestly, Gator, in retrospect, I wish I'd majored in something else, because I feel like you need a college degree and even maybe a post-grad degree to understand the salary cap. Spot Track tweeted out before Zadarius Smith was traded. It said receiving team is responsible for, and it had $605,000 in 2024.
Rest of the salary this year.
And it's a guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
$11 million in 2025, non-guaranteed. And then so the Browns will pay, it would end up taking this kind of dead cap hit, right? That's what they tweeted out before the trade. Then The Athletic reported that next year the Lions owe him $1.5 million if they decide to keep him. And then in the Detroit News today, they cited Spot Track, and I think the number was that the Lions would owe him $5 million if they decided to keep him next year. So what is it? Is it $11 million? Is it $5 million? Is it $1.5 million? The cap is so confusing that we got a website that covers the cap saying one thing, a story about it from a local press that cites the website saying another, and The Athletic, which has great reporters saying it's $1.5 million. I don't know what it is.
I'm looking as it relates to Spot Track. I know you've kind of read this, but 1.5 in a base salary for next year. Just looking at next year. This year it's $605,000, easy peasy. Next year it's 1.5 in base salary. There's a $2 million roster bonus, so that's 3.5. There's a roster/GM bonus, whatever the hell that means. But that's another $500,000. So you're looking at $4 million. And then the option to bring him back for that season is 1.3. So you're looking at almost 4.4. And the cap hit, it says, I'm sure that would be 5.4. And that's where the cap hit is. It's $5.4 million. So it looks to me like it's only $5.4 million for next year, which, oh my God, is that affordable?
Well, and
for a player of his caliber.
Let's hope that that last part, player of his caliber, right? That's the big thing. Yep. What's he going to be the rest of this season?
Stay healthy.
Yeah,
because we respect.
I find it,
except for quarterback,
quite likely that he will be worth that next year. Feels quite likely that he would be worth that. They don't have to make a decision on it now, which is the good news. And I actually feel it's even likely, maybe not as likely, but it is also quite possible and not a stretch to say he'd be worth well more than that. If that's all it costs him. But then that's conflicting reports from one of the leading websites that covers this stuff. So I don't know, man. Whatever it is, they obviously can fit him under the cap. And none of it seems, even if it is the $11 million number, that doesn't seem to be extraordinary. Now, there's a whole bunch of players that they're going to try and sign. A whole bunch of players that they're going to go after, or that they're going to try and keep in-house, rather. And Detroit News listed them all today. But it's like, they got decisions to make on Hutch and Kirby Joseph and et cetera, et cetera.
More text coming in. I'm disappointed because Zadarius Smith needs an edge opposite him to be most effective. I would have jumped all over to 7th for Preston Smith deal that Pittsburgh did, or the Browning deal that Arizona did the other day. Well, to that, I would say this. If you go back and look at what Zadarius Smith was with Green Bay, 1 year playing with Preston Smith, they both got off and both had double-digit sack totals. The next year, not with Preston Smith, but Zadarius Smith was a double-digit sack guy. The next guy on the list was Rashawn Gary on the team, who only had 5. So this guy has been the lone pass rusher on a team and performed at a high level before. So I would agree, to be optimal for the team in the future is to have someone like Hutch on the opposite side. But for right now in this year, he's going to provide a pass rushing presence. And I think everybody is already understanding that he's not Aiden Hutchinson. You can't replace Aiden Hutchinson. What you can try to do is find at least a way to get a pass rush. And to this point, without Aiden Hutchinson, they have not. Not without dialing up blitz pressure. And even then, they haven't really found a whole lot of success when they blitz quarterbacks. So I think adding Smith is just it's gonna be very beneficial to this team.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know how much any of those guys, Browning or Preston Smith, would have been enough on the other end to make Zadarius Smith that much better. Are those guys going to be that much better than Pascal when he's back and healthy? I mean, and Pascal's got to stay healthy. They like El-Quadin Muhammad, they like Isaiah Thomas, but
they like Levi Onwuzurike, but he's got to be better.
Yeah, they feel Like, do all those guys do they start to look better now?
Well, maybe.
And if you're double teaming, okay, you're not double teaming with both tackles. You're double teaming with a tackle and a guard, or a tackle and a tight end, or a tackle and a running back. Suddenly, those people, the running back or the guard, aren't double teaming Aleem McNeil or DJ Reader. You can only double team so many people, and I think those players who've been good, I think you see their production go up.
I agree with you. Matt the Mailman has a similar sentiment. He says, we have Reader and McNeil, 2 B+ to A- tackles along with Smith. We're going to be great.
Great. Well, I mean, great is a strong word, because if they're great up front, then I feel like they're the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
I don't think they're going to be
great.
I don't think they're going to be great up front. I think they're going to be improved up front, and maybe that's all. Hopefully, that's all that they need. And the last texter says the Lions did the best they could. We can only hope it's enough.
It's pretty reassuring that without Hutch, they kept winning. They still found a way to win. And you know what that might tell you is that the coaches that they have are pretty darn smart, and they'll find a way to, by just, and I say just to basically that last texter, by just adding one in Zadarius Smith, that they'll find a way to use his skill set to get the most out of him. 248-539-9797. All right, got a question for you as we get set for the this coming weekend, this game at Houston. Now that Zadarius Smith is here, they're back on the practice field today, right? Yeah, they practiced today. So we expect to hear some early feedback on what he thinks about being here, what the Lions think about being here. It's going to be an interesting day. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Twin Peaks fans, it's hump day, and you know what that means. Bourbon and Brews back at Twin Peaks every Wednesday. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls are dressed to impress in their finest black lingerie, serving up samples of special bourbons and beers. They have a special event planned for you tonight, too, as they are partnering with Bullet to try and bring you some awesome craft cocktails. Get there between 5 and 7, the Bullet Blackberry Smash or Bullet Rye Old Fashioned. Also enjoy the beer of the month, Michelob Ultra. What's better? Well, add in the beautiful Twin Peaks girls and the awesome scratch-made food. As far as restaurants go, they can compete with just about anyone. Hand-cut New York strip steaks, house-smoked ribs, and brisket. Best wings in the state. Have you seen their wings? Hand-cut and battered to order. All the boneless wings, the smoked wings, and their naked and breaded wings. Tackle any appetite. And you know what pairs well with wings? Beer and sports. Twin Peaks should be your destination for sports all season long. They deliver the best game day atmosphere, apart from actually being at the game. Game audio, 50-plus TVs, and the best food and drink in the state. Ask your Twin Peaks girls for awesome drink specials during every football game. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Ray Charles and Scott Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, George is on my mind.
Yeah. You know what the funny thing is I brought Twitch up last, and I'm looking down, and they're relentlessly mocking me. And I'm like, yeah. Yep. But, hey, man.
They only mocked because they care.
I hope so.
Except for that guy.
Well, it's starting to... And that guy. And that guy. The numbing drops wore off. A little bit of pain. Took some Advil. Hopefully it kicks in here soon. And I can deal with the bright... Did somebody put the sun in our studio? What's the story?
What, do you want me to turn these lights off?
Although
I don't know if it helps with the feed.
Yeah, who knows? Okay. So here's the question I have, Gator. And it's for everyone. This is our team. This is our team the rest of the way. How you feel? And what is your concern? Now that we know what the final roster is, what's your concern? I'm talking about the on-the-field concern. I mean, it might still be the pass rush. But this team's trying to win a Super Bowl. We are all wanting the same thing here in Detroit, something we have never seen. This whole thing feels so unfamiliar. This is uncharted territory for us, having a really good team, second consecutive year, legitimate Super Bowl contender, expectations, which are awesome to have, competent management. My God, do we have competent management? We have a competent coaching staff. We got coordinators that know what they're doing. We've got a quarterback playing at the highest level. We got 2 running backs. We got an O-line. We got receivers. It doesn't seem to matter who's in and who's out. They get the job done. We've got 2 good defensive tackles. We've now added an edge guy to help make up for the loss of Hutch. We got linebackers, one that's the grizzled veteran, another just getting better and better, and an improved secondary. We found a kicker off the Michigan Panthers that's been really good. And there might be, as far as performance, Jack Fox might be outperforming his position more than anybody on this team.
His WAR is through the roof.
He's got a great WAR. This is our team. Where are your concerns now? This is it. It's locked in. There'll be, I mean, if anything else, we're talking about subtle waiver wire additions, but it also feels like the subtle waiver wire additions. I mean, Tim Patrick was a guy that they picked up off waivers.
Yeah.
And feels like a guy we can count on.
I have really only one concern. A very, very small secondarily to that is, do they have enough of a pass rush? But I think that this is going to be a nice addition, and they've won games without it. So I'm moving past that. My concern with the team moving forward is, can they stay healthy? It's really it. You know, they've had a number of catastrophic injuries to the team. They're dealing with it. Like every team in the league has to deal with it. Next man up. And Brad Holmes has added so much depth to this team over the years that they're able to absorb a lot of it. But I still think that they're thin in some other areas. And hopefully we don't see any more significant injuries the rest of the way. I know guys are going to get banged up. Guys are going to have to come out of the game here and there. But if they can stay healthy the rest of the way, the only thing that stops them is themselves.
My concern is, and I apologize, I don't know if I have evidence to back this up, so you tell me if this is wrong. Okay, I don't have the data to support it. Last 2-3 games, has Jared Goff taken more hits?
I think as a percentage of his passes, as a percentage of his dropbacks, I think he has.
Yeah.
Overall hits, I don't think he's taken that many because they haven't thrown much. But like I said, the percentage, I think he has. He's taken some surprising hits. You know, from the blind side, you saw the play that where the player got past Penei Sewell because Penei Sewell, you know, he and Zeitler tripped each other up, and the player was able to get around Sewell. And that's an anomaly. That just doesn't happen in Penei Sewell's world. But it happened last Sunday. But yeah, he has taken some pretty big hits in the last several weeks.
I think that's my biggest concern. I say that with nothing but admiration and love for the offensive line. I don't know why it is. Maybe it's just one of those, what's the term? Statistical anomalations.
There it is.
Yep. It does feel like the last few games, our quarterback has been hit more than the beginning of the year. Maybe it's just a product of who they've played. Maybe it's just life in the NFL.
Well, what they play Sunday is going to Sunday night in Houston. You got Will Anderson. You got Danielle Hunter. That's not going to be fun. These are two guys that get after the quarterback. They've seen a lot of Danielle Hunter in the past because, as Jared Goff astutely pointed out, divisional games, you play them twice a year, and that's where he played with Minnesota. So they saw him twice a year.
Kang, this is our team. This is the roster. This is who we are. What's your biggest concern the rest of the way?
I take injury out of it because that's the ultimate equalizer for any team. So, forget injury. Hopefully we all, knock on wood, hope that doesn't happen. So when you take injury out of it, the ultimate concern for me at this point, this team is so well built with the addition of Zadarius Smith to replace the loss of Hutch. I couldn't really think of one, and the only one that came up to me was penalties. Self-inflicted wounds.
Yeah.
Okay. The secondary, although they've gotten better, they get penalties. Brian Branch got a penalty that, in my eyes, was not necessary. And then he tacked it on even more to make it instead of 15-30. Amik Robertson got a penalty on a third down play because of, I think it was unsportsmanlike or something like that. He says he was saying something to somebody else, not to the ref or whatever it was, but either way, he got called for it. Doug, you brought up earlier this week, you hope the Lions aren't getting a reputation of anything. I don't think they are. I just don't want them to make dumb mistakes. So this team is so good. They're built for this. They've got a run game. They got a pass game, great offensive line. The defense is better. To me, it's just self-inflicted wounds. So that's the biggest concern for me.
Didn't they throw the graphic up during the last game that the Lions lead the NFL in defensive penalties? I think they did. Somebody can attest to that.
I don't remember seeing it, but it wouldn't surprise me because we've seen a ton of defensive penalties. And something the league is calling a lot more of, it feels like, in games I watch, defensive holding. Defensive holding gets called a lot now. It's
I
like
knew you were going to say it.
Well,
You're right.
Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
It feels like if a play is developing and a quarterback's got all day to throw, and then if there's eventually it delivers it after 5 seconds from leaving the pocket, that there's a high probability there's going to be defensive holding because guys cannot cover receivers for that long of a period of time. They just can't. At some point, the receiver will have the advantage. For the great receivers, it's instantaneous. And for others, it takes a while, but they will eventually have the advantage over the defender because they cannot keep up with them.
We have a really dialed-in audience. Love talking with you, and I'm intrigued now that this is pretty much it. This is who they've got. And this is the team that they are going to try and make a run to the top to go get Lombardi. They're going to try and win the Super Bowl with this group. So we ask you at 248-539-9797, right now, what's your biggest concern?
Have some ticket text coming in, the same number, by the way. My favorite part of the trade is that I won't have to listen to angry callers complain about the trade deadline for the rest of the season. This is true. This is kind of like, the benefit of the election being over. We no longer have the ads on TV or the radio.
Let me stop you and say that it's not just the rest of the season. Last year's trade deadline came and went, and people bitched about it all the way up till this year's trade deadline. And they really did. Like, there were people that were still upset. And look, I always say this, and I mean it sincerely. Everybody has the right to feel the way that they feel, but some people would not let that go. That Brad Holmes didn't add an edge rusher at last year's trade deadline. They saw the players that got moved, the price that had to be paid, and whether it was one or the other, and Sweat or Young, people would not let it go. And, it might have been a mistake. I'll admit that it might have been a mistake. I tend to think that they make pretty good moves. And when I talked to an insider and they told me why, it made sense to me. It wasn't illogical in terms of skill set fitting what they ask of the position and contract money they didn't want to spend. Because let's just say you went after Sweat, you didn't win the Super Bowl, and then you couldn't re-sign Penei Sewell because you had to pay Sweat. Or you couldn't re-sign David Montgomery because you had to pay Sweat. Where there was a ramification for committing money to Montez Sweat. So anyway, but still, a year late, like that guy's right, but it wouldn't have been the rest of the season. That's an ongoing thing.
Well,
that
it's
some
for the
people
rest
don't
of this
wanna
season, yes.
Some people don't want to let it go.
Perhaps, but for the rest of this season, I don't think anybody's going to complain about it.
Not now.
No. Lions fans have been clamoring for a year to get help for Hutchinson. Had he not gotten injured,
There it is.
Had he not gotten injured, would Holmes have stood pat before the trade deadline? I don't think he would have.
I don't know. It's a good question.
Because you lost Davenport for the year. And again, if this was the price, why would it be any different if Hutchinson were available? So the price is easily absorbable. Getting a 7th-round pick in 2026 and Zadarius Smith while giving up just a 5th-round pick in 2025 and a 6th-round pick in 2026, it seems like it's a no-brainer to get that deal done.
97 won the ticket. All right, Lions fans, this is your team.
Changing the mood for people that are watching the show on Twitch or
what do you mean?
Oh, because we turned the lights out. I'm curious to see how it shows up on the video feed.
On the camera stream.
Yeah, hopefully it's good enough. But understand.
Well, we need to explain to the audience why we're doing that because people might not have heard. I missed the beginning of the show. Went in to get
This is fine.
What's that?
It'll be fine on TV.
Okay,
actually,
good.
it looks cooler.
Does it?
Yeah. You look.
I can't possibly look cooler.
I think you do.
Do I?
Kang, if you can get a look at the video feed, do you think Doug looks cooler now with the lights out?
Oh, let me look here. It's hard for Doug to look cool, so hold on.
Thanks.
And then, Doug, go ahead and continue explaining why you're wearing your sunglasses again.
Because I had a bit of a procedure on our torn retina today. I didn't think it was going to be this, but it turned out to be that. And I asked, can I go to work? They said yes. But I do have super light sensitivity and some swelling in my eye. So I'm wearing sunglasses in studio, and I look awesome.
Well, here, I think it's only two ways you can go with this. You either look super cool or super tool. So I think that's where you're at.
But the people don't know anything, like, is going to say, look at this DB.
Yes, that's why it's super tool or super cool.
Well, trust me when I tell you. This is not the look of choice. But anyway, this is our football team. What's your concerns? 248-539-9797. There's, I feel like we did this with the Tigers under Jim Leland from like 2006 to 2014 or 15 or whenever they stopped competing. And we were constantly trying to be the perfect baseball team, right? Address everything. You want to be great here and you want the backup to be great. But perfection is not really achievable. I mean, there's some elite teams that just blow out everybody and run away and hide. And, maybe we've come close to it with UConn basketball or something, but of late, there's the Chiefs. I mean, I don't know if the Chiefs are perfect. They got the new Tom Brady. They've got the elite quarterback. They got the cheat code at the most important position in the game.
And then they've helped them out in other areas, and they have some pretty great players throughout that roster, but the entire roster is not. It's not an all-pro at every position. They've done a good job of filling the roster. What Brad Holmes has done is an excellent job of drafting and building depth on this team and acquiring the right players. Another ticket text that came in, Albert from the East Side, says just as important as adding the right piece is not adding the wrong piece. They place a high importance on the attitude of the player and the locker room, and so do I.
Well, I mean, I've said this a whole bunch. Brad Holmes has his formula, right? He's got his belief system, and I suppose Dan Campbell buys in as well. And he's true to it. And it's unique. And in the past, it's been described when you do something that's a little bit against the grain or just even a little bit veering off the beaten path. And I think he has in terms of their vetting and what they look for in a player to add to this locker room. Whenever you veer off the beaten path a little bit, when it doesn't work, tell me if you've heard this before, you get accused of trying to be the smartest guy in the room, right? Well, so far, the evidence that we've gotten back is that Brad Holmes might be the smartest guy in the room. And if that's the case, then I've kind of adopted, and you've probably heard it reflected in the way we've talked about it the last 3 weeks, is let Brad cook. Let him be true to his philosophy. And if that means passing on a player that wows you with statistics, but is a locker room cancer or a challenge that they don't want that guy introduced into what they have, because what they have now is so healthy, then I'm kind of okay with it. I want to see this thing come to fruition and go all the way down the road with what Brad Holmes is doing, because if he is the smartest guy in the room and they do get one Super Bowl, there's nothing that says so far that they can't get 2 or 3. And I get it. We all want one, but it doesn't feel like he's overcommitted, and it's going to get some cap challenges moving forward.
Well, he hasn't pushed all his chips to go all in on 1 year.
No, but so the idea that, yes, with Sewell's contract in 2 years and Goff's contract in 2 years, it's really going to evaporate some cap space. But that's probably the biggest reason why he is so reluctant to give up draft picks, is because he's going to need those draft picks to repopulate the roster. Because he's got financial commitments to people after 2025.
Something else it's fun to watch with that, though, is that because you have so many contracts that are big contracts with Sewell and Goff and St. Brown and McNeil and others, is that at some point you can ask to restructure to ease the burden.
You can.
And you've got a number of contracts you can do that. Now, you're just kicking the can down the road at some point. But for now, this window is open for a bunch of years. They didn't go completely all in, although they went as all in as you can go with the players that were available at the trade deadline. I like it because the move is not just this year, it's so affordable next year as well. And because that window stays open, but the window is wide open right now, and they've got an excellent team. And I think they'll be tested a little bit on Sunday, even though the Texans they're not playing their best right now. They've got a bunch of injuries, but they're getting a player back. They're getting Nico Collins back, which should help them out. And they still have a pretty good pass rushing defense. And it's a national televised game. It's Sunday Night Football, so there's more juice to it as well. We'll see how they do there. But the schedule is not easy for the Lions the rest of the way. I think they have like the 8th hardest schedule the rest of the season. But this is a team that has improved themselves from one day to the next.
It's clear Brad's not going to force anything. He has his philosophy. He stays true to himself. He says it all the time. And I think maybe the stars just aligned. Zadarius Smith was available. He's the type of player they want. They needed a player like that. They made the move. To me, he owed it to the team, though. He owed it to the coaching staff. He owed it to the fans. He owed it to ownership this year to make this move because they were so damn close. If you go by analytics and stuff, ESPN put the graphic up yesterday. They're the favorite to win the Super Bowl. Now, it's not like they're the odds-on favorite, but they're ahead of the Chiefs.
When did that come out?
They came out before the trade.
So wait a sec. I mean, the analytics, right?
Yeah.
That's sort of an all-encompassing term, and there's, so I'm always a little bit leery of that. In Vegas, they weren't the favorite, were they?
No, this is just based on strength of schedule, player, how they play, all that stuff.
Because you get into some of these weird analytics things, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I find that really intriguing, Kang. Yesterday, we were discussing college football's ESPN's football percentage index, and what was it? Ohio State was ranked 2nd, and Oregon was ranked 7th.
And I think Alabama was 3. With 2 losses.
So it's somewhat dismissive. And I could see a 2-loss team. I cannot see a team that beat another team being 5 spots behind them in the rankings. But that's when you get down the analytics road where you leave it all up to a formula and numbers and all that. And it can spit out stuff that doesn't make a whole ton of sense or devalues the actual head-to-head data that we have with Ohio State and Oregon. So I don't know what the analytics formula is. But before the trade, I mean, the Lions were, according to ESPN's some measure of ESPN analytics, they had them as the Lions a favorite.
Yeah, it was like a 20% chance to win the Super Bowl. Everyone else followed in line after.
20%?
That's
wow.
High.
That's great.
I like it. Some ticker text coming in. They didn't show the Amik Robertson penalty, but that one pissed me off because we almost got out of Green Bay without giving up a touchdown and would have if it wasn't for that unnecessary, undisciplined penalty.
Yeah, didn't he have a quote saying he didn't really do anything and he didn't understand it?
Yeah, he came out and said that. I was saying something towards, I don't know, somebody else, or the ref, or not the ref, maybe it was the crowd or somebody or his own teammates. I don't know, but he said it is what it is, moving on, because clearly at that point, it just tacked on a meaningless touchdown for Green Bay.
So look, again, this is a minor thing, okay? It's a very minor thing, but it's something that, you grow a little concerned about. That's the kind of thing that scares me just a little bit, that the Lions are getting a reputation. If Amik Robertson truly and sincerely celebrated with his teammates or did something towards the crowd other than the double bird, we know you can get a flag for a double bird. If he did something that was innocent and they got flagged for it, that could be an example of getting a reputation, and you get super sensitive refs and the league coming after him.
It can, but or it could just
be
that.
Nothing.
Or
you
could just have a super
absolutely
sensitive ref that this happens around the league. Dan Campbell yesterday when he was on with the morning show, they asked him the question about, are you worried that you guys are getting a reputation because Branch got those fines early in the season, and then what happened in the game on Sunday, and he wasn't concerned about it.
And I trust him. Like, I'm glad you brought that up, because I really do, in spite of these things that I feel like I'm starting to get blasted for saying it, but in spite of these minor concerns, and their minor concerns are just something that I'm thinking about. It's like, hey, is that a leak in the foundation? I don't think so, but I want to keep my eye on that.
No, but it's something I tend to agree with you because I worry that the Kirby Joseph with taking 2 players out in the last season with Tyler Higbee and T.J. Hawkinson with his tackling, you do get that reputation. I mean, the video is all over the place of Stafford going right up to his face saying, you're dirty, bro. You're dirty.
Right. But anyway, circling back to what I was at, I do trust the leadership of this team to, if they sense a problem, they'll address it.
The graphic from the game, Jason Dakar says the graphics that the Lions have the 2nd most defensive penalties in the NFL.
Okay. All right, so just recapping, The question for you is, since this is our team, this is the roster, this is who we have moving forward, barring some, some waiver wire additions that typically are, very minor. What's your concern? What's your concern? We're set up for the stretch run. Not a perfect team. Gators' concern is injuries. My concern is feels like the quarterback's taking a bunch of hits, which I guess is related to injuries, but I also don't love 2nd and 19. And Kang's concern is penalties. 248-539-9797. We'll talk to you next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. If you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlay Reward Stack. Who knows? It might just become your favorite day. Look for the Hump Day Parlay Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. New to FanDuel? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Maximum wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. What's your concern moving forward? We'll get to some of those feedbacks coming up. Gator, I want to say something that I've been sitting on here for a few days. I haven't said anything about it, but I've been sitting on this for a few days.
Okay.
And this is the deep end of the pool stuff.
Oh, ooh, I like the deep end of the pool.
Well, but I've been sitting on it because I've been waiting to hear the other side of the story. And we haven't heard another side of the story. If there is one and you've heard it, I would very much like somebody to relay it to me. That punk that was harassing Jason Kelce.
Yep.
That should be a crime. I cannot believe that people do stuff like that. That they break out their phones to harass somebody to get a reaction. And Jason Kelce apologized on Monday Night Football, and it's not really a local story, and maybe you don't care. And the reason I've held off on saying anything, Gator, is because I want to know if Jason Kelce did something to prompt it. What did Jason Kelce do before the video starts rolling and before any of the video was out there?
May have been nothing. He may have just been walking and the guy sees him and starts harassing him about his brother and his relationship with Taylor Swift. It may have just been exactly how it played out, or like you said, and maybe there's something that he said and then Kelce responded and then the guy escalated.
That happened Saturday, okay? Saturday at probably sometime between 11:30 and noon. It happened early in the day. I assume he was done with College Game Day and was going about his day. It is Wednesday at about noon. And there's been no reports of Jason Kelce doing anything to deserve any of that response. Am I wrong?
No,
Has anything come out saying, well, don't forget Kelce did ... So I've purposefully, because if you haven't seen this video, Jason Kelce did College Game Day and part of the Penn State, Ohio State pregame coverage. The video is him walking outside of Penn State's football stadium, which many people out there have been to. And he's walking and he's carrying a 12-pack of beer, and he's kind of looking like on-brand Jason Kelce. And there's a number of people yelling at him, but there's one guy in particular who uses a slur and says something about his brother dating Taylor Swift. And the whole time he's recording, he's got his phone out recording it. He is trying to harass someone to get a response and have it on his phone. And it goes on for, I don't know in the video, 10 seconds. But it looks like it's picked up after it's been going on for a while. And Kelce turns around, grabs the kid's phone, and smashes it. I mean, just fires it into the ground.
And then picks it up and walks away with it.
Yep. And then throws it again, and then goes and picks it up again. And the kid keeps coming at him. Other people are videotaping. So you see this young man, and I don't know if he's a Penn State student or not, but he continues to harass Kelce and then turns around. Somebody else is recording and yells, "Did you see that? Travis Kelce broke my phone." Well, no, it wasn't Travis Kelce. It was Jason Kelce. But you deserve to have your phone broke. And I'm not a big fan of violence, but you might have deserved to have your jaw broken too. Unless some more of this story is out or is going to come out, I think this kind of behavior is as deplorable as Instagram and social media can possibly draw out of people to want to get that thing. And I'm assuming it's probably not safe to do, that it's, look what I made Jason Kelce do and how many hits am I going to get on my account?
Right. And then ultimately, can I sue? Well, is there a monetary prize at the end of this because he broke my property and I felt threatened at that point and all this, right? Because that's where it ultimately goes. And to this point, I have not heard anything about him suing Jason Kelce, but I'm not going to be surprised when that story breaks. But yeah, I get it. I mean, you see things like this happen, and whether it's happened to you or not, I can understand the reaction from Jason Kelce, and you'd want to react that way or in another way. But
you have an emotional reaction when you are getting harassed.
It's like, I did nothing to. Why are you bothering me?
Yeah.
I mean, your life goes on fine without me in it, and I don't even know you. I'm just walking from point A to point B, not even paying attention to you. Why am I on top of your mind?
I'm not sure that there's anything that about Jason Kelce that any person deserves to say that unless Jason Kelce did something to them. He doesn't deserve it for being an Eagle. He doesn't deserve it for being Travis's brother. He doesn't deserve it for his on-air antics. Like, I'm not an Eagle fan. I'm not even really a fan of the Kelces in particular. It's not like I've got jerseys or anything like that. But unless he did something to you, he's living his life. You live yours. If you don't like him because of sports or anything else, unless he does something to you, that kind of behavior, it disgusts me. It disgusts me. And I've held out. Like, I wanted to make that kid my chump of the weekend. But I'm like, there could be more to the story. There probably is more to the story. But by Wednesday, we would have heard the more to the story. I would think, right?
Yeah. I haven't heard anything about it.
And then Kelce comes out and apologizes, and I get why. It's something that he's kind of got to address because he's on Monday Night Football's pregame coverage.
Yeah, and because we're not supposed to react that way. It's supposed to be sticks and stones and all that, and you can't resort to violence or intimidation or something like that. But I don't want that guy to get off scot-free either. You know, for being someone who is appears to be instigating the entire thing and is persistent in trying to get a rise out of the person, and seemingly for no reason other than his own amusement, which is, it's bothersome. And you add to that, then you've got Joel Embiid, who gets into a shouting match and then ends up shoving a reporter because he didn't like the reporter, something he had written that mentioned his dead brother and some other family members, and he didn't like it. And then now he's got to, perhaps apologize for that because he's been suspended for 3 games because of it. It feels like it's too loose right now. The people are able to do whatever they want and say whatever they want without repercussions. And I get it. There's protections within the Constitution for right to free speech and all that. But what about the right to not be harassed? There's something there.
I mean, I just think about, what if I found out I got college-age kids? What if one of my kids did that? I would be as humiliated as I could possibly be if one of my children acted like that. And they're not perfect, okay? I don't expect them to be perfect. You nor I nor none of us were perfect. But and I have some sympathy for people in the early stages of frontal lobe development that don't see big pictures and react spontaneously and think that this stuff is funny, that they have a chance to grow up and be a respectable member of our society. But it's easy to bet against that guy. Like, that was terrible. If there was nothing that prompted it, and I'll emphasize it because there still could be something that may come out. But if that was a member of my family, what if you found out that was your brother or your nephew? You know,
it was harassing somebody. I'd be livid.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
So I held off on it, and I didn't want to say anything. And sorry, I sprung this on you. I wasn't around for show prep today. Getting this procedure done. But bottom line is, I think we've let it go long enough to feel pretty good that Kelce didn't do anything to deserve that. And I'm disgusted that people treat each other that way. And Gator, the funny thing is in the middle, we've all done that. We've done this show forever together, right? And in the middle of COVID, where we got into some pretty heated topics, is where we started saying, stay safe. That was about COVID, and treat each other with respect, because we debate stuff. And it made me realize at that time that and I kind of knew this before, but you really have to walk in other people's shoes. You really have to try and see the world through their prism. And maybe it's even more applicable today, but because that Kelce thing, like, is that treating anybody with respect? Do you want to be treated that way? Like that kid probably didn't realize, and I what's going to happen to him now? People going to harass him? If he's a student at Penn State, do you think people think of him as a hero or people think of him as a pariah?
It's probably split. Sadly, it's split. In this day and age, you become a YouTube star because of stuff like this. But it's hard to upload the video when your phone is smashed. Although there's plenty of people that had the video because we've all seen, from other camera angles.
I feel ridiculous being this serious, and I'm wearing sunglasses because I got dilated pupils. But 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Feeling better, Gator. Feeling better.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm here.
Do you need me to fill in for you on Saturday?
Yes.
Yeah. You want me to play-by-play for Michigan football?
I would love to have you do a game for Michigan football. I will help you with bucket stuff. I will give you all my prep work. I'll give you the charts, everything you need to know about Indiana.
Great. I could start by rewatching the game last week.
I watched that game.
How about those catches from Nick Marsh?
Nick Marsh made some nice catches.
Those are two outstanding catches. Yep. And that concludes the highlight package for Michigan State.
Look, man, these seasons are what they are for our college teams, and both coaches in year one, both with work to do. I don't spend a whole ton of time like going into the deep criticism of coaches in year one. It has to be massive dysfunction. There are mistakes that have been made, and I give both guys chances to correct them.
Sure you don't want to wear the sunglasses? I got to tell you that eye is a little rough, man.
Is it? It's feeling better. Is it hard to look at?
It's not easy to look at.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm worried about you. Is it better for you to have the shades on?
I'm feeling, look, I don't want to spend a ton of time talking about it, but they had to freeze. They had to put a freezing procedure, and it was like shots into my eye, and I got the ice cream headache that just went away. So it's going away. I do feel better, which is most important. You gonna be good? Or you're just out here. Do you want the sunglasses? So you don't have to see me.
Yeah, you know what? Thanks.
Gator's gonna put them on.
Put these on.
Yeah.
Now I can't see.
Oh, this is great. Now Gator's gonna put on the sunglasses.
Is this bringing sexy back?
Dude, you are badass. You know what? If they modernize chips, you could be on chips.
Yeah?
Have they modernized chips? They
Ponch, John, and Gator?
Yep, exactly.
I see it. I feel a little Terminator-esque, though.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Sarah Connor.
That's a very, very good
Give
call.
me address there. Uzi 9mm. Laser sighting.
Dude, have you ever gone back and watched that movie, Terminator?
Yes.
My favorite thing is like the special effects. They actually did a decent job of special effects, given what they had to work with.
They did okay.
Given what they had to work with, like little models and all that stuff.
Yeah, but some of it is just crap. But
of course,
but the movie, the story holds up. The story's great.
Yeah.
And then T2 is, light years different.
Well, you talk about improvement in special effects, right?
Yeah, and it was, it would have been 7-8 years afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
That was quite a difference.
I'm seeing a lot of feedback coming in saying, get into Choppa.
Go back to 1983.
Maybe moving forward, we should both do the show in sunglasses.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's not night, though. So, it's a little different.
No, but we turned the lights out in here. It's a little darker. So.
Oh, Corey. I love this song when it came out.
Did you?
Yeah.
No.
Don't know the words, but I've heard it a million times. It's one of those things that you just, kind of.
As soon as you hear the
slurs the words.
Synth, you know what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
The moment you get, you know what this is. Well, not all of you do. Some of you do.
I do. This guy does.
All right, I got to see. I made the mistake of refreshing.
I literally can't see with these, so I'm gonna.
You can take them off.
It's
all right. I couldn't see. I was literally flying blind the first 5 or 6 segments of the show. I just couldn't open my eyes.
This is what happened when God has blessed you with poor eyesight. When you take away the lenses that have like some magnification to them.
Yeah,
I can't see.
Okay, I saw this Gator when we broke at 11:57, and after I got off my soapbox. And I absolutely cannot believe what I'm reading. Are you ready for this?
I am ready.
I think everybody in Detroit is going to appreciate what I am about to read. Just posted on Twitter by a football account that many people pay attention to. That account is Pro Football Talk. And they just posted the following.
Okay.
Detroit and Dallas have a permanent hammerlock on Thanksgiving home games. Given the impending Giants-Cowboys turkey turd, how about a flex option in the future? Oh, does somebody want to kick Dallas off Thanksgiving Day?
Interesting.
You want to kick Dallas off Thanksgiving Day, huh?
Well, it's nice to not hear Detroit get kicked off Thanksgiving.
Exactly.
Even though it's never happened, but the talk has always been there.
Yep.
Will this move? Will they flex? Will they change the times of the game?
Probably not. With the NFL now willing, this is from the story that Pro Football Talk wrote, with the NFL now willing and able to flex late season Thursday and Monday games to Sunday, why not extend the flex option to Thanksgiving? And it's not us. They're not trying to run us off Thanksgiving.
Oh, Jerry.
Bizarro world.
Easy with the eye. You don't want to. You don't want
Yeah,
to
you're
burst
right
it.
about
You don't wanna
that.
hurt yourself.
You're right. Again, are we in bizarro world? Somebody is writing a story about please don't subject us to the Dallas Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
In fairness, it's Cowboys Giants.
True.
All right. So
True.
It takes two to tango there. But however, Dallas without Dak Prescott, without CeeDee Lamb,
yep.
Perhaps again without Micah Parsons, that's not a watchable product. And then you throw at him maybe Daniel Jones and the Giants. Ooh. Oh, yay. It's a bettor's paradise.
The last paragraph is, of course, and here's a word here. I have no idea what it means. Do you know what the word tryptophan means? Oh, I know what tryptophan means. Yeah, that's the stuff. My bad. I know what it means.
The tiredness from turkey.
Yeah. They write, if the game attracts enough members of the captive tryptophan audience, the league will realize that there's no reason to reserve the right to swap out the Thanksgiving games for something better. If the Giants-Cowboys become a ratings nightmare, maybe flexing becomes a possibility in the future.
All right, slow down. If it hasn't happened because the Lions have been on every year, it's not going to happen with Dallas. Because you know what Dallas is? Dallas is built-in ratings.
Yeah, and let me say this, because Florio wrote the story, and I actually, I don't have an issue with Florio. I don't love everything he says, but I think he works hard, and I think he gets some stuff. You're right. This is not new. What's new about it is that it's being written about Dallas. It's being written about Dallas and not us.
That's fun to see.
How refreshing is that?
It is. I will still predict that the game will draw a huge audience because it's football. It is Dallas. And despite the fact that Dallas isn't very good this year, people still want to tune in to see the Cowboys win or lose. They got a lot of fans. They got a lot of enemies. And then you got the New York market with the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still going to draw a huge audience.
And it's, it's like the only game on. And it's part
too.
Here's the thing about the Thanksgiving tradition is that I think tradition holds up. Tradition holds up. The Cowboy game is always the post-dinner game. Like we eat right at the end of the Lions game, historically, and then settle in for the afternoon game. And it doesn't really, it's not as if it's the game that's keeping us. It's the whole family's there talking about the game and passing the Miller's Lights and and just kicking back, waiting when does pumpkin pie come. Halftime. All right, got it. Good. They'll do the thing with the Salvation Army out on the field, and Jerry will stand there, and some girl will come out and try not to get any of the little rubber pellets on her Prada boots while she puts a $5 bill into his giant cauldron for their Salvation Army fundraiser. And the fact is, I don't think the ratings have been really changed that much at all, right?
No, I don't think so. Looking at that schedule, so you got the Lions and Bears at 12:30, the Cowboys and Giants at 4:30, and then the night game, Green Bay hosts Miami.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like any of those games is gotta watch it. Like great matchup,
right?
Detroit's become a team that people want to watch, one of the best teams in the league, if not the best team in the league. So there's that.
Let's just say it's blanking refreshing. And I don't even think this column should be written. Like, they've already added a Sunday night game. So there is that. That was sort of a let's try and put together a game that looks really, really super attractive. And they do that. But I got to tell you, when I saw this, I'm like, oh, here's another story. Wait, it's about Thanksgiving. It's about kicking somebody off. It's about kicking Dallas off.
Oh.
248-539-9797. All right, we apologize we didn't get to it last hour. Dan Campbell did speak about the trade with TV's Dan Miller. We'll play it for you coming up at 12:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I do got to tell you, some of you have some very nice things to say. I appreciate your well wishes. It does feel better.
Well, it looks better.
Well, the eye doesn't look better. I just don't look as much like a fool, right?
I like the sunglasses. Look.
You want me to put the sunglasses back on?
Well, it's not for me. Whatever makes you feel better. If you're in less pain by wearing the sunglasses, and by all means.
I feel like I don't need them anymore. My eyes aren't super light sensitive. What is it? Dilated? They weren't overly dilated.
No,
it's funny when you're sitting
when
there.
they're dilated, it allows more light to come in.
Have you ever been sitting in a doctor's chair and they're kind of explaining something to you? And this, for me, it was like an ophthalmologist.
Mm-hmm.
And they're explaining stuff to you, and you're kind of nodding along, and you don't really understand what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah, it happens most days between 10 and 2, but
especially when you're talking numbers to them, Doug. Gator's like, yeah,
Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah,
I got you.
Sure.
Yeah,
I got you.
7. Carry.
Corey Hart.
I mean, I felt like
sunglasses at night.
I needed to start all over. Like, okay, I need to see like the structure of the eye to even know what you're talking about and where this thing went loose and started floating around the interior of my eye to do damage to the retina. But I think I got it right, but I'm not even really totally sure. I just know that I got some sort of procedure done with like freezing shots put into my right eye today.
What's for lunch today, kids?
Yeah. All good. All good. 248-539-9797. So we promised this. Let's get to it. This is from Fox 2's Dan Miller. Had a chance to talk to Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Lions. Of course, you're not really at liberty to say much, and there's not until the deals become official. We had the nice workaround with Goff yesterday, talking Zadarius Smith adjacent. And he did a great job of saying, I don't know who you're talking about, but that guy gave me a hard time the last few years. It's just kind of a mashup of two answers. The Kang tracked down, thank you very much. And it was, what does Zadarius Smith bring to the table? And the follow-up was like, but he can get to the quarterback, because it was a discussion of, he's more than just an edge rusher that rushes the quarterback. Kind of can do it all. But anyway, here's Dan Campbell. Okay, this is our team. This is the roster. This is the collection of players that we hope can win a Super Bowl. 248-539-9797. So what's your biggest concern? What's your biggest concern? What are you worried about the most here? And, we gave our answers a little bit earlier, but we want to know from you. Because all along, we always had that trade deadline out there looming. There are some players that are hurt, lost for the year, others that will come back. What's your biggest concern? 248-539-9797.
Well, we did have some more texts on that had come in. And you mentioned earlier in the show about the offensive line and has Jared Goff taken more hits in the last few weeks. And unnamed texter says, Doug, you're right. Been watching Decker at left tackle. Still good, but got to keep an eye on him.
Mm-hmm.
Another unnamed texter, my biggest concern besides injuries is that I hope this team isn't peaking too early. Seems to happen every year for a team in the NFL. I don't think this team is peaking. I think if they peaked, would it have been when Aiden Hutchinson was healthy? I mean, they stay efficient offensively.
They might have been peaking in the Dallas game.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Right up to the point where the leg goes around the other guy's leg. But it's that they've still been incredibly efficient offensively. Goff has been out of his mind. He's completed 30 straight passes to Amon-Ra St. Brown. And the defense has done their job keeping teams under 20 points a game.
Yeah.
It's been fantastic. My biggest concern is that we need a backup quarterback. That's from Chris in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, this is trying to achieve the perfect team where you can answer every bell. Where not only can you answer every bell with your starters out there, you want to be able to answer all the questions with your backups out there. And probably most teams, if a quarterback gets hurt right now, probably every team that's in a playoff spot is in trouble.
Biggest concern now and moving forward is the mediocre play of Decker. That's from Mike in Detroit. Okay. Bad ref calls. Cost us wins in Chicago with Calvin, 2 in Dallas, Seattle. The Green Bay game could have gone south with ejection. The Green Bay game could have gone south with the ejection, Scott in Grosse Pointe. Except it didn't. it didn't go south of the ejection. In fact, they got a pick six right after that.
Yeah.
And then they just closed it out. So that's the difference with this team and Lions teams in the past. Bad ref calls haven't affected them. Okay, they lost the game in Dallas because of last year because the referee got confused as to who was reporting eligible. You know what? Didn't matter. Dallas lost in the playoffs, and the Lions won 2 playoff games.
Yeah. I mean,
none of that matters.
There's an element of overcoming, and we were getting to know Dan Campbell at the beginning of the Dan Campbell era, and there was stuff that I actually liked that he wouldn't bitch about officiating in post-game press conferences because I didn't want his players, and I'm sorry this is on repeat, but I didn't want his players driving home listening to the post-game media coverage saying, oh, what we did was good enough. We just got it taken from us. He didn't want to send that message. And I always thought, that's our job. Our job is to whine like little bitches.
Right.
Don't do it as a head coach. And we had plenty to whine about, too.
My biggest concern going forward for the Lions is keeping Jamison Williams on the field. He's got to stop shooting himself and his team in the foot. That's from Tim in Rochester Hills. I'm glad to see him back on Sunday night, and so is everybody else. Biggest concern is still having a rookie kicker. I kind of want him to miss a field goal or two. So when the game is out of reach, hoping that we'll relieve a little pressure when it does really count, if that makes sense. It's from Dennis and Allen Park.
You know what, Dennis? This is amazing because this what you just texted right there, wanting our field goal kicker to miss a field goal is something that you want to have happen to take some of the he's 12 for 12. We know he can be good out to 60 plus. And how crazy it is to be this good, and we're scared of things that can bring us down. And one of our conclusions, was it Dennis? Dennis's conclusion is, Bates, please miss a field goal now so you don't miss one later when it really matters.
Well, the next time the Lions play outdoors will be at Chicago, and that'll be December 22nd. And then they play at San Francisco after that. So only 2 more games outdoors the rest of the way. And I don't know, they just played in a quagmire, and he drilled all of his kicks.
I know, but it just feels like it would be the ultimate Rochambeau if his first miss were to come in the postseason at a critical time. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Paul in Clinton Township. What's up, Paul?
Hey, thanks for taking the call, guys.
Hey, our pleasure.
Man, okay, before I get to my comment, you got to laugh that it's better to miss a field goal than it is to keep making them so that you have that confidence. I
know.
Like there's no shot he'll sit there after missing a field goal and think, oh, my God, fans are funny, but whatever.
Yep.
So, to me, it's a season-ending injury to Jared Goff. Short of that, I think winning the Super Bowl is what's going to happen. Now, if you lost him to a season ender and he was done for the year, then I would say I don't think it's going to happen for sure. But he's the only thing that I think is standing between them, other than just, normal football, right? I mean, you still got to go out, play the games, win the games, but that would be the one big thing for me, him being not part of the team.
Yeah, I mean, look, I brought up that it feels like the last few weeks he's gotten hit more. It's football. It's a physical game. Your quarterback's going to get sacked. He's going to get put in peril. He's going to take some hits. He's going to limp again this year. He's going to hit his hand on a helmet this year. He's going to, he's going to take some brutal hits. It's just the game. We want to minimize those. And it does seem like, and I don't have the data support it, and I apologize, but I wasn't in this morning to kind of go over it, but it seems like he's taken more hits in the last few games. And the good thing is, you know what he doesn't look like some sort of Greek god physically.
No.
With all respect due to Jared, who's a better athlete than us. But he's tough as hell. He's tough as hell, right?
Did you hear there was an interview a couple of days ago with Ben Johnson where he said that, because they asked him about the increase in sacks, and he essentially said, without saying it, that is part of what they're asking to be done. They don't want him. They would rather take a sack than him throw the ball in harm's way or take chances that are unnecessary because they would just as soon live to play the next day.
Yep.
And they're willing to take more sacks to not turn the ball over and have the next down.
You know what? It's a great point, Paul, because that's part of efficiency. That's part of why he doesn't throw a lot of completions is a willingness to take a sack, which, you don't want your guy to get hurt. You clearly don't want your guy to get hurt. A throwaway is better than a sack because A, you don't lose the yardage that you lose in a sack, and B, your quarterback doesn't have to take the hit. But you can't always throw it away. When Jared was on, what podcast was he on? And we played the soundbite of him last week saying, I learned that if that slant that we've worked on all week just isn't quite perfect, I don't need to force it. We can save it for later in the game, and I take the check down. Yeah, it was Belichick, right? Was it the get out, the let's go?
Yeah, let's go with Jim Gray.
Yep. And remember that soundbite where he said, I'm gotten way better at, we've worked on this play all week, and the look as I hit my back step of the drop, the look isn't just perfect. I can check it down. Even though I might be able to fit the ball in there, it's better for me to check it down. And that's been the biggest thing that he thinks has led to his increased efficiency.
He has been hit 16 times in the last 3 games. That's what I've been determined so far.
Yeah.
So after the Dallas drubbing, 16 times in 3 games. He's only been sacked 18 times the whole season. And he was sacked 30 times all of last year. So kind of on a similar pace.
Yeah.
Although it looks like they may have protected him a little bit better last year. We'll see.
I mean, some of that's protection issues, some of that's pocket awareness, but he's been so efficient that he will take the sack. And don't forget, he's not going to be able to throw it away a ton because he's always in the pocket. He's not like, one of these mobile quarterbacks that's always on the run, getting out and throwing it to, the guy who's holding down the first down marker. I mean, he's usually in the pocket, so he can't just throw it away.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Playing a little hurt today, but hanging in there, feeling better than I did earlier in the show. I will say that. Is the eye looking better? Is it looking a little better? No.
No. It looks like you've popped a blood vessel in your eye.
Yeah.
But no, it's just, the residue from getting syringes in your eyeball.
It happens.
It happens.
Yep.
No, it doesn't happen.
Miles, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Miles.
Hey, Miles Long. How you guys doing today?
What's up, Miles?
Good. So I just want to talk a little bit. These people calling in about backup quarterback being the biggest concern. I mean, if the starting quarterback falls over and he can't play, when's the last time a backup quarterback won the Super Bowl?
Nick Foles.
Yep.
Nick Foles. Okay, sure. That's a good example. And then people complaining about Taylor Decker going down as getting too many pressures. What are you going to put in? Who are we going to put in besides Taylor Decker? You just paid him a bunch of money. He's going to play. And I think going back to your question about what's the biggest concern, the biggest concern is rushing the quarterback. And they made the move to get Zadarius Smith, but I think if Hutchinson was still healthy, they probably would go get Zadarius Smith anyways, right?
It's a great question.
I would hope that they would have.
Yeah, I wonder if Brad Holmes would actually answer that question. Like, would you have gone to get Zadarius Smith? Now, it's interesting in some of the reporting that's come out since. Brad Holmes apparently was on the phone with Cleveland pretty quickly after Aiden Hutchinson got hurt, and the negotiations went back and forth. And I can only imagine what they first asked for and how that compares to what they settled on. But they might have, Miles. They might have decided to go add some. The financial commitment doesn't feel like much, although there's real mixed reporting on what he would cost next year. Multiple media sources citing Spot Track. Some saying it's $11 million, some saying it's $5 million, some saying it's $1.5 million. I don't know what it is. But Miles, they might have went and got him anyway. You're right.
Yeah, Miles Long, regardless of the contract for next year or this year, I mean, you're going all in to win the Super Bowl this year. And I just want to, let's track it back a little bit. Okay, say the Lions win the North. Say they're the number 1, number 2 seed. Now we're going to get into, the semifinals of the NFC or the championship game. You're going to play the Commanders, Philadelphia. If a guy can't rush the quarterback, you give him 3-4 seconds to run or to go back there and pass. Okay, you're not getting any pressure. Okay, the defensive backs are doing a great job covering up all the receivers. Then what do you get? You get guys like Hurts. You get guys like Jaden Daniels who are going to run. And they're going to run for 10, 15, 20 yards. They're going to run for 3 yards just to get that one first in the game between you getting on the field or off the field. So running, whether you have a guy that can pressure or whether you can just have an athletic end that can maybe.
All right, you're breaking up. Look, ideally, they would have had. You want to pressure the quarterback every single time they drop back. Every single time they drop back, you want to have somebody in their face making it difficult. But ultimately, it's about how do you do against the pass. In the 3 full games since Aiden Hutchinson got hurt, Lions have given up 2 touchdown passes. That's incredible. Given what they used to have, it is amazing how the pass defense has survived. They have survived. And it's a credit to Aaron Glenn. It's a credit to that secondary. To some degree, it's even kind of a credit to the guys up front that they've done just enough. I'm sure they're all doing their best. And they probably deserve the least amount of credit. But the secondary and Aaron Glenn really deserve a ton of credit.
It's been really, really good. And it's a vast improvement over what they had last year. There were injuries last year that decimated the team in the secondary. We were all hopeful because of the signings they made in the offseason, and then, boom, guys get hurt. This year, they addressed it with the draft, through trade, through free agency, every way you can. And knock on wood, for the most part, the secondary has stayed healthy. And they're utilizing a couple of rookies. You get Terry Arnold, the first-round pick, and he's gotten better. I don't know if he's gotten better every week, but he's gotten better and better. I really like what he has done this year. And Rakestraw's gotten in there as well. And, Carlton Davis has done a nice job, and Meek Robertson's done a decent job. And aside from penalties, I can live with a pass interference call here and there. I can live with that, particularly if it's going to save you from giving up a big play. Now, sometimes it ends up being a big play because of the penalty, but if you can limit it to the spot foul as opposed to 6 points, you'll take it. And that's kind of what they've done. Yes, they've had a couple of miscommunications and guys have gotten free and there have been some big plays, but I don't feel like it's been an issue, something you point to, oh my God, they gave up another one. Like last year we could say that, and it's not really entirely fair given who was forced into action. The guys off the street that were signed to the practice squad that were then elevated to the active roster because of injuries, and you feel bad about blaming somebody for not being able to cover, CeeDee Lamb going all the way down the field, or receivers from San Francisco. It was difficult. This year, I feel so much better about the guys in coverage.
There's no doubt the secondary's gotten better. You have 2 Pro Bowl safeties. That helps a lot, right? But, I mean, I want to temper some of it a little bit. And the reason why they got Zadarius Smith is because it's important to get pressure on the quarterback because the secondary won't hold forever. In the last 2 teams they played, the 2 quarterbacks, last game, Jordan Love, little hurt, right? Very bad conditions, and there were drops in that game. The game before that, Mason Rudolph. Not exactly a Pro Bowl quarterback. So at some point, I mean, they're playing C.J. Stroud and the Texans next. They're going to need to get some pressure onto the quarterback to help that secondary a little bit. And then I think that's why everyone is all on board on this trade.
Have you? Has there been an update on Nico Collins? Is he coming back for this game?
He was trending to come back for this game, and he's eligible to come back.
But it's nothing's final. So they lost Diggs, they lost Collins. I mean, that's their problem, right? Everybody else, everybody else has. I'm right, clearly. But I'm saying, as much as we sit here and the woe is us losing Aiden Hutchinson, man, teams have problems all over the place, and they're just trying to make up for what they can. And you're probably not going to be better than you were before those injuries. What's your biggest concern? This is our football team. Rosters, I mean, it's not 100% finalized. There'll be guys in and out in spots 51, 52, 53. But this is our football team. What is your biggest concern moving forward? 248-539-9797.
I got some ticket texts that have come in. My concern is player number 0. So no context for that other than he's concerned about Terry and Arnold.
Yep.
One thing I'm not concerned about is the team becoming overconfident. Campbell will make sure of that. That tends to be the first kink in the armor when teams start tasting success. The only actual concern is injuries, Matt and Troy. My biggest concern is a COVID-19-like pandemic that sparks up around January and cancels the rest of the NFL season to rob my Lions of a much like the Spartans were robbed in the 2020 tournament, Adam and Royal Oak. Just 2 worries about the Lions, Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. Well, they only have to worry about one of them.
Yep.
If they get to the Super Bowl. And maybe none of them.
Well, that could be an old fear unlocked, mobile quarterback. And that's another thing about getting a pressure. And it's not just pressure, it's containment pressure, So old fear unlocked there.
Well, and we didn't see Jordan Love take off and go, but
really
he was
couldn't.
hurt. Yeah. They could have switched up quarterbacks, and maybe they probably should have switched up quarterbacks, but they did not choose to do that. Caleb Williams, we'll find out in a few weeks what kind of a problem he is.
I wonder how long before people start worrying about this. We'll get to that today at 12:50, plus your phone calls and feedback. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. So why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. And because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has received more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll be able to see it's the truth about Michigan Auto Law over any other law firm in the state. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
Did you watch any action last night?
I did. I watched a ton of action last night.
I watched a lot of both games. I may have placed a wager.
In fact, you know what's interesting is last night, probably around 8 o'clock-ish, I went to Meijer, and it occurred to me while I was at Meijer, Maction is so popular. Meijer was a ghost town last night. Maction is, I was so excited for the Mid-American Conference, and it was an absolute ghost town. And I went back and I watched.
Folks in Mount Pleasant felt the same way.
So do you think that they must have been watching the Ball State Miami of Ohio game?
Sure.
Which was exciting right down to the end. Central might have found a quarterback that they can try, and they're going to run the table now to make a bowl game, but maybe that kid can move the football for him a little bit. Scott Loeffler, Bowling Green, getting it done. Fannin, the tight end. So they've got there's 2 tight ends in the MAC. Are the only 2 tight ends in the country. I have to double check this, but it was true a week ago. The only 2 tight ends in the country that have been targeted more than Colston Loveland. Fannin at Bowling Green, and I can't remember the other kid. He might have played last night in the other game. Nobody cares, do they?
Oh no, I think.
Or no, everybody was.
He's the second pass catcher to go over 1,000 yards on the season, and he's a tight end.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 73 passes. The other one is from Ball State.
Yeah,
Tanner Kozoy or
yep.
Koziol. Oh, sorry.
And yet wasn't it Fannin's backup that caught a touchdown last night? Sorry. So yes, I watched some action. It's back tonight.
I get that there's weather and weather is going to be an issue.
Yeah.
But having spent 1 year at Central Michigan in my life,
yep.
I'm amazed that nobody goes to that game.
It's so tough.
Again, weather, I get it, but we've seen games where the weather hasn't been an issue and nobody goes. To see a game on a Tuesday
you think anybody's
night.
going to Waldo tonight for Northern Illinois and Western?
I would hope so. I mean, think about when you were in college. Wouldn't you go to a game? What's changed?
I would think, yeah. But here's the thing.
Well, I got class the next day.
I remember we ran the numbers on this during the Blitz thingy. Maybe it was last year or the year before on the college thing. And between ESPN and I think it's CBS Sports Network, those MAC schools basically fund their athletic departments or get a big chunk of their money in the athletic departments from playing these Tuesday and Wednesday night games.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand why they do it because it's a cash pout, and that's the balance of it. Okay, no, we're going to look awful on national television because nobody's there, but they pay us, and that's the price you literally pay for it. But I'm just astounded that more students don't go to the games. Now, I get it that these aren't schools that have 50,000, 60,000 kids, but they have a decent enrollment.
It really had to be impacted by the weather last night. That looked brutal.
But again, go to other games that you've seen in the past on Maction, and
there's not a lot.
Action.
Yeah, there's usually not a lot. And some of these games are exciting, but I wish they cared more. And I hope Western fills it tonight. Remember that Northern Illinois team walked into South Bend.
That's right, they did.
And nobody some do.
Well, Huskies haven't, but they did.
They did. 248-539-9797. All right, we've been asking people about their biggest fear now. This is the Lions roster. This is who they got. This is our crew that's going to make a run at a Super Bowl. But as it stands, what is your biggest fear? And there's also some people ripping on me. Doug, I love you, man, but there's a huge difference between having faith in Brad and trusting him and being completely obsessed and worshiping him. So the accusation clearly there is that I am obsessed and I am worshiping him. So now's my time for my rebuttal. And my rebuttal is, you might be right. It could be true. Because I'm seeing Brad Holmes do something I seriously didn't know that was possible. And that was to build a winner in Detroit with our NFL team. And I don't know if you noticed this, whoever sent this text in, you didn't sign it, but whoever sent it in, Perhaps you noticed how obsessed the 10-2 radio time slot was with the NFL draft. We loved the draft. When they sucked, we made lemonades out of that, right? We got all kinds of lemonade. We made chicken salad out of that chicken you-know-what. By leaning into the National Football League draft, turning it into a bit that we did almost once a week, year-round. We were the draft show because we actually find the draft to be fascinating. And then they went out and they got a GM who's exceptionally good at it. So am I obsessed with him? Obsessed implies...
Yes, just say you are.
Obsessed implies that I'd be like waiting outside Allen Park to wave as he drove past. Do I worship him? Getting there. But no, I guess part of it is, the other thing is when you're around a long time and see coaches that are really good, even the best, make mistakes. They screw up games, they screw up trades, they screw up play calls, they screw up, and coaches and GMs, obviously trades and play calls come from different jobs, but even the best screw up a lot. I'm not holding them up to I don't expect them to be perfect. But what I do think is he has taken this team to a place that I didn't think was possible. And I want to see it run its course. I want this guy to be here for a long time doing his thing. So I don't spend a whole ton of time worried about him doing something stupid. Next text. Doug's obsession with the Lions' bad rep is going to have the Streisand effect, and he's going to end up speaking it into existence. I have no weight. I have no pull over anything.
It's a Streisand effect?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Barbra Streisand?
I thought it just meant that Doug was going to start singing Barbra Streisand instead of Celine Dion.
Well, I've never sung Celine Dion.
Not while you're not at her concert?
You going to go all Yentl on us?
What are you talking about?
It's a movie that Babs did back in the day.
Dude.
You know this.
He doesn't watch movies, dude.
He watched Yentl.
I don't even know what it is, but that sounds funny. Isn't a Yentl a kind of bean?
Yeah, it's a soup. They make soup out of it.
Oh,
those are lentils.
Okay.
What?
Did you see?
What'd you say?
Did you see Lentil?
Did I see the movie Lentil?
Yes.
I did not. I have it's in my queue.
Okay.
Nor did I see the movie Yentl.
Do you know what Lentil's about?
I know what Yentl's about.
What's it about?
Soup.
Borscht. Believe it's about a young woman who wants to be a rabbi, but it's a man's world, so she tries to pass herself off as a male, if I'm not mistaken. I might be completely mistaken on that.
That's quite a plot.
Yeah.
Well, when I finish Breaking Bad, I'll put it in the queue.
So Doug loves Brad Holmes so much he's going to be a rabbi.
Conclusion.
Doug, I'll check in. When you're done with Breaking Bad, you'll be breaking fast and
yeah, right.
Check out the religious historical effect of Yentl.
All right, here's what I was talking about before the break. Aaron writes in, my biggest concern is the Baltimore Ravens. They still own us, and they got better. We should win the NFC, but I'm hoping we see Jim Harbaugh, not John, Lamar, and Henry. They haunt my Lions' dreams. That's from Aaron.
Yeah, if the biggest issue is facing off against Lamar Jackson in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable with taking this conversation any further than this. Like we're going to sit here and worry about who we're going to play in the Super Bowl. I'm not there yet. But here's what I want to ask. At what point do you think Detroit starts talking about the Washington Commanders?
Well, I mean, one of the questions I had for today was, which teams have improved themselves and how does the landscape of the NFC look now?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, the teams that improve themselves the most are the Lions, the Commanders, and the Chiefs. Chiefs did their moves before, but adding a pass rusher and adding a wide receiver seems to be paying off for them. The Commanders added Marshawn Lattimore. That's really good. To a team that already has an incredibly efficient offense, and now they're adding to their defense. And when you add a corner, now think about this. Is that a move that's counter to what the Lions are doing because the Lions have such a great offense that you're going to need more defensive back help to try to stick with the receivers?
Could be. I mean, can you imagine that the Lions are making other teams make trades?
Well, if you're the Commanders, if you're a Commanders fan, you're loving what they've done. They've turned that team around like that.
Yep.
And it looks like this is sustainable.
They hit the portal. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, you think anybody will confuse me for like Alex Pereira or John Jones?
You mean the fighters?
Yeah. Do you think that'll happen?
Not until your ears go all cauliflower.
Oh, okay.
They're going to confuse you for a guy that got your ass kicked by Alex Pereira or John Jones.
It's funny. I was out there. Rico was like, "What happened?" And I explained to him what happened. He goes, "Looks kind of cool, though." Like, does it? Like, maybe I do. Maybe it does look kind of cool.
It looks like something went horribly wrong. That's what it looks like.
You know what? I do not think this gets me closer to.
Maybe it depends on the angle of approach.
Either looks like you got beat up or someone farted in your pillow.
Entirely possible. Conjunctivitis, Doug? No?
I would go with the beat up over the
the
pillow.
But come up with a better
Yeah, you should see the other guy, right?
Yeah. No, it's not. You should see the other guy. Don't make yourself seem like you're a badass. Just make yourself a sympathetic character. Like I was defending the honor of somebody, and I protected somebody while I got beat up I got jumped by 6 guys.
Well, and I walked away. They limped away.
Well, nobody's going to believe that. Somebody's going to say, was Jansen with you?
Yeah, that's right. He'd protect me. Maybe. Okay. So
I feel like John would let you get let somebody take a few shots at you first, and then he would encourage you to come on, fight back, do what you can do, do it, come on, punch. And then when you don't or you can't,
was it
because you're beaten up, then John will take care of it.
Was it you that asked us about the rest of the play-by-play crews in the Big Ten and how we do in a fight?
I don't think so, but I love the question.
Somebody asked us that.
First of all, it's tough because you got Jansen. So who's tougher than Jansen in the play-by-play crews?
So Jim Lachey at Ohio State, I imagine.
He's old.
Yeah.
Jansen's got that. Plus, they both played at Washington.
Strayhorn?
With Washington, so it's not going to fight. I think John could take Strayhorn. John's got the height advantage.
He's got reach. Guy might kick my ass is Matt LePay at Wisconsin. I think Matt.
Is he the play-by-play guy?
He's their play-by-play guy. Yeah.
Why?
He looks like a guy who'd kick my ass.
Oh, he's got that look.
Dude, and I think he's got like A1 mustache. Let me I wouldn't mess with him.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. My bad. Oh, Matt's looking maybe he's a little bit. He's 62, so I think I can maybe do better than I thought.
I'm just trying
Not
to think
that
of
I want to.
Other crews that I ran into back in the 2 years, and I was part of the crew.
Well, what you got to remember is that a lot of these color analysts, almost all of them, are former players, and the question is, how recently did they play?
Well, exactly, yeah.
It's one of the big things. So, this is probably an off-the-air debate. I don't know anybody.
No, it's fun on the air.
Do you like
want
it?
to know? Yeah, people want to know.
More feedback coming into the Carson.
What about
Anderson
you and Kevin Burkhardt? Who wins that?
So it's hard to get a sense for how big Burkhardt is because I've only seen him on TV. Have you ever seen him in person?
I have not, but it doesn't strike me as a large individual.
No, but I'm getting uncomfortable having this conversation.
I mean, you got the Alberts. That's not an issue, right?
Joe Buck,
Chris Myers.
No, these aren't. Now these aren't Big Ten guys. We're branching out.
I don't want you and Benetti fighting.
No, Benetti's the best. He is the best. 248-539-9797.
You and Dickerson. What do you got?
No, I'm not playing this game.
Dan's tough.
I bet he's scrappy as hell. I wouldn't want to pick a fight with Cal.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't. Cal fights dirty.
I bet he does.
Yeah, Cal fights dirty. There's no question about it.
Isn't he a wrestling fan too?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he knows the.
I'd have some problems.
And by the way, Jansen and Paul Woods, even though Woodsy's old, hey, Paul played in the NHL. It's a different kind of toughness.
No, it's true. I'm not walking into any hockey booth.
No, don't do it. Stay with the hockey booth.
Not at all. 248-539-9797. We'll do some college football discussion today at 1:30. Carson Anderson. Okay, so I've been asking people, this is our football team, and given this being the football team, what are you worried about? What is your concern now? It's not like the roster's frozen. We'll probably see spots, 49 through 54. There could be some rotation there and guys in and out, but it's kind of it. So what are your biggest concerns? Nick in Ferndale says, I'm not worried about anything internally. This is the best team we could possibly have. More worried about the external and something stupid or fluky happening in the playoffs. So you know what's funny about this is that I went back and looked we were talking earlier, and I've heard some national talk in the wake of the trade deadline, where now at the top of power rankings, which mean nothing, there's kind of some back and forth. Some people think the Lions are the best team in football. Some people think the Chiefs are the best team in football. But what is becoming interesting is that there's more discussion about these two teams being on some sort of collision course and what a great Super Bowl it would be. And I'm not counting anything until we get there. But I've heard this discussion. There was a debate on ESPN this morning about, what kind of Super Bowl the Lions and the Chiefs would be. I think Jeff Saturday said my 51% says the Chiefs would win. And I'm thinking to myself, did he just do my 51? Which is one of the things that we do. But they're trending towards being the 1 seeds. And yet, Gator, do you know how many times I think it's only 14 times that the 1 seeds have met in the Super Bowl. Now, given there were a bunch of Super Bowls played where there wasn't seeding, like a bunch of playoffs where it was the winner of the divisions and 1 wild card, where there wasn't seeding necessarily for a good. I mean, I think at the beginning of the Super Bowl era, there were only 4 divisions in the entire NFL. I'm right. When was the first Super Bowl? 1967? Does that sound right?
Something like that.
Anyway,
66.
So the idea that it just makes you realize how much further we have to go, how long it's going to take, and we are nowhere close to this being. It's really even premature to talk about. We're talking about it because others do.
Well, I'm not counting chickens, but here's what. Before you get to that, you mentioned Washington.
Mm-hmm.
The Commanders are a complete football team, like the Lions are a complete football team. They have one of the best offenses in the league. Now, points per game, the Lions have the most points per game in the National Football League, averaging 32.3. The Commanders are third with 29.2. Defensively, the Lions have done a real nice job, and they rank 6th in the National Football League, giving up just 18.5 points a game. At number 11, the Commanders, a field goal behind it at 21 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
These are 2 pretty good teams. Yep. And both teams just added players to their defense, hopefully to make them both better. This is getting into it, man. And Kansas City has the 4th best defense in the National Football League. They give up 18.4 points per game. So if you wanted to look at the AFC team, there it is. The Chargers have the best defense in all of football, giving up only 12.6 points per game, and they're playing better now.
I mean, look, here's the question about, because I feel like now we're making us talk about this, and I'm not comfortable with it. The Commanders scare me. And think about how much it would suck if Detroit got passed by a team that did it in 1 year. They scare me.
Well, it's a team that looks like, they've got the franchise quarterback on a rookie contract in year 1 of a rookie contract.
Mm-hmm.
They've got some high-priced players on defense, but they can afford to hang on to them here. I haven't looked at their long-term contracts and see how those play out, but it's a pretty solid football team. Defensively, they're top 5. They're 5th in the league in giving up yards per game passing.
Yeah.
They only give up 183 yards a game in the air. And now they just added Marshawn Lattimore. So that's a strength of their team, is stopping the pass. If you get to, fortunate enough to get to a game against Washington in the playoffs, that's an interesting matchup. Their secondary and their defense against the Lions offense and the Lions receivers.
I'm not worried at all. Maybe I'm naive, but Jaden Daniels is still a rookie quarterback. They just beat, the Bears on a Hail Mary a couple weeks ago. Maybe it's because I'm so confident in the Lions, that the team is literally built to win in any style of play. Any style of play. You want to run the ball? Good luck. Sonic and Knuckles, that offensive line. You want to play the passing game? We all know with J-Mo back, takes the top off the defense. St. Brown's is as good as they come. And you got Laporta, who's barely, I feel like, been used this year, right, in the passing game. And defensively, they just added the one missing piece they need on the D-line because the secondary is much better. They got 2 Pro Bowl safeties. Yeah, I don't know if it's me overconfidence in the Lions or just not being afraid of the Commanders, but I just...
If it's the Bears game of the Hail Mary that has you feeling that way, keep in mind it wasn't at the game that they weren't even sure if Jaden Daniels is going to play.
Well, that's the one thing I had with Jaden Daniels coming into this season is, of all the quarterbacks I listed, like their pros and cons, right? And my con for Jaden Daniels was every hit he takes looks like a season-ending injury because he is a little, more...
He's wiry.
Yeah, exactly. Taller quarterback, but I know he wears a lot of pads. He doesn't take... I think he's got to learn how to take a hit. He's still a rookie, so maybe, that's why I don't fear them as much.
Carson Anderson, open lines. What's your biggest concern? This is our team moving forward. 97 the ticket.
I had a great experience recently when it came to dealing with a local company. Precision Garage Door is amazing, all right? I needed new garage doors, and the guys came out right away after I called them. We talked through the whole process, picked out doors, and selected the ones that were perfect for my house, and I could not be happier. In fact, the crew had come out a couple years earlier to let me know, hey, you're probably going to have to look at new doors down the road because these are kind of failing on you, and you're going to want to maintain them as well. With the winter months coming up and it's going to get cold outside, it can wreak havoc on all the moving parts in your garage doors. So do what I did and call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit them on their webpage at precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hope everybody's doing okay today. We've got some college football talk today at 1:30. In the meantime, reactions coming in. I did see the ESPN did biggest winners and losers of the trade deadline. The biggest winner, the Kansas City Chiefs were named the biggest winner for the DeAndre Hopkins deal. It doesn't feel like a trade deadline deal, but I guess technically anything that happens before the trade deadline is.
No, it's just a couple weeks before.
Yeah. New Detroit Lions, Zadarius Smith listed as one of the biggest winners. Losers, the Dallas Cowboys for the Mingo trade. The New York Jets, the New Orleans Saints cap, and Cincinnati Bengals running back Zach Moss. Of course, they went out and got Khalil Herbert. So I will admit, Gator, this might sound weird, but we've had some weird things said, like the guy who wants Jake Bates to miss a field goal before he really misses an important one.
Right.
In a way, were you not relieved that Myles Garrett or Max Crosby were not moved yesterday?
In a way, was I
Were you relieved that they weren't moved?
Yes, in a way.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
If they were going to get moved,
then the Lions better have gotten involved if they were going to get moved. But they weren't. So I feel like they didn't. Nobody can say the Lions lost out.
Yep.
And the Lions got Zadarius Smith. So.
Yep,
that's good news.
Well, if you think about if that had happened, then it probably would have taken over this radio station for the remainder of
eternity.
The rest of the season until it probably got talked about until the Lions won the Super Bowl. I mean, it really would have been. It really would have been bad. And you think about the things that we talk about, the things that we prepare to talk about, the things that we would have just taken over. It would have been like it would have been like a Stafford topic. It's all anybody would have wanted to talk about. So I'm glad it didn't go down. But your question of did they do enough that you put in your show sheet, and we talked about at the beginning of the show, you can always do more. Everybody can always do more. But you know what? Nobody said F them picks. I think we're right that nobody gave up a first-round pick.
No, I don't think. What was the highest pick? A fourth-round pick?
The highest pick that got moved at the trade deadline?
Was Mingo the highest?
That's pretty crazy. If the Cowboys paid more for Jonathan Mingo than anybody else paid for anyone, isn't there something that can
I think
convey
it was more
to
to that trade than just that. Like some
That's
other
true.
picks going back and forth, but nonetheless, it was a fourth-round pick that was sent.
If that's true. Did anybody trade Kang? Do you think of any? Is there any others?
Oh, Marshawn Lattimore got traded. A third-round pick was involved in that trade.
I guess,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, why do I keep forgetting Lattimore?
Yeah, you hate Marshawn Lattimore.
I don't. Yet I've also referenced him.
You're
hey,
like
you know
Mike
that-
Evans. Those two hate each other. Yeah, Marshawn Lattimore and a fifth-round pick got sent to the Commanders for a third, fourth, and sixth.
It's pretty crazy in retrospect. Like this trade deadline, there was movement, but the price that teams paid, I would put in the affordable category.
Well, that just goes to show, like, we've said it all along, it takes two teams to make a deal.
Yep.
You know, everyone's like, go get this guy, go get that guy. Well, this isn't the free store. You know, you just walk in and grab whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
No, and you're not getting players moved at the trade deadline. It's you can ask for the first-round picks, but you don't get them. It's not often that happens. And those trades happen in the offseason. The majority of those trades, I feel like those happen in the offseason. And Carolina made a mistake last year by not moving some guys they could have moved to get first-round picks, but I don't know what the hell they were holding out for. But there was no team wanted to do it, apparently. Like the Raiders, like, no, Max Crosby's our guy, the heartbeat of the team. We're not trading him. Not happening. Multiple times, the owner had to come out and say, we're not trading him. But yeah, you still make the calls, and apparently the Lions did over the weekend. Still calling, hey, you sure about that? Because we'd like, okay, no, good, fair enough. And Cleveland wasn't moving on from Myles Garrett, but Zadarius Smith they would part with because they want to build their defense around Myles Garrett, as one would expect you would.
If I were a Cleveland fan, that's what I'd be saying.
Exactly.
You know what I'd be citing? I'd be citing the Commanders. quickly you can turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, the best players in the league generally don't get traded.
Yep.
So when you look at the best defensive players in the league, would you probably put Max Crosby and Myles Garrett among the top 5 defensive players in the league?
Yep.
Probably. So those guys aren't getting moved. And Trey Hendrickson looked like he could have been because before the season, he wasn't happy in Cincinnati and looked to ask to be traded. Well, the Bengals started to cobble things together and start to play better football, and now all of a sudden they're like, well, we're all in, and we're all in with you, buddy. You got to be with us because you're a huge part. And he's played out of his mind this year and had 4 sacks on Sunday, and the Bengals are like, we're not trading him. And all of a sudden, remember we were talking to Trey Hendrickson, hey, can you get him for like a 3rd or 4th round pick? I mean, if you were to trade for Trey Hendrickson after that game, I'm sure Cincinnati's like, we're not moving him, but if you want him, we're going to talk a couple 1st round picks.
It's pretty incredible that the 3rd round pick is the highest thing that got moved.
I still think there's going to be a time where Brad Holmes does say F them picks, but I'm pretty proud that they didn't have to do it and still got their guy.
I feel like when he it doesn't, I don't know if he's wired that way. I feel like if he were to do that, it would be like, this is our last shot at a Super Bowl. And
like Jared Goff is like 44 years old or something.
Yeah, we're trying to add one more ring.
Yeah,
exactly.
One
hope
for the thumb.
Yeah, that's what.
All right, I'll F them picks now.
That's kind of what I'm hoping.
Everyone wants a perfect team, right?
Yep.
That's just not feasible. All you need to do is win by a point. You don't have to beat every team by 21 points. You just got to be able to beat them at all.
Mm-hmm.
So the Lions are built to beat any team.
They are.
It's not all going to be Tennessee. Some games are going to be closer. But the Lions, if their defense bends a little bit, I think they got a good enough offense to score more points than the other team. And we're hoping vice versa, that if the offense doesn't come through every single time, that the defense can hold.
All right, a couple things I want to get to here real quick. Red Wings back in action tonight in Chicago. So they've had some time off here, Gator. Do they look better? Please look better.
Well, please look better. Last time we saw them, they played better. But it feels like it's been a minute since they played, so they should be healthy. Hopefully the flu has run its course. It's no longer part of that, no longer an excuse. And they're getting some players back and got a full roster to deal with. Go out and start winning some games. Win the game tonight.
The other thing is Pistons back in action tonight with a chance to win 3 in a row.
Here we go, Doug.
Which matters to me. Not a lot because I'm confident. But Charlotte's not a great team. Do they get their 3rd win in a row tonight?
Oof. I don't know, but I'm tuning in to find out because I like watching the Pistons. I like seeing the day-to-day Cade and Ivy exist together on the floor, and I think they're proving more that they can than they cannot. I think it looks more and more like that's something that can be a focal point for this year and be the foundation for years to come, that those guys can stay on the floor together. I'd like to see Cade get some more help with distributing the basketball so he doesn't have to have it in his hands all the time and turn it over as much as he does. But the Pistons win over the Lakers, which we didn't get to talk about a whole lot on Monday.
No.
That was a big win. It was a win over a team that had their best players playing. There was no load management. It's LeBron. It's Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis went off for, 32 points, I think, in the game. Tweaked his ankle late in the game. But the Pistons had a 19-point lead in the 3rd quarter. They end up winning it easily in the 4th after the Lakers made it tight with a fight. They got it down to 5 points. But then Ivy and Cade took over on back-to-back plays where, Cade found Jaden Ivey open for a 3-pointer, drained it. Cade drives the lane, gives it to Ivy. Ivy, finishes the shot and knocks that down. It's they're fun to watch. They can be fun to watch when they're not doing the things that hurt them, like turn the ball over.
Well, the crazy thing is, the Red Wings are a 1.5 favorite tonight against Chicago. The Pistons are a 1.5 favorite tonight at Charlotte.
Oh, boy.
Can the Pistons get their 3rd win in a row tonight, Mr. NBA?
Probably not, but I'm really hoping they do. So Doug doesn't have to shoot the boot and he'll extend it, right? Aren't you going to possibly extend this
I've
thing?
discussed it. We'll see how I'm feeling.
Come on, man.
Can you just back off a little bit?
I mean, by the way, I'm only saying probably not just because, law of average. I don't know if when's the last time we saw the Pistons win this many games in a row?
Well,
Last year they won 2 in a row a couple times.
Yep, didn't win 3 in a row.
Never 3 in a row. So till the end of December to get the third win.
Did they win a couple times, 2 in a row last year?
We
a couple times.
swing around the country. Next, college football talk, 97.1. Okay, a couple notes here as we get set for another weekend of football as we turn the corner and head for home, which is always fun and exciting, and it's even more fun and exciting when your football team is good in the National Football League, and the Detroit Lions are indeed good. Tomorrow night, Cincinnati's at Baltimore in a Thursday night game, which has a degree of interest. What's going on over there in the AFC? The Lions get Houston on Sunday night. Houston has gone to social media and tweeted out pictures of their new battle red jerseys with their battle red chrome helmets. Can't stand chrome helmets, but they have a red chrome helmet.
I love it.
They have red jerseys with red pants. That's what they're wearing against the Lions on Sunday night. And according to Aaron Wilson, who covers the Texans, he tweeted out, Texans wide receiver 1 Nico Collins has passed all tests for hamstring. No setbacks per league sources. Regained speed, mobility, and ready to go. Matter of when, not if, he will be designated for return. Team still determining if activating him for the Lions game. And then he followed that up with a tweet. Nico Collins not practicing today, hasn't been designated to return yet. So some things to pay attention to as we get set for Sunday. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Bob and Shelby. Hi, Bob.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's
nice
up?
Talking to you. Yeah, you know, I'm really happy the Lions got Zadarius Smith. It's great and all that, but it just seems to me that people are just going over the top. Okay, now we got Zadarius Smith and we're going to the Super Bowl and everything's great. When Hutch was still on the field and he wasn't even injured, we were still saying we need somebody on the other side because Hutch is getting double teamed and he's not getting there as much as he should be and all that. We really need somebody on the other side. And now Hutch isn't there. We got Zadarius Smith and everybody's saying, hey, all our problems are, it seems to me that everybody's saying all our problems are solved and everything's great. You know, and I just think people are drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit more than they should be.
Well, let me
Are
ask
you a
you.
Lions fan, Bob?
Of course I am,
Okay,
but I'm
well
trying to be
So-
objective.
So what did you
I've been
want?
watching, dude.
I'm just,
I've been watching.
I
we
don't need the
Yeah,
credentials.
it's all right,
I don't
yeah,
know.
we all have been watching.
Yeah,
Bill
I'm asking you, what did you want them to do?
I think, well, it would have been nice if they got somebody else, but maybe that was impossible. I'm not saying they haven't done everything they could. All I'm saying is
You're feeling
I
you're
think-
feeling like you're sensing too much confidence.
yes.
You know what's funny about that is I think there's basically two types of Lions fans right now. The overconfident crowd and the people that's still the PTSD crowd. And I actually think there might, in the Venn diagram, there might be crossover, that you can be overconfident and still have PTSD. Because, I mean, we're at a place we've never been. We still kind of really don't know what to do with our hands. And yet, when anything veers merely a little bit off track, I think there's a sense of panic that can run through the fan base. And I think I've done it too. I'm not above anything, Gator.
No?
Not a damn thing.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's I'm not sensing like damaging overconfidence. It doesn't matter how fans feel. Right?
No, it doesn't, but I just wanted to get to where he was trying to go, and because it seems like he wasn't happy with what was going on. And are they back to where they were before Hutch got hurt? Absolutely not.
Nope.
Because he's not Hutchinson. But are they better now than when they were 3 weeks ago, right after Hutch got hurt? And I think the answer is absolutely.
I just looked down at Twitch. Settle Down Beavis posted, send 40 first-round picks to Las Vegas for Max Crosby. Hysterical. Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now. What's up, man?
Welcome to the night mode here.
Well, it was the lights.
I had to.
Lights were out because there was some light sensitivity at the beginning of the show, and I was wearing sunglasses.
I was just like, okay. It's dark in here.
Do you want to turn them back on? You will.
No.
Well, they're gonna. They will, but I mean,
Yes.
Doug got jumped by 6 guys last night, so his eye took a little bit of a.
Did you at least get a couple good hits in?
No, I think last night I pretty much just got hit and hit and hit. But had a procedure today. It's all better.
Next time, call me, man.
Yeah.
I'm there for you.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
You know what?
Dan Campbell.
516 for life.
That's right. Dan Campbell is speaking to reporters right now, according to Corey Woods. So there could be some interesting stuff in the midst of everything that's going on, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, for this team, this was the step that everybody wanted. Everybody was waiting for. You added some depth to the defensive line on a team that's it's championship caliber right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't see, barring any catastrophic injury, I think that the Lions are in that group of 4 teams that can win the Super Bowl. The reason why I say they won't, because you need every Super Bowl winner has a little bit of luck. You got to be that lucky team. It's not to take away from what the team is doing.
Yeah, I mean, good fortune plays a lot of 1 seeds go into the playoffs and don't, and they are far away from being a 1 seed.
I saw Greenlaw going out celebrating and popped his Achilles. So bad things happen.
Well, have a great show.
Take care of your Achilles.
Take care of your Achilles. Take care of your retinas. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect.
And your meniscus.
97.1.
No, don't get Rico starting to talk about the toothpaste. You know where that leads. How the hell is everybody? Rico, I got to tell you, the weather is elite. The coffee is elite. Some days it just tastes better. And Rico, the television last night was elite. And we're not talking Bowling Green and CMU, although that backdoor cover was criminal. I'm going to ask a question now. This is probably a bad idea. But you want to roll with me on this?
We're not talking action?
I mean, I can. It was
not
ridiculous. They blew the cover late. The point, I want to ask a question to people. So don't get all bent out of shape, because I didn't even have a dog in the fight. I just pulled up my lawn chair and wanted to watch the world burn from a good, safe distance. I felt like last night with the election was like the greatest football game you've ever seen. Like, for once, I felt like Kenny. So Kenny's a Georgia fan. And you're watching. I mean, I was going through 4 different networks. I was trying to get every perspective, and just chaos. The point is, you go in, and I felt like one side felt like they were favored by 21.5. And then real quick, there was like a Carson Beck pick 6. And you're like, all right, shake it off. No big deal. And then it was like, oh, hell, down 13-7 at half. Like, what? This isn't going well. Then they come out of halftime, and their best player blows their knee out in the third quarter. And then it was full panic. And I'm going like Rico. I'm going 4 different channels, and I hadn't seen 2:30 in the morning in ages. But I stayed up and watched everything.
Wait, you stayed up to 2:30?
I did. I was fascinated, Rico. And you know me. It's like look. And I will take a polygraph if you ask me to do this. I'm serious. I'm not mad that Trump's in. I'm not happy. I legitimately DGAF. None of this matters to me. They're both just going to pilfer my bank account. So here's my point. Rico, I was fascinated. Both at because when you put up a magic wall with numbers and data, I'm in. I'm stuck now. And I mean, let's go to Cook County. And then they're like, hey, here's what happened in 16 and then 20. And then we're going to do a stat overlay. And then I'm pulling up like Pro Football Focus, trying to get like Laguna Beach analytics. I couldn't stop. And then, of course, it was like most of the media is on the left anyway. So like they're starting to melt down and you're racist. No, you're racist. I'm like, oh my God, I was transfixed on the election. Well, and I didn't even have a team. It was like watching Georgia and Bama. I don't like either of those teams, but it was gripping.
See, it was funny because old man Valenti, like, guys, you don't know, but calling Mike after 9:30 is iffy. At that point,
hold on. Give me 10 o'clock. Hold on a minute.
At 9:30, you can tell that Mike, thank you, David. Mike's got his nightcap on. He's got his candle, getting ready to walk upstairs.
MF, I'm not Bert and Ernie, and I resent this. And MF does not stand for my friend. You must be kidding me.
Mike, seriously, at anything, unless I know, like.
Oh, you sons of bitches.
It's like the one time we had that parlay bet, and I was up late watching that West ASU game, and you were up, and I'm like, wow, okay, this must be big because Mike's up. So to hear you say 2:30, but no,
yeah,
I was with you. See, I saw it differently. I saw it as a game that had a bunch of bridge crossings. That it was this side was favored by 3.5. Now this side is swung back over to 2.5. This side. By the end of the night, it was a pick'em game going into the game. So you really didn't know. Both sides thought they had the game plan. I didn't flip from 4 different channels. I went to the master himself, John King. John King is a surgeon with the wall.
Well, the good part is now every network, like even Jefferson Pilot, has a magic wall.
Yeah.
I mean, now it's really a whiteboard with crayons, but every network has a wall.
Oh, no. But see, the thing I like about John King takes you to your neighborhood. And if you look closely, there's your house. Okay.
Hey, there's Rico's fake high school. They didn't vote.
Okay. There you go. So no, what I saw, it was like, okay, the game is going. You're holding on, and then all of a sudden, whoa, was that a turnover? There was a fumble. And then it went from being an anticipated game to it ended up being just a steamrolling at the end where, see, I cashed out like, yeah, I already see how this is about to happen. I think I around 11:30, I was just like, yep, I'm good.
Oh no. Yeah, no, you know what it is too is like for something I don't participate in, I legitimately find it fascinating. I find it fascinating on like the data, of okay, well, why did this change 4 years ago and why did these people vote like this? But then I'm also fascinated how people turn it into like this team sport thing. Mm-hmm. So like for me, it's easy because I'm not invested in it, and I'm not upset by any of it. Like it legitimately doesn't matter. I mean, do I have thoughts and do I have reasons I think it went the way it went and stuff like that? Sure I do, but nobody cares. And like I'm not, there's no point in talking politics. I don't care.
No,
I'm making it was a question for our listener base, Rico, of just, were you all in like me? Like, did you find yourself like, wait, what time is it? And why am I still doing this? But it was every 3 or 4 minutes I was switching to a different network.
Oh no.
Because I love all the different perspectives and then like seeing people like break down and melt down. Other people are popping bottles. I mean, it was, and you're right. The magic wall doesn't get old. I've never learned more counties in Wisconsin than election night.
Okay. And see, and that's why I like John King, because John King doesn't care. John King is just there to just educate you. And the only thing that I really took away from it, just as a side note, and when John King is like, I've done 10 elections and it's death, taxes, and Wayne County never has their votes done on time. And I just slumped down and put my head down and was like, yeah, that's us. Sorry, sir. We just can't get it right. For some reason, we just can't count votes until like 3 days later. I digress. But no, okay. I like him because it's not about the talking heads, and I don't want to hear about the different spin. He just does a deep dive and goes from count. Okay, look at this county. That looks like something, right? But if you look at that, they lost 10 votes right there. Those 10 votes can matter in something like this. And he
now listen, if you zoom in a little more, right, and this is Mack Avenue, right, this is the vote. I'm like, dude. And what's great is
we zoom in a little bit more. There's Mike. Wave to him, Mike. That's Mike.
Yeah, there's me giving you the middle finger. No, I was look, I can't help it. It's a once every 4 year event. And let me say this. I don't care who won, whether it was Trump or Harris. It does not matter to me. The point I'm making is I'm glad that whoever won, that it was a blowout. Because what I did not want to endure was this national discourse over 4, 6, 8, 10 weeks of recounts and diddly-doos. And I'm going, at least, whether it was left or right, at least they won. It's done. The game's over. We didn't end it on a Lions-Atlanta 10-second runoff controversy call. Don't need that.
Right. Yeah, I did not need 2 months of stop the steal. I didn't need Arizona to do a recount for an 8th time. I didn't need any of that. Yeah.
Well, you're on the board down in Maricopa, aren't you?
Well, I've moved up here to Wayne County. We're trying to get things right.
City Commissioner Beard. No, David, I talked to you briefly earlier. You were like me. I mean, I'm exhausted today, and it wasn't even sports related. It wasn't even like a Tigers West Coast, first pitch. I was just legitimately fascinated at dialogue both ways, the magical maps, the people melting down. I'm sorry. Were you like me?
See, here's the thing. I was my own John King. I had 4 screens going on.
Oh, dear God.
TV, computer, iPad, phone. I was going from let me mute this. Let me hear this. Let me mute this. Let me hear this. I want to hear them. I was all over the place, 4 different channels. But you guys are right. It was like a game because at some point, I told myself at 12:30, I said, I got to go to sleep. I got to get up early, take my sons to school. And then something happened, and I'm up for another hour. I'm up till 2:30, and I'm like, can't believe this.
David,
it was great.
I'm fascinated.
Well, and I did want to hear him talk. Like, once Trump won, I'm like, all right, well, let me see what he's got to say. Like, I couldn't. It was like waiting outside in a line at a bar in your 20s. You're like, well, I've waited this long. I may as well see it through.
Right.
Got to make sure we get those $2 you call it.
I just figured Trump came in like Brian Branch, just like, yep, I got it. I'm back.
Just the whole night. And look, what David's saying is true. It is just when I would see someone sound like that drop you just played, like literally their head was exploding, melting down. Yeah, there were a couple of hosts last night who sounded that way. And I'm like, well, I'm in for another 15 minutes. I can't stop. This is amazing. But no, I legitimately, I don't care. Hey, man, if your guy won last night, God bless. That's great for you. If your candidate didn't win, I don't know what to tell you. What are you going to do? Move to Canada? Grow up. The point is, were you locked in on this last night? And I am totally fine if people go, not in this lifetime or the next. Completely ignored it. I know for me it's easier because it's much like religion. I mean, not only am I agnostic, I'm an atheist. I just don't believe in our political system. It's silliness. Oh, dude, let me tell you, Rico, off air, I'll give you a few quotes where the person I was listening to sounded that way. But I'm not going to do that on the air because I don't want to upset or incite, or people are very fragile. I don't want people to have to go to the panic room or the trigger room and have a brownie and a Lego set.
No.
I also heard some people sound like that last
Woke
night.
up to a lot of text messages. Like, it took like 15 minutes to catch up on a thread. Like, okay. As people
I get none of that. All my friends know I don't care, so it's great.
Well, no,
I don't. Oh, Rico, you poor thing. A group text involving the election.
Well, we have a group text just to talking about everything. So they stayed up and they were just kind of giving the blow by blow. Like I said, I cashed out because once again, John King. I know more about the U.S. map and different counties and this and that and the
Buck
demographic
County in
breakdown.
Milwaukee. I was like, Buck County. I got to visit.
No. But see, now we need to go to Erie, Pennsylvania, because right here, this is going to settle it all right here. Let's zoom into the map. It's just like he's like the professor in college I never had that I always wanted. I would never miss that man's class. Because
I was bouncing between him and then Fox had a dude and their map looked different and they were doing different things. And then, goofball Kornacki, who they also have on horse racing now, which don't even get me started why he's there. But his sleeves are rolled up to his armpits and he's like zibbity-boo and bobbity-boo. And I'm like, it was great. I mean, I was riveted because, it is once every 4 years. But look, you could take a text in. If you're bent out of shape at that, I can't help you. You need to look at the mirror. That's a YP, not an MP. But I was riveted. I stayed up till 2:30 in the morning. And guess what? The sun came up, and I went and got a haircut this morning, and I'm at work. Life moves on. But if you're taking it hard, I don't know what to tell you. David, we'll get to the ticket text. Is Kenny here? Kenny, are you okay?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Kenny. Question. Were you comfortable with the Georgia comparison I made?
No, I was not. You said a Carson Beck pick six. It really hurt my feelings.
All right, but you get my point.
Is going with that? Okay.
No, but you know what I'm saying is like you went into the game last night. It felt like one side was like, oh man, we're favored by 24.5, and then Vanderbilt's not going away.
Have you ever switched over to a game like maybe a quarter of the way through it and you're like, this first quarter did not go the way I expected it to? I was a little busy last night, so I got home about a quarter of the way through the coverage, and I was like, oh, this is not what I expected to be happening.
Wait, you were busy last night. What'd you have? An event?
No, dude, run some errands, Mike.
Okay. Hey, I just didn't know if you were competing with your neighbors upstairs.
No.
Roberts. All right. 248-539. Okay, that'll be sufficient. 248-539-9797. We have heard from Scott Harris. We are going to give you that. I've got a Lions topic to get to. And yes, college football a couple different ways. Playoff brackets are out. Rico has from best game, best matchup to worst on the hypothetical magic wall. We're going to turn Rico into Black John King. It's going to be exciting later. It's going to be great. Or Kornacki, Blacknacki, whatever you like. We're doing it. Because I really want to see from your perspective, the 12-team playoff is your dream. Well, now you're starting to see matchups. Which of these actually gets you excited? So we'll do that. We got a lot of good stuff to do. But yeah, I wanted to do a segment or two of just, were you transfixed like I was last night? Or did you just opt out altogether and hit the human portal and just go, you know what, weed, gummy, sleep, I'm out. That drop will never get old.
It won't.
Ever. All right, Rico, be curious. Yeah, Thanksgiving.
All right. Hey, is your family obsessed with Wicked? You're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing your internet can handle at your kid's next Wicked-themed sleepover. Well, Xfinity Internet has powerful enough to handle hundreds of devices, so you can get a magical connection with fast speeds, and amazing power, even when everybody's online at the sleepover. With Wi-Fi that's truly thrilifying, one might even say Xfinity engineers are secretly wizards themselves. Now through December 22nd, get a thrilifying fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo regular rates apply. Currently $66 a month. Actual speeds vary.
You've heard me talk about David Femininio for a long, long time. And if you're injured, David and his team, it's the one call you got to make. The results he delivers are incredible for injured clients, $3.5 million up to $11.5 million. If you need someone when you're injured, call David because he'll actually answer. 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll get some ticket texts, get to a couple of calls. We are going to get to the Tigers. We have received a missive from Scott Harris. We got college football to talk about and maybe a little bit of Lions today. Obviously, they will be a big focus as the week goes along. Just asking people, were you totally in or totally out on last night with the election? Just watching it. Don't care what side you're on. If you won, congrats. If you didn't, well, I don't know what to tell you. Grow up and go to work today. The point is, I was fascinated on all levels. I mean, and Rico and I are simpatico on this. Every network now has its own magic wall. Like, I want a magic wall at Spartan Stadium. Like, I can't stop. They're breaking down the counties and this flipped to this color, or this is who we're blaming for this not going our way. Like, I couldn't stop. I was just like, this is fascinating. So just wondering if you were all in or all out. If you're all out, I'm not mad at you. Again, I'm just not invested in it. David, what does the ticket text have to say? This could be the worst idea of my afternoon.
The election was MSU-Bama in the college football playoff. Hang around for a quarter, then run out the gym.
It was a blowout. It was remarkable because, like, it was both Fox and CNN did the same kind of presentation of like, hey, here's where candidate A is overperforming. And they put up like Trump and it was like, dots everywhere, right? Then they put up Harris and it was, you could have played the cricket drop that we played. I'm like, holy mercy. It was crazy. I'm like, this is unbelievable.
I was locked in on Tuesday night Red Zone, 7 hours of commercial-free politics.
Yes! That's what it felt like. Let's go to the double box.
Could you imagine if you had a version of Scott Hansen who brought in all the network coverage and you had Election Zone? And like you're pulling from Fox, you're pulling from CNN, you're pulling from MSNBC, you're pulling from, whatever, News America. Dude,
I wonder how come they never thought about that.
Well, it's only once every 4 years. I don't know what your ROI would be on something like this.
That's true. But wait, but just wait till the witching hour.
Where wins become losses and losses become wins.
Mike Rico, you're 100% right. Describing my night exactly. It was back and forth between every network all night. More drama than most NFL games nowadays.
It's almost too is like, and again, I mean, you have to call it what it is. A vast majority of the media is Democratic, liberal, whatever you want to say, left. Seeing these people like either outright fall apart or use copium or hopium, I couldn't stop. It was like when they do Surrender Cobra with fans. And again, if the election had gone the other way, I would have taken the same approach. It's amazing. Like people treat it like a team sport. It's wild.
It is a team sport, Mike. What do you mean treat it like it is a team sport? Like people last night either went to sleep or woke up this morning feeling victorious, like, hey, we won, or oh my God. And not only did you lose the trophy game, you have to wait 4 years to get the trophy back.
Sounds a lot like being an MSU fan.
Exactly.
I love this next text because
trophy case empty.
This next text is amazing because I didn't even know they did this.
Yeah.
Was at the bar last night. The presidential race on almost every channel. You would have thought the Lions won the Super Bowl. America.
I was wild. It was wild. And again, look, I have misgivings because the way we do this radio show, and it's just, do I have thoughts and would I like to go different directions and have some fun? Of course, but people are not capable of having fun with this stuff. So the juice isn't worth the squeeze for me. Like I would love to have a conversation about some things because I do think last night was impactful and I think it was bigger than an election. And you felt like something else was happening. And I would love to explore that and talk about it. But then it's like, no, that's people can't handle that.
Yes, I do. I agree with you. I do think that a statement was made across the board. And yes. But
it was, it was wild. But yes, election zone.
But
we
need
to
what?
do it.
We'll just leave it at
Octobox. All right,
witching hour.
Finally,
where incumbents become toast.
Right. Where states go from blue to red and red to blue.
Finally, a little lightheartedness around politics. Thank you guys for this. I love it. This is amazing.
We wanted to, out of a 4-hour show, guys, here's the deal. Like, you want to go behind the curtain with your favorite show, or maybe it's the show you love to hate, whatever. Look, we had a lot of conversation off the air, and I said to David, Rico, I even talked to Powers about it. I said, look, I just don't think it's wise to whistle by the graveyard. Like, you can't ignore the biggest story on the globe that is sending, frankly, shockwaves across planet Earth. And as much as, yes, we're going to, quote, do the sports, shut up and dribble, we're going to do that. But like, yeah, 2 segments where if you're offended by what we're doing, you're looking to be offended, and I don't care. Like, that's nothing we're saying is offensive. None of it is partisan. Right. And it's really just about the event itself and the idea that I stayed up till 2:30 in the morning without having a team to root for. I'm like, that's gripping television. That was wild.
The fact that you stayed up to 2:30 in the morning. Okay, Mike. It's over. Did you put money on this?
No, but I'm going to tell you,
that's the only thing
man,
that
if
keeps
I
you
could have
up that
bet,
late.
Rico, if I could have bet Van Jones crying his eyes out at minus 150, that would have been a Costa lock.
No, you know what it was? No, I think, honestly, imagine if you could have. Come on, man.
Woo! I want to make that my text ring.
Come on. Hey, Van, would you like butter on your toast?
Dude, you know what he's turned into? He's Dick Vermeil.
Yeah.
He's the old Philadelphia Eagles and Rams coach. Used to cry and everything. My goodness.
Yeah.
Gary, I don't want to go any deeper into this, but I got a
the funny
highlight
thing
reel
is,
from last night.
I wonder, man, imagine if you could have live bet this thing as it was going down. That would have been fun to do. Like, bet each state. That would have been fun. Just saying. 248-539-9797. Did you have as much fun as we did?
Yeah, listen, some people, I can't believe they're making light of this.
Okay, here's the thing.
Blur, and it's like, I can't help you.
Here's the thing, and this is what I told some people today. This morning when you woke up, nobody really changed. Everybody was the same person that they were last night. No great revolution, nothing being burned in the streets. Life went on. So, no, you're not. You're not doing that because what did you expect to happen? Hi, we're all still here. Let's move on.
I know. I got a fresh fade, too. I feel good about it. A good haircut today.
You know what? Yeah.
Well, I mean, life. See, you. Yeah, good.
Well, speaking of sexy, from this ticket text here, I didn't even know that he was back. Amazon broadcast was great. The return of Brian Williams last night.
What?
I didn't even know this.
They dug up his bones?
Yeah, wow.
You got any more helicopter stories?
Huh.
I didn't know Brian Williams was back. I could have had a fifth network.
Wow.
Wait, did I ruin election coverage too with streaming now?
I thought about it last Thursday, watching Thursday Night Football. They promoted what they were going to do. I said, here we go. Got to watch streaming.
Rico.
Yeah.
I got a name for one of the streaming casts you could do, but that would get us in trouble. Let's just say it's a portion of the Peacock.
Big
and we'll leave
Saturday
it there.
Night.
Your incumbent is gone. It was like every person in every state who was trying to maintain office just got launched out of a cannon. Woo! Where red becomes blue and blue becomes red. All right, let's do the business because guess what? We have a game to watch tonight, a real one. Not just media foofs melting down. No. No, we got a real game in the city of Detroit tonight. I want to talk about it briefly and see if Rico thinks I'm totally insane. Let's talk about Hungry Howie's for a minute. Simple, classic pepperoni. You can't beat it. And I'm telling you, I don't sanction what I'm about to read. This is for people like Kenny Cott. You've had some drinks and you want to get loose with a wild pizza. God bless. Chicken and waffles pizza. My grandmother would turn over in her grave. Chicken tender bites, waffle bits, and maple syrup. This is Kenny after a 4-foot bong rip. But Hungry Howie's, it's limited time only, and I will tell you, it's one of their best sellers. So, you people are crazy. God bless. Go enjoy your crazy pizza. Do your thing. So treat yourself. Do what Kenny does. About 17 beers later, get a large chicken and waffle pizza tonight, $15.99. Bold flavors await only at Hungry Howie's. All right, so I want to get to. We have a game to watch tonight, but a gentleman has called in. I want to take this call, and then Rico, I want you to tell me whether I can get 15 minutes of your time this evening to watch a specific game. Is that fair?
All right, let's go.
I want to get to Dave. He's been very patient. Dave, go right ahead, buddy. Welcome. And Dave.
Whoops.
Dave's gone.
Hold on.
All right,
Dave,
so Rico.
we hit at the same time? Okay.
It's okay. Just everybody calm down. So I want to say something. Now, I try to be very fair. Now, if I'm going to kill a team when they're bad, I want to try to build them up when they're good. And I killed the Pistons at 0-4. Now, they've won 3 of 4. And they have a chance for history tonight. Because I legitimately do not remember the last time they won 3 straight games. But the Pistons, they're 3-5. And I'm not making any. My misgivings with Cade in the fourth quarter are intact. But Rico, they have a chance to win their 3rd straight. They are in Charlotte tonight. Charlotte is not a good basketball team. And we talked about this. The bar for the Pistons is very low. Can you be remotely interesting? Remotely. Can you compete for the 11 or 10 seed? Rico, any shot after, look, the election's done. You got nothing on your calendar tonight. You're not interested in watching Ohio MAC football. Any shot, you'll put the Pistons on rotation to see if they could win their 3rd in a row.
Can I get John King courtside?
Okay.
All right. See here? Here's Cade. Cade's going to go for that shot. Is he going to make it? I don't know. Let's go to the wall and see.
Any chance? I'm just ignoring this and moving on. Magic wall in sports. We need it for every broadcast.
We do. No, I will watch them because I was pleasantly surprised that how they finished the Laker game. I went in there saying, okay, 4th quarter, it's the witching hour where wins becomes losses.
Oh boy.
Like, no, seriously, I was just
and blue becomes red.
Like, okay, how can you disappoint me in this game? Because I was bought in, and then I'm like, oh, wait. And then when they won, it was like, wait, you won the game, and the Lakers actually played starters. This wasn't a charity game. Yeah, I'll watch it. I'm in. I'm there.
My man, pots and pans. Goes in. No, and I'm being serious. Listen, I understand the bar is low, and I'm not telling you like, oh, my God, if you don't watch this, you're crazy. It's just an idea of, I don't know the last time they've won 3 in a row. If they're going to get anywhere in this life, you got to beat teams like Charlotte, who are not very good. And look, if they could just stay within, a stone's throw of 500 by Christmas, they will have dodged the hardest part of their schedule. They will at least have given themselves an opportunity to have I don't want to say a life, some level of future, some level of hope. It just really struck me as, hey, you know what? I think it's worth mentioning on the show, albeit for 4 minutes, but I just wanted to see where people are at. David, any shot you tune into this tonight at all, or are you looking at me like I'm insane?
No, I'm going to tune in because I want to see if Tobias Harris can shoot better than 18% from the 3-point line.
Well, listen, he's washed.
You bring him in to shoot threes, and he can't do it.
See, David, if you go back a couple of years ago, he would go that. He would shoot the 3 from there, and then he was hitting it. But now...
But
you know what? Get Rico a magic wall right now. There's no other out for us today. We're never moving past this.
Okay. All right. I'm done.
But yes, other than Tobias,
Jesus.
Yes, I'm interested in watching tonight, not only because of the 3 wins that they can have in a row, but because I want to see how Cade and Ivy look again together. Because the last few games, they've looked good together. And down the stretch is the important part, because that's when most times, okay, who's going to do this? Who's going to lead? Who's going to – If they've worked together well the last few games down the stretch, and I want to see it again.
And again, if I'm going to kill them, then I need to be balanced on the other side. Now, I'll give it a run tonight. I want to watch a little bit. I want to see what they look like. And you know what? Look, my sincere hope is they're in a close game and Cade steps up in the fourth quarter instead of playing like a corpse. He's got to become a closer, and he's got to become the lead dog in the fourth quarter. Need to see it. So, yeah, I'm going to flip it on a little bit tonight. I just want to – I'm glad I didn't get laughed at, right?
No.
It's something. Now, I know Kenny's going to be like, how dare you? The Wings are in Chicago. But
on national TV, the Wings are in Chicago.
Oh, dear God. What's your national TV deal now? Is it still the Outdoor Network?
No, it's TNT.
Lifetime?
TNT.
Remember when hockey was on the remember when they were on the Bear Claw Network or whatever it was?
The fishing channel versus.
Yeah, what the hell was that called?
Versus.
They were on the old Trapper Network.
It went from like fly fishing to Red Wings and Islanders and then back to fly fishing.
Da 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 da. It's just two guys eating beef jerky. Cutscene. Hi, it's Ray Ferraro live from the LA Coliseum.
Now they've signed a deal with the ACC and the CW.
Jefferson Pilot Hockey. Saturdays at 11 in the morning.
Moesha, then Red Wings.
That'd be such a contrast.
Make sure you stay tuned tonight after Kraken and Avalanche for 106 in Park.
From Everybody Hates Chris to Detroit, New York.
That's fantastic. David, a couple of ticket texts, and we'll get to the football in about, 15 minutes. Scott Harris has spoken, and I've got a question, and you get to choose your own adventure. I think it's a very good way to kick off hot stove season as the GM meetings get under full swing. David, what do you got?
The Pistons were 0 for November last season, so any win is a step up, yes. I'm watching tonight to see if they can continue it. That is Jim in Sterling Heights.
Yeah, and I think Jim said it best right there. It's like, look, the bar is low, but it's just can you guys stay in the rotation of things I want to make a part of my TV viewing? That's all. It's all I'm asking.
Wings are on tonight. No thank you on the Pistons. That is signed Kenny Cott. Someone else says 100% with you, Mike and Rico. I hate both sides, and I forced myself to go to bed at 10:30, but I was locked in. It was the Super Bowl.
Right.
Matt in Northville.
Oh, it was awesome. I mean, by the way, I don't know if you guys caught this. First of all, breaking news: Britt Hume is still alive. But I told you I was flipping every network.
Wow.
Did you guys hear Britt Hume poop his pants live on the air?
That would be a no, dog.
I'm Britt Hume. So, he tried the old, lean forward and to the left deal. And either that chair needed some serious oil or Britt needed a diaper.
Oh, boy.
You didn't hear this? I know somebody can corroborate this. I'm pretty sure Britt Hume bleeped himself on the air. It was amazing.
I give you credit. No, I like I said, I was locked in. You know where I was at.
I'm Britt Hume. You got to see it.
I didn't even know he was still on TV.
Whew. I don't know if he did.
Britt, you all right?
Sorry, I had the enchiladas. Oh, my God. Hold on. Hey, Kenny, do me a favor, because can you do social media? Could you possibly do a search? Do they allow that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could you search Britt Hume fart?
Yeah.
That has to be a thing.
No, it is.
I know I'm not the only.
I saw it live, Mike. I'm with you. I heard it.
Oh, my God. I mean, he wasn't even trying to hide it.
The whole lean to the side thing is what got me. I was like, oh, we're not trying to hide it at all, huh? All right.
Last night was the best. Oh, man. Okay. David, any other ticket texts? We'll get to
No, but I
today.
can't wait. I can't wait to see this. I'm watching it without sound, and I can tell it's something else.
So it is a thing.
Oh,
this is
yeah.
real. Okay. I knew I wasn't crazy. I'm like, did Britt just rip ass? I'm pretty sure he did.
I'll be in there in the break.
Rico, it's fantastic. David, go ahead.
The Ivy Leap by itself has made the team worth watching. Monty Williams should be indicted for how he was used last season.
Yeah, I want to see how it looks tonight. I want to see how they play together. Look, it was a nice win over the Lakers. That wasn't a win where LeBron and AD sat out. It wasn't look, the Pistons are at such a low state. I'm not going to dog them out when the Sixers don't play anyone and you beat them. That's just who you are. Nobody respects you. I mean, that's not an insult. It's reality. But yeah, I want to see them go against a team that's more their weight class and put 4 quarters together. Play a really good basketball game. Show us you're better. Now, cutscene. They'll lose by 38 tonight. No. I'll be all angry. All right, good talk. Let's do the football, shall we? Day after the trade deadline. We got a little NFL to get to here. Does that work for you?
Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go. Football today's coming up next. Let me tell you about Northville Lumber. Guys, look at the weather outside. I mean, who doesn't want to be sitting outside staring at the sky right now? Northville, they can get that deck built for you. Nobody stocks more Trex decking and railing than they do. They move enough product to cover 26 football fields, and some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. How could they possibly? Well, it's all in stock. It's all in their warehouse. That's how you cut the middleman out. That's how you cut the price. Simple. So take advantage of deck season. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's touch the table on some football. A lot going on with the NFL post-trade deadline. David Music.
You're right. There is a lot going on post NFL trade deadline. We will wrap that up in a second, but there's a couple things I want to get to first here because there's an interesting quote here from the Browns GM he was asked if the possibility that Watson will come back and play quarterback for the Browns. His quote, "Yeah, I think that's always possible." First of all, he's on a guaranteed contract. Your dead cap will be $172 million next year. Are they really just going to sit him on the bench and pay him $172 million next year?
No.
Rico, you want to take lead?
Yeah, they're not going to sit him, David. I thought maybe Jameis could usurp him and take the job, but Jameis came back down to earth. You got no other choices. So, yes, eventually you're just going to spin the wheel and hope that one of these guys can lead you to victory. Of course he's going to be back.
For me, I think it's bad leadership on his part. I think the way you answer the question is you just say straight up, he's got such a long road injury-wise. Guys, I'm not ready to address that right now. We'll focus on his health. We got a season to finish. We'll deal with that in the offseason. I think when you answer things like that, you just open up so much speculation. But again, maybe I'm just overly critical of it.
So let's get to Marvin Harrison Jr. because there's also a quote from him.
Yes.
He was talking about some things. They asked him a question, and he said, quote, "I just want to be great so bad that it constantly pushes him forward." He said, "I just want to be successful." What is really the problem there in Arizona with their usage of him?
Honestly, I think that it's a bad combination between him and Kyler Murray because both guys are weird. And that's not like weird in a bad way. Like, they're both kind of aloof where you needed one to kind of be the alpha and say, hey, we're going to get good. Me and you are going to practice. You got Murray doing the Call of Duty, and you got Marvin Harrison, who's Mike just covering him from Ohio State. He's a different kind of cat. Putting those two together, I don't even know if outside of football they've spent 10 minutes together in the same room.
Here's the thing. They're winning without him. So it's a little bit of a difficult situation. So, look, I think long-term, clearly, he's going to be a very good football player. But in the short term, they're not going to upset the apple cart of what they're doing. They're winning. And I look, here, if I had to bet, will Harrison have a breakout back half of the season? My answer would be yes. There's too much pedigree, too much talent, too much. It'll happen. He's still a rookie. So I'm willing to be a little more patient.
And then what I'll do here is I'll ask a question because I know what Rico's philosophy is here on wide receivers being drafted in the first round. They're a dime a dozen. But with you, what you're seeing this year is not a lot having an impact immediately. So, Mike, are you leaning towards Rico's idea of basically not drafting them in the first round?
It's just such a case-by-case thing for me. But overall, I do think Rico might be onto something. How about that? I'm not trying to cop out. But sometimes certain prospects, it does jump out at you where you go, you know what? Nope, this dude's different.
Yeah, Julio, Chase.
Yeah,
right.
Rico
Randy
is
Moss.
onto something, though. He is.
Right, there's a couple of guys that you just know, yep, you're going to take him within the top 5 picks. But when there's 5 of them coming out.
Okay, let me give you a real-life example that's very personal to me. Does Malik Neighbors affect winning? No. What would have had a bigger effect for the Giants? Drafting an elite tackle or an elite pass rusher or an elite corner or Malik Neighbors? So to Rico's point, like the wide receiver is not going to lift you out of the depths. Right. I think they're nice to have and you can find them later. My opinion up top is if you're not taking a quarterback, you take a big person.
Yes.
I want big people that can hurt people.
A tackle or, a defensive edge, a rush edge. Because here's the thing. The wide receiver, the rookie wide receiver, you could probably say has the biggest impact, came late in the draft. Late in the first round, Xavier Worthy.
Sure.
Or Keon Coleman, who came in the second round. Why? They have quarterbacks. So you can't have a bad team and a new receiver and expect a lot out of that person.
You're not wrong. I hate saying it. You're not wrong.
So let's get to this conversation here that's to kind of lean into the post-draft situation, which was Bryce Young has just now been named the starter again for this Sunday. But there was a report out there that multiple teams reached out regarding Bryce Young and Anthony Richardson, also for the Indianapolis Colts. Does that, I mean, they didn't trade him, but does that lean to they'll be moving on from both of these guys in the offseason?
Yes. Now, for the Colts, it'll be more difficult because they might be a playoff team. But for Carolina, guys, there's precedent already. I mean, look how fast, the Cardinals moved on from Josh Rosen. If Carolina ends up with the top pick in the draft and they have their choice of the quarterbacks, they're taking one. Yes, at least that's how I see it.
Yeah, because, you don't wait 5 years. You don't let the quarterback develop anymore. As soon as you see, you know what, this is not going to be the guy for me, you just, we're going to go ahead and cut you. We're going to release you. We're going to move on. I mean, you think about the top pick that the Jets had. I'm blanking on his name, the quarterback.
Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson.
Pick a Jet.
Yeah, you're right. But Zach Wilson, and he's going to, we all saw his workout, and it was like, and then he was no good. You move on. I think Anthony Richardson probably would have went for a higher price because there's still a little bit of an unknown factor. He's often injured, but Bryce, I think Bryce is going to go down that road of a Sam Darnold where he's going to be a career backup for a while unless he strikes gold and gets to that perfect situation.
Only one team in the league has stayed with a dead guy for 6 years. Mine.
You just hate to see it. So let's close it out here
He
because
said pick a quarterback.
You're right, Mark Sanchez.
Right, I'm like, gosh, you're right.
Quarterbacks.
Up next, Christian Hackenberg,
Geno Smith,
Chad Pennington.
Keep going. I played his game all day.
So I went through a few articles, and of course, everyone wants to do their winners and losers. But there's just one of each I want to focus on here that I found interesting. The winner, the Chiefs' chance of three-peating. Here's why they say this. Because you saw what Hopkins did on Monday night, but what it allowed was Travis Kelce to hit 100 yards for the first time this regular season. It's opened up things in their offense, which gives their chance of repeating or three-peating a chance.
I'll agree with that because it gives you a viable option. Xavier Worthy is fast, but I don't know if he's a difference maker. But now you need to know where Hopkins is at all times, which means I can't just focus on Kelce. And he did benefit from that because now you're just getting that one-on-one coverage. You're not bracketing him. You're not taking him out of the game because if you did, Hopkins started beating you. So at that point, it was like, okay, the Bucs, we got to pick our poison here. And they said, I'd rather have Kelce because he's not going to at least beat us deep.
I hate everything. Both Rico's right, and the Chiefs are back.
Yeah, it is. It is nauseating.
Take me, Lord. I am ready to meet you.
And then the one loser I wanted to focus on was C.J. Stroud because he has faced a ton of pressure this year. They didn't do anything to fix it, thinking that their scheme can fix it. The Texans right now rank bottom 5 in both pass block win rate and rush block win rate. That's a loser.
Well, but here's the thing, and it's like when you talk to Lion fans. I mean, edge rushers don't grow on trees. How many edges got traded at this deadline? All right, now do the exercise with tackles or guards. Like it just doesn't happen. I think a bigger part of this is Nico Collins coming back healthy, which by all accounts he's been cleared and may play Sunday. They need Nico Collins desperately.
And also, I don't know if you saw their uniforms with the
They're
hydrochrome
amazing.
helmets.
All red?
Yeah.
They're beautiful. They're
nice.
beautiful. I like them a lot.
I do.
But they look
too.
real
I mean,
nice.
it won't matter. Hey, it's a good thing they're nice because it's just like when you die. You're going to get buried in a nice suit.
No, they'll look nice in the win on Sunday.
No. Lions win every game by 700. I'm done. I'm not standing in the way
You
of
know
this
what?
freight train anymore.
Seriously, Mike, just 700? I wish you would believe in this team.
Alt line. Lions minus 19.5. Let's go.
I'm 21.5.
Okay.
Okay.
Hater.
All right. That is in football today.
All right, FanDuel midweek parlay reward stack. Every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to totals, player props. We talked about the Pistons tonight. I mean, you want to use one of these reward stacks on Pistons Hornets to make it a little more interesting? Go for it. Do whatever you like. FanDuel's got you covered. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions defensive lineman Josh Paschal told reporters today they had a non-cancerous mass in his shoulder removed, which is why he's been out the last 2 games. His doctor found it in a routine checkup. He's been working on building his strength back up. Paschal is a cancer survivor from his college days. Dan Campbell said today that the team is giving new additions to Darius Smith a few days off. He didn't rule out Smith playing this week. The team will also open up the practice window for Emmanuel Mosley and Ife Melifonwu. The Pistons are winners of 3 of their last 4 as they play in Charlotte tonight. Hear the game on News Radio 950 WWJ. Coverage begins at 6:40. LaMelo Ball is questionable for Charlotte with right ankle soreness and an illness here tonight. The Red Wings are also back on the ice. In Chicago, they'll roll with the same lineup as last game, including Cam Talbot in net. Talbot netted 32 saves and allowed just a single goal versus Buffalo. The puck drops right here on the ticket at 8. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock, great to have you aboard. Gorgeous afternoon, and now a chance to do something that's not Lions. Oh, thank God. Just something different. The Lions are so good, it's almost boring. We have Hot Stove. Now work with me, people. We got to get the gears turning. Now, I'm going to do the same thing we did with the with the Lions, and I'm going to use the same standard with the Tigers. We talked about the deadline, Rico, and we talked about, okay, we can't replace Aiden Hutchinson. However, what is the minimum threshold to acceptance? That what is the player that is the minimum they could do where you would say, job well done, better job by me, your team sucks. What would and we talked about Zadarius Smith in the lead up to the trade deadline would be the minimum barrier that the Lions needed to go and get for us to feel like you did all you could. Now, with the Tigers, this is different. It's different because it's not just a trade, it's free agency. And with Scott Harris at the GM meetings, here's what he had to say. Now, we can parse through the comment first, and then it does get to a point of, okay, forget about what you think the comment means. What is the standard you as an individual adult are going to hold Scott Harris and the Tigers to? Ready? He was asked on adding in the offseason versus developing the youth. Quote, we need to do both. We need to add externally, but we also need to acknowledge the fact that the external gains can't compare with the scale of the gains internally. We have the youngest team in baseball that just made the playoffs and just won a playoff series. If each one of those guys gets a little bit better, we're going to be just fine in the future. Close quote. Now, do you want to go first or you want me to go first? You pick. Won't change my life.
I'll let you go first, Mike.
Okay. First of all, I hope Scott's shoulder blades aren't bruised or irreparably damaged from patting himself on the back. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, we have the youngest team in baseball that just made the play. Okay, first of all, dude, that was a total accident. I don't want to hear it. You went to breakfast about surviving the season. Don't act like that was your plan. That annoys me right there. But second of all, this is just a repackaged way of saying we don't want to block anybody. That the external gains can't compare with the scale of the gains internally. And then he uses a false premise to justify it by saying, hey, if every one of those guys just gets a little better, we're going to be just fine. Well, that's great. If Beyonce descends from the clouds and gives Rico a lap dance, he's having a great Wednesday. Like, that's a false premise. Well, all it's going to take is each guy getting better. Not how it works. So I look, what it means is I'm just never going to be comfortable if this is the Tigers' approach. That if you're going to operate with a small market mentality or talk to us like we're stupid, right? Like we're just ignorant second graders, I'm never going to vibe with this. Now, if you want to say, look, you made the playoffs last year, you got to build off of it, that's fine. But, man, when you use the line, we have the youngest team in the league that made the playoffs and won a series, then how can you divert back to, and hey, if all those kids just get better, we good? No. And you use whatever fancy private school words you want, external gains and scale internal. You know what? I must have missed how the external gains didn't match up with the gains internally when the Yankees got Juan Soto. Or when the Dodgers signed Ohtani. Or when the Orioles got Corbin Burns. Like, you got to stop.
Yeah.
You got to stop.
Yeah.
So that's what I think it means, not what the minimum threshold is. I don't change how I want things done. I'm an adult. Like, I don't try to change Rico's favorite food. He's an adult. He can, hey, if he likes vanilla ice cream, what the hell am I going to say? So, like, if you're going to be one of these team shills, don't ask me to change. Don't ask fans to change. But, Rico, what did you take out of the comment before we go minimum threshold?
Okay, because there were two separate things. I have a minimum threshold, but out of the comment, it was a lot of word soup. Because if you're going to add, you simply say, hey, we're going to be aggressive in the offseason and we're going to go and get somebody. Or, hey, we're going to go into the offseason and we're going to pick up some pieces. We're not going to overspend, But you don't have to sit here and, we had this team and we did this and we did that. And you're right. It basically was saying we're not going to block the young guys, but, we do realize that maybe we need to go out and get some pieces. But, hey, did you know we had the youngest team in the playoff? And, we did. It's like, okay, it doesn't take a lot of energy to say we got to add some pieces to this. We had a good team. We had a good run. But now we need to get better, and we got to go outside the organization to do that.
Here, you know what? Let's ratchet it up a level. And if you think I'm wrong or if people think I'm wrong, it's cool. We can have a discussion. If they stand pat and play smartest guy in the room, you won't make the playoffs. If you go WBBT, bring the band back together, and plan on every one of your young players getting better, you will regress. That is my belief. Hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong that that's not the approach, and I hope I'm wrong that that's not how it plays out. But I want to know now what the minimum threshold is for you, the fans, whether you're a member of the 1901 Society or just a baseball-loving Detroiter. What is the player? Like, what is the minimum threshold? And that we can talk through the free agency stuff. I can give you contract approximations. I want to know what you guys want. Because, Rico, I'm not speaking for you. I'm only speaking for myself. I'm not going to go through another year being vilified for wanting more. And if you don't want more, tell me why. But what I'm not going to do is become a villain because, God forbid, I want the Tigers to act major market. That I do believe free agency and, wait for it, trades can make you better in a hurry. And if you're going to pat yourself on the back about the youngest team in the league and you won a playoffs, that's great. You still don't have a third baseman. That's great. You still don't have a first baseman. That's great. At best, you've got a really nice depth piece at shortstop, but you need a right-handed complement. You need another thumper, a big-time right-handed bat. And Lord knows you need at least one really nice starter, probably two, because I don't want to put too much pressure on Job, to go with Tarek Skubal. So you can spare me with, if everyone just gets better, not how it works. 248-539-9797. Would love to know. Now, I have names, Rico. I'm not being coy, but I wanted to wait and give the people an opportunity. Like, here's your plate. Dinner is served. It's buffet style. Put some entrees on the plate. Let me see what's being served before I get in line.
No.
And if people don't want anything, tell me why.
See, oh, my goodness.
What's wrong?
No, because
you seem flustered.
Because I'm trying to follow my own philosophy of not being upset about something that hasn't happened yet. But you kind of know, well, they don't have to do anything because look at what they did last year, caller. It's just waiting in the wings. But I'm with you. You got lucky. You caught lightning in the bottle. It's not going to happen again. You have to add pieces. And yes, some of your young guys did some things. I don't know if they're going to do that for 162 games next year. It worked out for the good, but you can't be that stubborn that you cannot go out and add some pieces. I have a couple of names myself, but you can't stand pat. You can't bring the band back together and say, we're just going to pick right up where we left off. Because eventually in this sport, you got to have stars. You got to have pieces in place. Now,
David,
yes, some of your young guys could develop into stars, but until they get there, you need to go add some people.
David, what was your takeaway on the quote first and then the minimum? And again, I'm saving my names. I'll get to it. But what was your reaction to the quote?
Here's my reaction to the quote, and it's kind of based on what you just said, Rico. It's not linear. Things aren't going to just continue from year to year and just, you just go because you're young, you're just going to get better next season. And that's what I was afraid of with this quote. It's him talking about that, and we need to do this. Of course, you need the young guys, but what I would have rather hear him say is, yes, we got our young guys, we got some core, we got some pieces, but what I want to do is I want to insulate them. I want to give them some help. I want to put some people around them to help them out. Because the first name I think about when it comes to young players and they were this and they were that was Spencer Torkelson. And what he did the year before, 30-plus home runs, and everyone's like, he's just going to do that again. He's just going to get better. And he didn't. He regressed. And as a fan, I'm like, I can't again go with this premise of, well, they're just going to get better. But what if they don't? If you add professional baseball players around these guys, you can insulate them. And if they struggle to start next season, you still got guys.
David,
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's like going to your favorite restaurant. You know there's an established baseline of what you're going to get. You know what the meal is, and you know what it's going to cost you. And sure, maybe they have a bad night once in a while and it's not up to snuff, but generally speaking, yeah, you know what you're going to get. That's what signing a veteran bat does. This guy has a track record of X. This is how many years in a row he's put up an OPS of XY. Like, it's right there. I would love to know from Tiger fans what you want. I have some names. I have some guys that I think are those minimum threshold things. But if you don't want to get seduced by names, fine. It's got to be a right-handed bat that's at least a 4-WAR player. And it's got to be a pitcher that is universally regarded as a very good number 2 in a rotation to pair with Skubal. Now, you do those two things, that's the minimum. Now, the maximum is you're adding 2 bats, and preferably a first and third base. Now, you do that, well, now we're ready to win the World Series. So I'd love to hear from you guys on it. And again, Rico and I are going to react to things in real time. You don't get the benefit of just waiting. I will judge Scott Harris on what he does, not what he says. But in the meantime, no, I don't have to sit there and ignore the comment, and I don't have to say that it's great. I rubs me the wrong way. I don't like it. Free country, last I checked. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people. A little hot stove, do a little college football in the 4 o'clock, 97.1. Companies out there advertising BOGO on AC and furnaces, nothing's for free. You want a fair deal? Go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, and they will beat any price. So bundle that high-efficiency AC and furnace, save up to $2,000, and get great same-day service. Just go to mastercraftheating.com.
So we're talking about what Scott Harris had to say. He really kind of said he didn't want to block any of the young guys. You can't bring the band back together. You have to. You got to add some pieces to this team. It is
lots.
It's imperative. You got to me, an arm and a first or a third baseman.
And it's got to be a right-handed bat with power. It has to be. But look, here's what I want to see. I want to see what people have to say because this is what we're running into in this town. And you look, guys, if I can only be me, I can't be anybody else. All right, and me has worked out pretty well over 20 years with you guys and trying to get you through your workday. I'll never opt to defend owners, GMs, teams if I view it that they're going cheap. And look, I had an issue that they didn't spend last year. They had a miracle. But Rico, you know what we're dealing with now. We are operating in a time, and I don't think all Lion fans do it, but I think enough do it, irrational euphoria. You know, your team can't always be right. And they also can't always be wrong, let's be fair. But they can't always be right. You can't have an answer for everything. And at a certain point, they owe you, not the other way around. They're an entertainment product. They owe you. They want your money. They want your time. They want your attention. Earn it. So, like right now I would like to think we could all come together and there wouldn't be an argument about the Tigers this year. Everyone, in my worldview, should see it clearly. Time to spend. Act like adults. Win everything. So when I hear Scott Harris's comment, no, I don't have to like it. I just don't see a need to defend it. And in fairness to Scott Harris, we will judge him on what he does. But as we sit here right now, Rico and I are going to react to that comment. And let me read it if you're just hopping in the car. As far as the offseason and adding and developing youth, we got to do both. We need to add externally, but we need to acknowledge the fact that the external gains can't compare with the scale of the gains internally. Okay, first of all, that's a misnomer. We have the youngest team in baseball and made the playoffs and just won a playoff series. Cool. None of that was in your plan. You got lucky. If each one of those guys gets a little bit better, we're going to be just fine in the future. Also, complete fantasy. Not realistic. Not everyone gets better, and certainly not at the same pace. And sometimes, dirty secret, players get worse. So minimum threshold, right-handed bat, and I need a number 2 guy in the rotation. That's before we talk about Skubal extension. That's before we talk about buying out Baez. So I've saved some names. Would love to hear from you guys. Rico, do you want to share a few names?
I do, Mike. For one, this may be a little bit of bringing the band back together, but I like what the pitching staff can do and rehab pitchers, and that's bringing Flaherty back, trying to get him back on the deal here.
All right, so here's ESPN. I want to give you the projected. You want to do this with me?
Okay.
So they did projected contracts for all free agents. And I want to pull this up. I got this in my living document. I apologize. Okay, here we go. So Jack Flaherty, he says, people. And of course, I have to relog into this stupid ESPN Insider garbage. Everything's a login. Rico and the listeners, I would like to humbly apologize. Continue, Jack Flaherty. He's awesome.
Well, I was going to say, you probably could get him, I'm thinking like $360 million.
Keep going. It was 5 at like 110.
Okay.
I know. I'm just shooting you straight, brother. It was a big contract.
Also, just the magic that Chris Fetter does is maybe, and we kind of talked about this person is going after Walker Buehler, bringing him in here because they just look. You look at what they did with with Boyd, with Flaherty, with E-Rod. They bring in people. They get guys better. So yeah, I would take him, Mike, like maybe a 2-year deal, 2 for $25.
Pretty sure that was 3, but I'll get it to you in a second.
Okay.
And I'm not busting your balls.
Walker Buehler was 3 years at $54 million projected.
My man, pots and pans. Okay. That's why you go to the bullpen. That's why you call in Aroldis Chapman. Nice job by you, David. What was the contract for Flaherty?
You pull that back up. I just had it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, throw that in the system, will you?
It is 5 years, $115 million.
Rico, you want him at 5 at 115? I don't.
No.
Okay, then. See, here's my thing. 5 at 115, or do you just go 7 at 220 and bring in Corbin Burns?
And I was going to say, yeah, if I'm going long term, then I'm going after an arm.
Think about Corbin Burns and Skubal at the top of a rotation. So look, the had a baby. But let's get to the people. Let's see what they have to say. What's the minimum threshold? And what did you take out of Scott Harris's comment? Alan will lead us off in the 3 o'clock. Alan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Good. I'm in full agreement with what you're saying. It's disappointing to hear somebody talk like that when you make the playoffs, where you basically caught lightning in a bottle and your manager worked a lot of miracles through the season. That can't happen again. It just won't. The law of averages are against you. So, yeah, I think they're a good team, but if they stay where they're at, they're going to regress. They need a first baseman. They need a third baseman. I don't love Bregman, but he's out there. I would look at the Polar Bear. I would look at Goldschmidt at first. I'd be interested in Buehler.
Oh, no. Not Goldschmidt. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Not Goldschmidt?
Oh, he's been – Alan, honestly, I think I'd rather have you up there in the bottom of the seventh.
Well,
Goldschmidt, he's been baked.
No, I get it. I haven't looked at the numbers to see what he's done over the last year, but he's the name, right? So
let me give you a different name. Let me give you something. And you can right. If you don't like it, you can shoot it down, but look at the numbers. The first baseman no one's talking about, if you want in the older category, what about Christian Walker? Diamondbacks. Gold Glove first baseman.
32.
34, but it's a shorter term deal. And he hits for power. He's going to play elite defense at first. And unlike Goldschmidt, he's not out here, having an OPS that's declined each of the last 3 years.
No, I like that. It's a good name that's going to be in that B type of player that absolutely would fit. So, but they have to do something. They can't stand that. That's ridiculous.
I'm with you, and I'm not taking his comment as stand pat, but I worry, Rico and I always joke about it. I don't want another copy of Lethal Weapon 3 out of the Blu-ray bin. So, Christian Walker's a guy that routinely is putting up an OPS of 800 plus, and a guy who on aggregate hits 30 homers a year. Like that's what I want.
Sure.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. And again, I'm trying to follow the philosophy of what the team does as well, is they want guys that play the field. They want guys that are good defensively. Christian Walker is that.
No, Mike, I like that. Also got another arm for you. You want it now? Dave, we got enough time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Max Free. Would you bring him here?
When he's healthy, electric. The problem also, though, that's probably got 5 or 6 years of term written all over it.
Yes,
I'll let David tell you what the ESPN projection is, and we'll do it next. Radio tease. I know.
Be curious.
Look, dude, the afternoon coffee, it just takes you to a different level. Hey, John Jansen Weight Loss Club. Ideal You. They helped John lose 40 pounds in 40 days. John's lost over 60 pounds, and he's kept it off. You can book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You, different than other weight loss companies because they're going to give you support. They'll give you a plan. And again, it worked for John. It can work for you. So if you want to weigh less, book your free consultation right now at idealu.us.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. According to Aaron Wilson, who covers the Texans, Houston's top receiver Nico Collins has passed all tests related to his hamstring injury. The team is yet to decide whether he will be activated for the game this week versus the Lions, however. The Lions are giving new defensive lineman Zadarius Smith a few days off. He was originally entering a bye this week for Cleveland. He'll be in Allen Park on Friday. Josh Paschal had a non-cancerous mass removed from his shoulder, which caused him to miss the last 2 games. Dan Campbell hopes to have him back this week. The Red Wings have struggled to score when not on the power play. Alex DeBrincat on how to fix it. Your coverage tonight at 7:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Pistons also looking to ride their hot streak. They're on the road at Charlotte tonight. The Hornets have lost 3 in a row. Tip at 7 over on WWJ. News Radio 950 at 9:50. With sports at 23 and 50. Oh. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Like, do we have to start drug testing our update, guys? Oh my God, that was a car crash. Then he basically does a sign off from another station. I'm like, what? Is Jeremy okay?
He's okay.
Has he been in Grandpa's medicine cabinet? What the hell's going on over there?
He was up last night, late night.
Poor guy.
He's been working at Jay today. Just saying.
You know what? I'm going to leave that alone. Why don't we just then, David, ticket text.
Assign Scuba long term and 1 bat of interest at a position of need. That's the minimum. That is from Chris. Minimum threshold: Alex Bregman, Jack Flaherty, right-handed first baseman, Stephen N. West Bloomfield.
Yeah, look, let me just say this. I have no problem saying Alex Bregman. Familiarity with AJ, winner, quality at bats, thoroughbred horse owner, and really good third baseman. But you can't deny Bregman's numbers. I mean, he tops out at about 25 homers a year, and the OPS has slid. Now, I still think you take a chance on that because there's professionalism there, and there's a quality at bat. There's an ability to put it in play, and you're getting a pro, and you're getting a guy that has been through the wars and has basically gone to the ALCS for his entire life. I don't think perfect players exist. Yeah, sure, Juan Soto does. For $600 million or more to come to Detroit. You know, Ohtani was available for $700 million. We got to live in real life here. You're not going to find perfect players. So I just won't let great be the enemy of good. When you have a payroll that's essentially 10 candy bars, it doesn't matter. You're so far below the league average threshold, much less a top 10 payroll. I don't see how you can get tripped out about handing Alex Bregman, 5 at 150. I know he wants a 6th year, and I don't know that the Astros want to go there. So if you want to say 6 at 180, you could. If you don't want Bregman, I'm good with it. But I like the line of thinking that ticket texter had, Rico. Yeah. That is what you need.
It is. Like I said, a bat in the arm, and I think then you could also then let the kids develop and get ready, but you're bringing in some offense. You're bringing in an extra pitcher to go along with Scooble. I'm down with that.
And I think the way I would classify it, Rico, I just don't want the Mark Cannas and Matt Vierlings.
Yes.
We need legitimate guys that in a big spot, in a playoff drive, or much less a playoff series, I want the other team afraid to pitch to them.
Yes.
I need a guy or two like that. Now, for me, look, this sounds crazy. Rico, I swear to God, if you gave me a choice of bat and arm or 2 bats, I'd probably go 2 bats.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand that's not what they're going to do. I just have that much faith in Harris and Feder that they can piecemeal that together.
Mm-hmm.
What I want to do is protect Jackson Jobe. I don't want to ask Jackson Jobe to give me more than, say, 125 innings next year. So the further back in the rotation, preferably as the 5th starter, guy could skip, guy could give extra rest to, guy I could innings cap. Hell, I could ask him to go 5 and fly on a daily basis. You're never going more than 5 innings. Why? Because over 30 starts, that's 150. I need you at the end of the season. So yeah, I would love to grab 2 bats. Because I saw nothing from Jace Young that makes me go, oh my God, I can't block him. Mm-hmm. And guess what? If he's blocked, I take Young and I trade him. No, I mean I'm not saying it to be provocative.
No, you're right. It's because yes, I do think that Federer could find or either develop a young arm or just kind of find somebody on the scrap heap and say, you know what, we'll sign you to a 1-year deal, and now that person's on the trading block come July. So
right, instead of talking about a Flaherty or instead of talking about a Corbin Burns, right? How about Nick Martinez? Right? Like you bring in that type of arm who once the Reds made him a starter was electric. And he's older and he's cheaper. Or like you said, I think the Walker Buehler thing, fascinating. He really looked like the old Walker Buehler again. Mm-hmm. And he's had a ton of injuries, but you come here, you get right, 2 or 3 year deal versus 5 or 6 for Flaherty. I'm good with that. But you'd have to make it up with 2 bats.
Yeah.
David, go ahead. I'm sorry. Got a little verbose there. I apologize,
Rico,
boys.
I want to give you your numbers because you talked about Max Fried. So let me give you what the projection is.
Ooh, can I guess?
Sure.
I love this game. 5 at 135.
I was going to say 6 at 150.
6 at 175.
Nom. Check, please. I'm all set. He's hurt too much.
Mm-hmm. And he's 31, so yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
He's hurt too much, boys. I mean, I love him. Fried's a dog when he's healthy, but I get a little nervous there.
The key word is if the players get better. What happened to Torkelson? He didn't get better. We have to get guys that can hit. What it really means is that they aren't going to spend any money on any decent free agent, same as it has been.
All right, Rico, here we go. I am going to do something I never do. Let me defend the organization. Let's see what they do. I don't want to write the obituary when Grandma's not dead. She's at the stove making meatballs. Why am I writing her obituary? She just wants us to have Sunday dinner with her. Mm-hmm. So, let now, if they don't, I'll light Grandma's casket on fire.
Hey, Grandma, come here.
Kenny goes right up to the stove, stone cold stunner on Nona. No, I'm not. Don't you dare. I'm saying we could talk about it, but I can't make a long-term attack on the organization until they do or don't do the things we're talking about.
And I'm hoping that they do. It's kind of like the Lions. All of a sudden, they got success. They saw what successful teams do and said, we have to make a move. We can't just stand pat. The Tigers got a taste. And you know what? It happened earlier than they expected. But you can't expect these young guys to go back. They know what the playoffs feel like now. They know what it's like to be here. They're going to want to go back. And it's, hey, we're going to just slowly work. No, that's gone. We need to go out there and we need to compete, not only for the division, but we want to go back. We want to go far as we can. We want to hit the World Series. You got to add players. So you got to hope that management sees what we see, kind of like with Brad Holmes. He saw what everybody saw. And it was the simplest trade to make, and they made it.
If the Tigers add Anthony Santander, he would instantly become our best hitter. I don't want to hear it from Scott anymore.
Oh, Tony Taters.
Yeah.
Santander, I'll tell you, the one thing that does scare you a little bit, now, he, switch hitter, which is great. Outfielder, also great. Dude, he waited until the contract year to give you 44 Taters. And you're like, wait a second here. Now, he's been pretty good, and on aggregate, about a 30 home run hitter, and he generally is going to give you about an 800 OPS. But this was by far his best year. But would I sign him? Yes. Now, again, there's a give back. Now, the give back is you have to be prepared for this guy to come in here and hit 230, 240. You got to be okay with that.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. is who I want, period. No other options. Okay.
Well, I don't know if he's available yet. You got to let that. Now, that one's got to play out because, again, it comes down to, look, do I think that he'll get traded? No. But until or unless they can't sign him in Toronto. Now, Toronto is very well heeled financially. If they can't sign him, then you have to make that call. I mean, you just do.
I think they're going to try to sign him because they just said that they're not going to, that what's his name isn't going anywhere. Bo Bichette is not going anywhere. So I think the plan is for them to sign him.
Correct. And Kenny, that's where I calm people down. But however, Kenny, if you role play it out, if the Tigers called up and said, okay, Guy, first of all, would Vlad ever consider playing here? You have to know if you're trading for him. There would have to be a deal done. You're not the Yankees. You can't trade for Juan Soto and hope to sign him. If you were doing this, you'd have to sign this guy. In my mind, if I'm Toronto, begin, middle, and end. It starts with Max Clark.
And that's totally fine. That's totally
right.
fine.
And you got to be okay with that.
Yep. Absolutely.
Or if it's not Max Clark, let's say it's not Max Clark, and you go, that's off the table and Job's off the table. Great. Then I want Reese Olson, Jace Young, plus. See, that's how the game works. Now, if Toronto signs him, cool. If they don't, I'm all in with the texter. That's a right-handed 25-year-old first baseman and one of the elite hitters in the game. There's just a handful of guys. I mean, Rico, how many guys this year are able to get up there, hit 320, give you a 400 OBP? Not many.
Yeah, I was going to say not very many.
And again, they have to sign him, and it's been a challenge to the point where a lot of reports were going out about Vlad giving a list of teams he would be willing to play for. So it's worth monitoring. I don't think it's wrong to make the phone call, right?
No, this isn't one, as you said, this isn't Soto type of level where you're like,
I don't want to go trolling the audience, Rico. Just making sure I get permission.
No, that's permissible because, yes, it may require a trade, some creativity, but it's doable.
That's right. NBA is back. Pistons are going for 3 in a row. FanDuel, everyone gets 3 months NBA League Pass. Maybe we don't need League Pass. Maybe the Pistons can win some games. Either way, you bet $5 on the NBA. You get 3 months of League Pass. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. It's simple. It's FanDuel, the sportsbook partner for the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. After 3-month free trial, full price of League Pass automatically charged. Cancel anytime. No refunds, terms, restrictions. You know the drill with all that. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, touch table with some football. College playoff bracket reveal. I mean, this is like Citizen Kane for Rico, so we got to do 7 minutes on it. Music. Oh, man, you are looking live. Rico, all we need to know is when you were watching the bracket reveal, were you fully clothed?
Yes, I was.
This is your dream.
But I was happy. First 5 picks, exactly how I predicted them earlier that day. Here on
So
the
the
show.
question is going to be, you're going to rank these games on excitement factor, and we go around the room. Is that kind of how we're doing it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I will keep an open mind. I'm not just going to say Rico ruined the sport. Wah. Go ahead.
So I'm going to give you the initial set of games, and then once we come up who the winner's going to be, then we'll move on to the next round, okay? So, and it's funny because there's a common theme in the first 4 games. You'll see what I mean. Styles make the fight. We're going to head to Columbus. Boise State would take on the Ohio State Buckeyes.
I'd watch. Yes, I would watch. Excitement factor would be high because you'd have Genty versus a booty Ohio State D-line. But there is no scenario Boise State would get a single stop. If they were going to win the game, it would have to be 45-42. Therefore, good television. Yeah, I'd watch. I admit it. I would. That's, what are we doing? Scale of 1 to 5? That's a 4.5.
Yeah.
I'd watch that.
David?
Oh, yes, I would watch that. Yes, 5.
Okay. And who would win that game?
Probably Ohio State, but I don't think it'd be comfortable. I mean, Boise State only stops you by sacking the quarterback. They actually don't get stops. They just kill your quarterback. I don't know that that's going to work against OSU and those receivers. So
David,
I think Ohio State would win, but I don't think it'd be comfortable.
Yeah, Ohio State would
See,
win.
I don't think Ohio State would. Because
sure thing, Sparty.
No. Because at this point, weather could be a factor where it's just running the ball versus running the ball. Equalizing factor, just watch out for Boise State. Mike, a rematch of the game that we all love. Texas hosting Alabama.
Yeah, it's 5 out of 5. That's all in. And I would pick Texas. This Bama team is not good up front. They just don't have dominant line play. And I need to see it from Milroe, and I don't know if Kenny wants to chime in on this, but look, it's been weeks, and the old Milroe's not there. I started saying it weeks ago, and now people have caught on. I think he's hurt. I think he's got a lower body injury. I am fascinated to watch him in Death Valley Saturday night. He's either going to look like he's healthy or they're going to lose. That's it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be interested in this game because this isn't the same. This is not the same Bama. I don't think they would give any shot at winning this game. It would be competitive.
It's still Bama, Texas. It's a logo game. Come on.
Great logo. Wonderful. But the matchup on the field, nah, I'm good. Texas will blow them out.
Really?
Damn.
Okay. We then go to probably a whiteout in Happy Valley.
I'll take whoever they're playing.
See,
F.
Mike,
James Franklin.
Right there. Right there.
done.
You know what? Let's go to the wall. Yeah. See, I knew Mike was going to say that because he did this and then he did that. And 3 years ago, he did this and he did that. Notre Dame. Penn State. Notre Dame.
Oh,
I take Notre Dame. No, I'm done. I'm done with James Franklin. I'm done with that program. You put him in a big game, top 10 opponent. I don't care. Play the game on the battleship brought to you by Mark Hollis. I don't care. I'm done. Notre Dame. Shake up the echoes.
That is a helmet game right there. That is such
Amen.
a great game.
Wait,
And that's
so
where Notre
this
Dame
one you
breaks
like.
out the special gold helmets.
Yes.
They got those in the closet. They only break those out at night.
Green
Yes,
jersey?
I like this.
No, I guess they
Oh,
wouldn't.
man.
No.
Yeah, because Penn State would wear white.
Oh, yeah, they could
Kelly
use green.
Green's under the lights.
Yeah, with the gold
Yeah, that's
helmet.
a 5 out of 5. That's a 5 out of 5. I can't believe I'm getting talked into this. I may actually like this playoff. Oh, God.
And Michael, for the fourth game, either you're going to love this game or you're going to hate this game.
Okay.
But we head to Tennessee. Tennessee taking on the up-and-coming, upstart Indiana Hoosiers.
That would be a 0 out of 5 for me.
Really?
That's
See, I
a
said
flat
either-
0.
No, you know what? No. I said either you're going to love it or you're going to hate it. He hated it.
I'm going to hate it. And you're also not factoring in Josh Heupel's face angers me. I don't know what it is about this man.
But-
it's the facial expressions, the confusion, the lack of scoring in the first half.
No.
I know, but then I would get to watch Signetti.
Maniacal Signetti.
American Psycho. Yeah.
At halftime, what do you got to do?
Gross.
Score more.
Score more. Kill all the hillbillies. It would still be. That would be the worst of the bunch for me.
See, I would just see Signetti with a dog whistle around his neck and just blows that thing every time they score, just to hear all the Smokey and everybody just howling.
Yes, 5 out of 5 for me, for sure. Yes, I want to see a lot of Indiana Hoosiers fans drive down for this game.
Now, quickly, I want you to run through. I want you to run through what the second round games would be, and we each pick our favorite. We don't have time to do every single one.
Okay.
But the teams who had the bye week, who would they face?
Ohio State would face BYU.
Ohio State.
0 out of 5. If BYU is in, I'm out.
Well, BYU is going to win the Big 12 as
No,
of now.
No, Colorado's going to win it, and then it'd be a 5 out of 5. Ohio State versus Coach Prime. Gold sunglasses under the lights. But if it's BYU, it's a 0.
Okay.
They're ass.
It's a 3.
It would be Texas and Miami.
Yes.
Logo game,
5
late
out of
80s.
5, yes.
Go get Jimmy Johnson in one of those old school coaching polos. Yes, 5 out of 5.
It would be Georgia and Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I hate
6
to
out
break
of
it to you.
5.
0 out of 5.
Whoa.
Georgia would win by 1,000.
Oh, my.
See,
I would be all. That's a non-competitive football game. Men versus boys.
Every time I think Georgia is just going to go that route, Carson Beck just threw 3 interceptions.
Okay. All I will tell you is think about Kirby Smart when he goes dark mode.
Oh,
that team will be all up on their Cialis.
And who would you pick for the Indiana-Tennessee game?
Forfeit. Honestly.
Indiana?
Okay, fine. I'll live your dream. Indiana. Who are they playing?
Well, then they're going to be playing Oregon.
5 out of 5.
0 out of 5.
No, 5 out of 5. Oregon football is must-see TV to me. Plus, I love Outson Stadium.
That's a
I'd be
neutral
all
site game. That would be neutral site.
Oh, you're right. Second round. Oh, damn.
Blowout.
All right,
0
4 out of 5. All right, my favorite of those matchups.
Favorite first round?
Yeah, it might be the Miami game.
Oh, Miami, Texas?
Yeah, Miami, Texas be my pick there. That's the one where I'd be like, I have to watch this. There's going to be 100 points scored in that game.
You know what the one that, for me, I'm going back to the first round, would be Penn State hosting Notre Dame. Just to watch the meltdown under the lights. James Franklin.
I like that. James Franklin fights a fan post-game. I dig it. Here's what I'll tell you. The closer we get to this thing, the more I go, all right, yeah, I could see myself watching some of it. I'm not just going to be stubborn. Yeah, now that you're putting teams to it, Rico, and I get it. Just get BYU out of there, and you'll really have me interested. You got to get them out of there.
Somebody's got to win the Big 12.
Get them out of there.
Why not you?
BYU. Because get them and their magic underpants out of there. Get the Mormons out. I don't want any part of BYU in this.
BYU and the old man's strength.
You know what, dude? No.
All right, that's your college football playoff bracket preview. 97-1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Pistons have won 3 of their last 4, while the Hornets have dropped 3 in a row. Despite that, with no game on the road for Detroit, they're a 1.5 underdogs. No new additions to the injury report as Bobby Klintman and Asar Thompson remain out. Patrick Kane and Alex DeBrincat return to their old stomping grounds of Chicago tonight as the Wings look to make it 2 wins in a row. Derek Lalonde is rolling with the same lineup as their win versus Buffalo. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8. The Lions are giving their new addition, Zadarius Smith, a few days off. He'll be with the team beginning Friday. Dan Campbell is excited to add him to the pass rushing unit, though. Former Michigan football standout Junior Colson was placed on the Chargers' injured reserve list today. He suffered an ankle injury versus Cleveland over the weekend. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we wanted to delve a little bit into college football today. The dust has settled. Lions made their trade. We've given you some Tigers free agency stuff, Odyssey.com rewind. But, Rico, you wanted to do a little college ball, and you wanted to bring up Michigan and Michigan State. And I know David, sold me on this pre-show, and I said, great, I'll take a step back. You guys can sell it. And when you want my opinion on this, just break glass in case of emergency, because once I get started, I'm not going to stop.
But you're always welcome.
I want to be a gentleman. No. Dinner's not ready. I'm going to sit there patiently. We'll do small talk first. So tell me where you want to go with this. The new landscape, we just talked about the playoff, but you have Michigan State stuff to bring up. I want you and David to sell this.
All right, well, here's the thing, Mike. We kind of went over it in the Blitz, and Indiana was that new team that's in there.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see Indiana, it's everything that you want to see because it's an instant turnaround. You brought in a coach, he brought in players, and you're winning games. It's fun. It's exciting. You're seeing touchdowns being scored. That's not the norm. That's
touchdowns?
The quick turnaround. Touchdown. Yes, not the touchdown.
Not at State, they're not.
Well, which goes into what we're saying. At Michigan State, new coach. One school brought in transfers. One school kind of brought in some transfers too, but it wasn't the impact that you thought. You're not scoring touchdowns. It's not fun. And guess what? Guess 2 teams' names didn't get mentioned last night, Michigan or Michigan State. Why? Neither one of them are any good. How does this affect you as a fan? Because with the new age of college football, and I know I'm opening myself up for remarks here.
Nope. Personal growth. You're a good human.
But the way we are building teams with new coaches and transfers, have we gotten to the point? It used to be you got 4 years. You got an entire recruiting class. And then, okay, you know what? You got 3 years. And then if you were a major school, yeah, we're not going to be bad for that long. We've now reduced that. You got to win in 2 years. You're on the hot seat, and it gets blown up. Have we reached the point now where 2 years is the new max for a brand new coach, a brand new system? If you're a fan base, with the money involved and with everything involved, 2 years is now what 4 years used to be. If Jonathan Smith and Sharon Moore are still struggling next year,
okay,
do they get to see year 3?
Okay. Can I don't want to derail this, but can I offer you just a slightly different perspective?
Sure.
I'll answer your question. I'm not, but Rico, here's how I was looking at it. And people, you tell me if I'm off base. I feel like both Michigan and Michigan State are at a crossroads offseason. And this plays into what Rico is talking about here. But like Rico, rather than approach it about, okay, are we firing anybody or how long do you have to rebuild? I think it is baked in. You don't have time to rebuild. You don't. Any State fan thinking Jonathan Smith, this was my one misgiving when you hired him, by the way. You thought you were going to hire D'Antonio 2.0 and he would build it, slow rebuild, relationships, recruiting. Yeah, that's great. Blow it out your ass. That's not the sport anymore. For Sharon, it's different, right? Sharon was a part of a national championship team, and his first shot at the big time, this team looks atrocious. I think they're both going to have pressure next year, but work with me on this, Rico. For a Wolverine fan or a Spartan fan, isn't it just about our programs, respectively, have to show they want to be intentional, show that they want to be serious, or they can kindly F off?
Yeah.
I mean, let's just get to brass tacks before David starts yelling. I had this conversation with David off the air, Rico, earlier this morning. And I told him, I said, to do what you want to do, you're going to need to spend about $20 to $25 million next year. So make the decision, right? Like you've got to make the decision. You're standing on a cliff and you know you want to take a dip in the water. You're either too chicken bleep to do it or you take the plunge. And Michigan State's got to do the same damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I mean, even today, MSU's had a couple of their recruits, which ain't much, offered by good schools. You know what State's going to have to do? Pay more.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just read earlier today, MSU's got some running back they got that Alabama wants. Well,
East
he's
Lansing.
good as gone. Yeah, okay, so here's my point. As a Spartan now, I'll separate the Wolverine thing. I'll let David rep them, Rico. To answer your question, I am so far past the way I want it to be or the way it should be. Let's live with the way it is. No slander. This is the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
MSU either pulls a Brit Hume on live TV, right? Sit on the toilet and pull a Brit Hume. He bleeped himself on the air last night. Or get after it. But there's no scenario I'll even be remotely interested moving forward like this. Because the only choice you have, until or unless we have guardrails, the only choice you have is to spend. Now, I know what people are going to say. You'll say, well, what about Army? They don't spend. No, Army has a baked-in advantage that nobody wants to go there, and you have to be the best of the best of the best. And once every 5 years, they'll have the right group of grown-ass killers to go out and do what they're doing. Well, what about Indiana? I will bet you whatever you want, people. Indiana is a flash in the pan because Cignetti brought in 13 guys from James Madison that were all upperclassmen, all conference, and were able to find a quarterback in Curtis Rourke who's K9. Mm-hmm. Curtis Rourke was the MAC Player of the Year in 2022, and he's walked in and been great. My point to you is, if you don't spend, you're dead. So MSU's got to show me they give a damn.
And see,
if I were a Michigan fan, it would be the same thing, but I don't want to speak for them, so I'll let David and you do that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. But see, I think you touched upon something, Mike, because yes, for both schools, I think it boils down to, because I think the schools will have the money to spend on players. It's you have to build up your collective. The collective will be the cherry on top. The collective will be, you know what, Mike? We have slotted $1.5 million for our quarterback. Oh, well, somebody wants to pay your quarterback $1.8 million. The collective then supplements that $1.5 million and helps keep that player on campus. Mm-hmm. So if you're Michigan and Michigan State, to show you're serious, you need to have a collective that can not only keep your players there, but entice other players to want to come and play for you. Because you're right, Indiana seniors who know the system, and they basically just became, James Madison 2.0, and they became Indiana and hit the ground running. I don't think it's going to be sustainable, and I think they go back to being Indiana next season, and Cignetti may not even be there. But yes, for Michigan State to get serious, you got to come up with a real collective, or else I don't know what you're selling to your fans. Go ahead, David.
Nothing. David, please, I'm sorry. I know I was way too talkative there.
What you guys just said, and Rico, you just said it succinctly. That is exactly the problem that I have with Michigan. I can't see this and have them say, well, our collective isn't where it needs to be. I'm sorry. That's a you problem. Fix it, because I want to see winning. I want to see winning. And what I need from you to do is show the dedication. Show me that you're serious. Show me that you have a pulse here, and don't give me excuses anymore.
See,
we cannot live in this college football and have excuses.
I think you may be closer than MSU, David, because Sharon Moore is at least coming out and acknowledging he's embarrassed. And I kind of get this won't happen again on my watch. If I pray to God, you give me another year, I'll fix this thing. You got to have a coach who gets it. You got to have a coach who understands it. Say what you want, Mike. I know how it ended disastrous for Mel Tucker, but Mel Tucker got it. Now, it didn't work out that way, but he said, you know what? We got to be flashy. We got to get the money. We got to go out there and hit, fundraise and bring in money. I'm not seeing that right now at MSU. Michigan is trying, but they realize we made a mistake and we didn't have that. Ohio State has a gigantic collective, and we got nothing.
I'd love to hear from the people. I mean, I could talk about it all damn day, but it's like, for me, it's about you, the fans. I just don't – I can't view the game the same way, and I surely can't be as passionate. But if I leave that behind and I just ask you, are we at a crossroads with both of our programs? Because the new world of college football is not waiting. And if Rico's right that every year is a new year and every year is a total reset, well, here's what you're doing if you're not spending. You're an NFL team with a cheap owner. Could you survive? No. The NFL, there's no choice but to spend. So you don't get to tell me it's NFL light, shut up, stupid, and like it. Well, then I'm going to tell you, then play like the NFL. I mean, I've sat here and damn near yelled at my friend Rico, who I've known for 15 years, because if I'm MSU, they should have seen where this was going. There needed to be the better part of a $1 billion fundraising drive for a complete stadium renovation and a full-blown 5-year NIL layout on a pathway to a national title. And if the donors aren't serious, then shut the program down. But they've done none of that. But be sure to get your artisanal pretzel outside of Section 8. So that's just the bottom line.
It's the walking taco now, Mike.
Whatever it is, brother. You win.
See, here's what I need. I need Michigan to operate like it's the Wings without a salary cap. Go out and get whoever you want because we have to win. Brett Hall, come this way. Luke Robitaille,
I love what
come
Michigan.
over.
And here's the thing. Make no mistake about it. I can think it's absolutely ridiculous to pay a high school athlete $3, $4, $6 million like this alleged Bryce Underwood thing, but I don't knock Michigan for doing it. I think it's brilliant what they're trying to do because it's their only out. You can't present this product to your fans in the new world. You can't.
Right. But first of all, 248-539-9797. But kind of like the NFL, if you swing and you miss and you pay way too much for a player, Aaron Rodgers,
you're effed.
Then you're stuck with them.
Yeah, but guess what? That's called adult accountability. You don't get to just recruit the wrong players and process them out. Good. It's about time these coaches in these schools are held to the fire. Good. Sorry, I get heated about this. Okay, we'll get to the people coming up next. Here's Rico.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. Stop in and check out Hamilton's great inventory, including the November Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox EVLT. This all-electric SUV has great incentives to drive off with a payment as low as $199 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, and you drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, an Equinox EV for under $200. The Equinox EV has the power to go the distance, and Hamilton, they got them in stock, ready for immediate delivery. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
David Feminino, we talk about him for a long time. And look, the results David and his team have delivered for injured clients, fantastic. Results of $3.5 million, $5 million, $11.5 million. Look, you need an attorney that'll fight for you. And you can call and talk to David right now. Call him, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get into it. Look, we're talking about it. I mean, Rico in one segment did this playoff preview. Michigan State aren't a part of it. Neither fan base is happy. And I do feel like both our teams are getting left behind. And I'm not saying that to be offensive to anyone. I'm not trying to be provocative. I want to know where you're at as a Wolverine or a Spartan. Isn't it kind of bleep or get off the pot? Decide to be a part of the new college football in a big, meaningful, organized way, or F off to the sun. I got better things to do with my Saturday. You wanted to make this like the NFL. Cool. You cashed in my loyalty. Because when it was college football, I cared. And I've made this joke to you privately, Rico, but here's the truth to the listener. Like, I'm not speaking for the Wolverines. I'm talking my Spartans. These guys aren't Spartans. They're nothing. They're a bunch of guys wearing Halloween costumes. They don't know nothing about the school. They weren't here last year, and they won't be here next year. They don't have time to even learn their way around campus, much less learn the rivalry and how much it means to alums like us. So, yeah, figure it out, because I'm not interested at all. Like, I'm at an all-time low where I turned the game off Saturday and didn't care.
Yeah.
Now, that's not me.
See, here's the thing. I'm hoping it doesn't progress to where you're at, Mike. I'm hoping that last year adding all of those transfers was a one-year thing because you had to flip the roster. And that from here on out, you're adding maybe 10 to 15 players, but the other 60 or so have a stake in the game. They know what it is to be a Spartan. So I'm really hoping that this was a one-off this year. But if not, then yes, I can understand where you and other people, and yeah, it really would take away from the game, because then you want to see that sense of pride that you're not going to get. It's like watching, like Denikos Allen when he went up against Ohio State, and he's angry because the Buckeyes didn't want him, and he took it out on him.
It's game over. And again, like Wolverines and Spartans, like recruiting is nowhere near where it needs to be. Why? Because we're not paying big enough money. So, David, what do people have to say? I can go to the callers or Ticket Text, whatever you think is more fruitful right now.
100% agree, but my problem is with A.D. Haller and his unserious approach with football. Don't need an arena for sports that doesn't make money. We need to be better at MSU.
Yeah, now listen, I'm not trying to make it personal, and I don't know Alan Haller from a hole in the wall. I'll just tell you I'm not seeing things that lead me to believe he wants Michigan State to be a preeminent college football program. And if that's the case, that's fine. I'm just fully detached. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think they need to go back. They have to have a collective. And like I said, the collective people, it's the cherry on top. Because I think that every team has a built-in budget for your players. That we're going to pay, let's just arbitrarily say we have $20 million sitting there for our players to divvy out amongst everybody. The collective then allows you to overpay. Because now this guy just blew up and we want to keep him on campus. It's going to cost us an extra, $200,000 to keep him here. That's what the collective's for. That's what MSU needs. You had it, and then it all fell apart last year, and it kind of blew up in your face in the middle of the season right before a game. It was like, wait, did the collective just go out of business? So you got to do a better job of that.
Rico wins. That was fantastic. All right, go ahead, David.
Year after a national title, and both teams are the same. 2 bleeps in a pod. That's not acceptable at Michigan. Spend money to get better.
Yeah, so I think that person agrees. It's just a crossroads offseason. And again, I don't think Michigan has a problem with their stadium. It's very traditional. People do like it. That's fine. MSU is about a decade behind needing a renovation. And if they couldn't capitalize under the glory years of Mark D'Antonio when I was screaming about a renovation then, dude, when programs like Missouri are putting out renderings that make the LCA LED roof jealous, you know you've got a problem.
Yep.
Get serious or get effed.
Bingo. If U of M or MSU won't pay these players, they might as well just forget about it. Stop playing the sport. We let the best QB in the country flee the state. Come on, do better.
Well, I think part of your problem. Yeah, well, no, he's talking about Bryce Underwood. I mean, hey, that's not over yet. I mean, they're making overtures, but guys, you do have to be. You got to be a little self-aware here now. If I'm a great quarterback, I'm not interested in going to Michigan and throwing it 16 times a game. And at LSU, they have Joe Burrow. They have Jaden Daniels. They have Death Valley on a Saturday night and a collection of 5-star skill players.
Yeah. Mike.
No disrespect, but, Samaj Morgan doesn't make it move.
Well, you should know. Think of all of the LSU wide receivers that are in the league.
Dude, it's every year they got 2 first-rounders.
So,
every year.
Yeah.
You're right.
I'm going to throw to Samaj or I'm going to throw to the next first-round selection. So, yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, and again, maybe they can pay him the money and get him, and I don't begrudge them for doing it. Like, I wish MSU would do it. But it's like, get serious, or how could you ask me to care?
But see, I do think that it's not just about the money. I do think that you really need a talent evaluator to say, okay, because
need a GM, Rico.
You do, because you don't want to just bring in this guy and then all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, we just screwed ourselves because we got to pay this man. Oh boy, and he stinks.
MSU's already got that problem with a couple of players.
Every
they paid
school
a couple
has
of
that
guys
problem.
who don't even play.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know, but guess what?
No. But I'm saying when you go quarterback, that's when it's egg on your face.
Yeah, that's a tough deal. Yeah. And look, MSU's living with it. I mean, they paid a better part of $1 million to get Aiden Childs, and now what? We paid for the development, and then this offseason, I'm just half waiting for someone to come and get Aiden Childs or Nick Marsh. But see, that's why I can't care.
No. But see, that's why I probably wouldn't pay Underwood. And I'm not saying, David, your school shouldn't. I would rather go and get that guy, the MAC Player of the Year. This guy who I've seen him in college. I know he can handle this, and the learning curve will be a lot less than somebody straight out of high school. That almost never works.
Yeah, like if you're going to pay the kid $5 million, I'd rather break off 5 players for $5 million total and get quality. Like, here's 7 figures. Come here and help me.
Yes.
But look, whatever. At least Michigan is showing signs of getting serious. Signs. I've got nothing for Michigan State. David, a couple more, and then we'll go to the callers, okay?
College football is practically dead to me due to NIL, transfer portal, and mega conferences. It is pro sports. Only reason to pay attention is to root for the arrogant hypocrites in Ann Arbor to lose. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Wonderful.
I've even lost that, to be quite honest with you. I mean, I cared the week State played them, but watching Michigan play, it's just whatever to me. None of it feels real, guys. I mean, this is not about Rico. I'm just speaking from the heart. None of it feels real. These guys are it's like one big costume party.
It's different. And I think it's an adjustment. It's an adjustment for college football. Mike, it's an adjustment for the fan base. That what you were used to it's you know what? We rearranged the furniture. Now you're going to stub your toe a few times because the couch is in a new place. Give it time.
From Tyler, if we lose players like Nick Marsh to the portal because we don't have the money, then I will completely check out of this sport.
But here's the thing. Even if, okay, and again, if you're Michigan, pick a player you want to keep. I'm trying to be inclusive, not exclusive. But if you're Michigan State, okay, let's say you keep Childs and Marsh. That doesn't make you better. You have to keep plus add. MSU has no mechanism in place that any fan knows what to do or where to go, and there's no connectivity between university and donors on a real fundraising. Like, there should be something called like the Deaf Woo Fund, and we're raising $20 million next year to buy a team. Like, there's nothing.
Mike, no, you are hitting it, and that's the problem at MSU is there needs to be that collective. There needs to be that central place where I can go and donate. Like Indiana, where it's like, oh, look, what Indiana football? You know what Indiana did? They held something called All In for In. And they raised money, and that helped fund their football team. But yeah, it was called All In for In, MSU needs to do something like that.
And again, I know this is probably lazy to some, but this is how I think about it. Just because the school can't directly pay doesn't mean that the athletic directors are off the hook to spearhead these movements. And whether it's Ward or Alan Haller, I don't have a great amount of faith in either guy. Like, if I'm Alan Haller, my job is to find, okay, how do I connect football program and coach needs with high-level donor university outreach? Guys, we have to get on the same page or we're all getting fired.
Yeah, happened at Pittsburgh. They had the AD. She was a great AD. Wasn't a great fundraiser, and they fired her.
That's it. And then until I see it from Allen, not interested. All right, good. This was uplifting. It's 60 and sunny, and here I am upset. Thanks, Rico.
No, Mike, it's called
248-539-9797. We are getting to the phones next. 97.1. All right, straight to the people. Great response to this, and it's something I think it resonates with the college football fans. Let's go to Dana, 97.1. What's up, Dana?
Yeah. I just wanted to say that Michigan this year had better players than Michigan State, and they coached terribly, and especially on the offensive side of the ball, they were anemic. But they have 4 or 5 first, second-round players, and now Moore's all in. He's up for lots of high-profile players. A lot have committed. And if he doesn't make changes on the offensive side of the ball, it isn't going to matter. Because
I think what you're bringing up, Dana, is super interesting. Is and I know we're feeling it at Michigan State. You don't have time.
Mm-mm.
Like in the NFL, coaches get fired after a year and a half, and I don't know if that's going to happen in college football. But you're right. Like if Sharon doesn't deliver a really nice year next year, what's the conversation like?
Yeah, I mean, it's great that he can recruit. And I think he can, and I think the collective has gotten it together. I mean, they're all in on Bryce. We may not get him, but, they'll get somebody. I do believe that.
I love that you're trying. I mean, if you're a Michigan fan coming off the last 3 years you had, how can't you be in that conversation? The kid plays 20 minutes from your campus. So you're right. I mean,
know.
you're doing what you need to do. It seems.
Yeah, but without some changes on the offensive side, I don't think it'll matter. They have 2 first-rounders. 4 first, second-rounders.
Yeah, I think you got 4 players you could comfortably say will be drafted in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
3 that, to me, are first-round picks. I mean, I think Will Johnson, Mason Graham, Colston Loveland. Kenneth Grant's probably more of a second-round pick, to me.
Exactly. And I just, I don't think they should have been that bad. That's my point.
No, and appreciate the call. But I think part of the problem is Michigan maybe has a conflict of identity.
No.
Like they don't want to do certain. Well, I mean, again, rampant cheating was no problem for them. But like this is a bridge too far.
No,
David, throw the flag.
No, I think that they had. It was more of their own arrogance of we're good with the quarterbacks that we have. If Michigan had just a mediocre quarterback, Mike, you probably would have saw their name last night. They would have been somewhere. If they were not in the top 12, they would have been in the top 20.
It's fair because Big Ten's terrible.
Right.
For Michigan State, I just don't think there's anyone driving the bus. Don't take that as an insult. Rico, I don't think there's any leadership. I don't think we have serious business people. I don't think Alan Haller's a visionary. And look, let's face it. If they don't want to be great, well, it's not going to happen through osmosis here. It's not going to be a miracle. Michigan State's a hard place to win big, and I see nothing right now.
I think
nothing. And I like Jonathan Smith.
In order for Michigan State to do this, I think you need everybody on the same page, and I think that there's too many people with their own agendas up there. That you need everybody just to come together and collectively come together and get a collective.
Would love to see it. Have no evidence of it. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Mike and Rico? How y'all doing today?
Hey, John.
Okay, John. Where are you at with – I know we're discussing a lot about college football here. Where are you at?
Well, let me first say that I am a Michigan fan, so full disclosure.
Okay.
And I do think this – I mean, hey, I understand the world of pay-to-play that we're living in college football right now. That's just the reality, although I don't particularly like it. But if I were to look at both programs, Michigan and Michigan State, I think that Jonathan Smith deserves just a bit more time to get the program together than Sharon Moore for a couple of reasons. Number one, he's coming from a completely different conference, have to learn the Midwest recruiting, all of that good stuff. There's no excuse for Sharon Moore because you were in this program. You understand what I'm saying? You were in this program. You knew what that quarterback depth chart looked like after J.J. McCarthy, and you did nothing to address it. That's unforgivable to me.
Yeah. No, and listen, let me be clear, John. No one is running Jonathan Smith out on the green and white side. What we're talking about is you don't get 4 or 5 years anymore. Mm-hmm. You just don't. And I'm not going to be mad. I mean, John, how could I be mad at a Spartan who sat there and spent money to go to those games? Or worse, has contributed to the mysterious NIL that you can't find with two hands and a flashlight, and you see Indiana undefeated in the playoff, and you're sitting here, it's like, John, you know what it is? It's the NFL, John.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
We have NFLized the college football, and I certainly understand that you don't get a lot of time. I just think that if I were to look at the two, Jonathan Smith should get a little more time than Sharon Moore.
Agree. I agree totally.
I was begging for when Cam Ward made it known that he was hitting the transfer portal. I was screaming for Michigan to pick up the phone and call him. And looking at what he's doing in Miami, man.
But again, you had to be willing to pay the better part of $3 million.
Yeah. Like
And
you said, man, either crap or get off the crap.
And that's it.
But see, John, that's why I say, look, if Bryce Underwood gets his money, But if I'm Michigan, I'm going out to pay the best quarterback who's already in college, not getting a high schooler.
I certainly agree with that. I say you got a more proven track record than a guy coming straight in from high school. I certainly agree with that. But the problem is that he did nothing to address it. You were the offensive coordinator. You knew what that quarterback depth chart looked like, and you did nothing.
Yep. I think with Sharon next year, you'll know everything you need to know. For Michigan State, it's certainly
you got to get 3
complex.
offensive linemen.
Good luck.
No,
everybody's no. You're right, but everyone's looking for it, and I'm sorry, but they're busy paying people in John's Steak and Onion. They're not serious.
Mike,
bagel fraggle, all you can eat.
They gonna bring that back? I think they really look kind of like Michigan realizes they need a quarterback. I think MSU realizes we need at least 3 O-linemen while we're developing these younger guys.
A&M's offering $750,000 to an offensive tackle. MSU's offering a gift certificate to Flats Grill.
Well, Jersey Giants pretty good.
Yeah, Pinball Pete's. All right, hey, let me do this. Let me give Eddie the last word, and we'll move on. Okay, fellas. Eddie, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Hey, Eddie.
Good, Eddie. What's up?
Hey, you know what? You guys are making some good points, and what you guys are talking about, I felt like this for a long time. Michigan's arrogance, and when you go back the last, I think, 3 or 4 years, they had 3 5-star quarterbacks in this state, and they let every last one of them get away. And when you go back and look at Michigan last year, you think about every time they brought in this Alex Orji. You never saw him throw the ball. And I believe the reason being because they knew he couldn't throw the ball. But see, the thing is, they're all in with Bryce Underwood. If they don't change that offense, it doesn't really matter. He can come here, and if you're not throwing the ball or at least have a balanced offense, what difference does it make? You have to be willing to change that offense. They can't get good receivers because who wants to come here and you're not going to throw the ball? I want to ask you guys this. If your son was a 5-star quarterback or a 5-star receiver, would you want him going to Michigan?
No. Take the Michigan State stuff aside. Absolutely not. No, I mean, I'm going to Ole Miss or I'm going to
Eddie,
Georgia.
Eddie, think about this. You had Nico Collins. You didn't use him.
Oh, boy.
Exactly. And to that point, at that time, you had Nico Collins, Donovan Peoples-Jones, and
Tariq Black.
And you didn't use them. Yeah. You didn't use them. And the thing about that, Michigan had with those 3 receivers, they had mismatches all over the field and did not take advantage of it.
Yeah, listen, now you and we're up against it. Bottom line, you won it all last year playing 1940s football. That's great. But moving forward, you're right. There does have to be a shift. And I do think, listen, at least you guys have some evidence that you're getting serious about NIL and doing it right. And I commend you for going after Underwood. No idea if it'll work. No idea if the kid's any good. I happen to share Rico's perspective. I'd rather get a kid who's good for another school now. But for Michigan State, please. Hey, here's a gift certificate to Bilbo's Pizza. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's LS Taco.
Okay. Let roofing companies, lots of negative reviews, not Victor's, though, because they've solved the problem. Customer service. And they have it with a project manager. Every roof they install, the project manager is your concierge. You call them, they answer. You have a question, they have an answer. And then they guarantee a perfect installation because they're the manager for the actual work being done to your house. That's why at Victor's you get a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. You'll be hard-pressed to find another company that can offer you more than 5, frankly. Call today. Set up that free 21-point roof inspection and estimate 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or book that appointment online at victors.com.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. MLB agent Scott Boras spoke with reporters at the GM meetings about the future of Tarek Skubal, his client in Detroit. Quote, Scott Harris and I are going to continue to talk about him. Certainly we'll go through the arbitration process. We'll be, I'm sure, discussing contract, end quote. The Pistons are back at it tonight against Charlotte on the road. Cade Cunningham is coming off his third career triple-double. He talked about Jaden Ivey's growth this year. Here at the game on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7. Linebacker Jalen Reeves-Maben missed Lions practice with a neck injury today. The other two absent pieces were Malcolm Rodriguez and Zadarius Smith, the team giving Smith a blow until Friday as he was scheduled to be on a bye this week before the trade. Josh Paschal missed the last two Lions games because of a mass that he had removed from his shoulder. Paschal's a cancer survivor from his college days, but this was found to be benign. The Red Wings sent Cam Talbot between the pipes for the second straight game. Listen as Detroit faces Chicago at the United Center here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. David, you have a little bit of, and don't get all excited, people, but David has a little bit of light breaking news. Yes, what do you have?
Yeah, I don't need to go with the sounder or anything, but
No. It's not that kind of breaking news.
Brian Branch spoke to the media today, and he has issued an apology for flipping the double birds to the Green Bay Packer crowd. He says, that's not something I wanted to show or want people to notice me as that. That was just the heat of the moment for me, and I apologize to everyone who's seen it. And I have a problem with him issuing this apology because of exactly what he's with something exactly what he said in his apology. It was the heat of the moment. It is sports. When you play sports, you are emotional. Things happen. You got kicked out. You were emotional. I don't need an apology from that. I just need you to acknowledge that in your head and say, all right, maybe I shouldn't do that next time. I don't need an apology from that.
Did you see the second part of his statement?
The second part?
I picked that up when I heard the sermon at Greater Life as David Hull was up there.
Stop it.
David, here's why. No. Here's why you can't do that. You're a team leader, okay? You won this game, but you can't let your emotions get the best of you on the field. Imagine if this is a playoff game and you just got another 15 yards tacked on because you did that. That's where you hurt your team. You're a team leader, be a leader, okay? Lead by example. I'm not saying you got to be perfect out there, but you're Brian. You can't just go around flipping off the crowd, hurting your team. You won, so it didn't matter. But imagine if it was a game and that cost you because you're going up against the Chiefs and you just gave Mahomes another first down. And
Let
they
me
scored.
offer something. I want to find a middle ground between you two. In a lot of ways, the Lions are becoming the wrestling heel. I would need Kenny here to highlight specifically, the only time I can remember it would be the Hulk Hogan deal where he went over to the other place and his beard went black all of a sudden and he wore white sunglasses.
The Ryan Day.
Yes, where Hulk Hogan became Ryan Day in a bandana. But the Lions are villains. I mean, they've worn the sweatshirt. I mean, Amon Ra shows up to the game in a Green Bay Sucks sweatshirt, and then he's dealing with fans flipping him off and he's blowing kisses. I mean, in some ways, isn't Brian Branch just taking on the identity of the very team he plays for? Look, no, I don't think it's right to flip off, I'm not going to say innocent people because fans say abhorrent things. Fans are largely animals. But there is a middle ground here where I've lost the expectation of the Lions being good guys or, they're just a nice group of people. No, the Lions want to show up at your house and burn it down with you in it. So that edge, look, think about this, right? Only the really good teams get away with crap like this, whether it's running trick plays, running it up, putting up 50. Hell, they tried to run a trick play on Green Bay up 17. They do whatever they want because they're good. It's just like the old school Raiders. The Raiders were fun and villainous because they were also awesome. You're awesome. Brian Branch is embodying what you've built. So I can't, God, I don't want to sound like a hypocrite, but maybe I am. I can't get bent out of shape by what Branch did because that's basically who you really are as a team. That's who you are.
Mike, it is, but it's not.
God, I sound so bad, Rico. I feel terrible.
It's not because you can't give the other team an additional 15 yards because of you. Because it's no longer about team, it's now about you. It's like the guy who scores a touchdown but celebrates before he crosses the goal line and fumbles it.
But what I'm saying is it's only the conversation about apologizing. I'm never going to tell you it's right when you cost yourself 15. I'm saying I don't need him to apologize because, frankly, this is what the Lions are. They're bad boys, man. They will come to your town, kick your ass, and steal your lunch. They'll go into your refrigerator, take the last cold beverage.
No, you're right, because a lot of people are now saying they're the cheap shot artists and they try to hurt you and injure you.
All right, let me ask you this question. When they were at their zenith, did Miami ever apologize for anything in college football?
Nope.
Then why should Brian Branch? Now, it's not a vis-a-vis comparison. Clearly, it's 40 years ago. But I'm just making the point, you're good. And you can talk it because you walk it. If you're edgy and you want to roll into someone else's stadium and body their fans, what am I going to say? No, I wish you wouldn't flip off the fans. And I'm not going to do this clutching of pearls. Oh, my God, there were children of the styles. No. Man, children shouldn't be in an NFL game, quite frankly. But I don't need him to apologize. I don't need him to do that again, but I don't need him to apologize because he's not sorry. He's only sorry because he got caught, and that's okay.
Thank you.
See, I think he's sorry because you know what, I could have hurt the team.
And that's
where I'm coming from.
Rico, can I ask another question? Are there FanDuel odds? Is David actually Christian? 248.
No. Because
I mean, hold on. Why am I defending a pastor who has just openly said he doesn't care if someone flips off opposing fans? Shouldn't you be the one admonishing me?
No, I did not say I love him doing that. I said the apology isn't necessary. No, I don't want him. I don't want any player doing that. There are people in the crowd. I don't need that. But
is there evidence of Jesus doing that at a gathering at any point?
But he did it. He did it for a reason.
Like I turned the water into wine. You complained that it wasn't Merlot. He flipped off Paul the Apostle. No? You sure? That's not in Revelations anywhere?
No, not at all.
Okay, just making sure.
Just don't need the apology. That's all.
248-539-9797. Where's Kenny at on this? Because Kenny's King Lions. And Kenny has the lowest standards out of all of us. So I would assume...
No, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with the apology. I think maybe a team captain like Anzalone pulled him aside and said, "Hey, buddy, you're going to get a fine if you don't apologize. You don't have to mean it." And I'm with you, Mike. I don't think he meant it, and I'm certainly not pro flip the crowd off.
You sure?
I'm not, but David, I can't speak for. He's flipped me off multiple times this week.
Well, that's currency with us.
Well, yeah, of course.
Wait, dude, David did it to an old lady when she fell asleep during the sermon. He just went right with the bird. It was unbelievable.
Wait, is that how he said booth?
What a story that was.
Doesn't he have a God be God shirt with a middle finger on it?
Hey,
right. It's actually the cross, but it's two middle fingers.
No.
In all seriousness, though, like Brant's is one of my favorite players because he has an edge, and I'm not upset. I'm more like, all right, can we not try to paralyze another human being on the field? And yes, let's watch the double birds, but I don't need the apology because in essence, I've embraced that the Lions are villains. You only attain villain status when you're good. No one's ever worried about a team that's ass. They only talk about the great teams as villains or bad dudes when they're really good. So I've just leaned into it a little bit. This is who they are. They're going to talk it.
No, you're right, because think about it. Everybody and their mother can tell you whenever the Chiefs get a favorable call, oh, of course, the NFL wants the Chiefs to win all the games all the time because they're good. They don't need it, but they're good. But we watch
What do you got on What do you got on Ticket Text? What are the early reviews of Pastor David saying it's okay what Brian Branch did?
Oh, my gosh. Screw that noise. Sports sucks now because they've taken the emotion out of it. Go ahead and do it again, Brian. Okay. I'm not saying that. That's a Ticket Texter. Wow. Do you guys understand the villain shirts yet? I love what he did. Don't apologize. Okay.
Well, considering I just defended it, I'd like you to not speak to me that way. Thank you.
Completely agree with Mike on this one. Don't need an apology. Be who you are. Try not to cost the team points or yards, though.
That's right.
And that's where I'm coming from.
I'll be honest with you. Like, doing a bunch of dumb stuff on social media that ends up in the papers angers me more than if you just flip off the fans. I know that makes no sense, but at least one of them's in the office. The other one is on your personal time. I don't know. I just can't. I've gotten to a point in my life I can't get bent out of shape about stuff like that.
No, yeah, but one costs you 15 yards, and that's
truth.
That's
you
where
are not
I'm like,
wrong.
You can't do that because if you do it and you're a captain, you're a leader, you're telling everybody else you can, and you could lose your composure. You're going for the number 1 seed overall. You're trying to win a Super Bowl. Don't do anything stupid to hold yourself back.
I think I get more upset about the mouthpiece.
Don't even get me started.
Okay, good talk.
I honestly just want to walk out there and just slap it out of his helmet. Like, either you wear this thing or you take it off.
Well, as long as you issue an apology afterwards, then fine.
Yeah, well.
When you going to apologize to Sister Mildred?
Stop it.
Take a text. And then we'll get to the callers.
Terrible
Sorry,
take
guys.
by David. Emotion does not absolve you from accountability. Good for him.
Yeah, but what's the real accountability? Who was pining and demanding the apology? See, when you do something really wrong, then the apology is there. This is just not something I care. He didn't haul off and suplex a child. Like, I don't know anyone following this game, and now it's Wednesday, that has even brought up Brian Branch should apologize. Here's my column. Like, no one. So I don't need that kind of apology. Just do your thing. Just don't make a habit of it.
You know, Brian Branch should apologize to Green Bay as soon as Harbaugh apologizes for cheating.
Oh, boy. Okay, then.
You know what?
Yeah, going to leave it alone and just tell you, here's Rico.
Let's be curious. All right. Specs at LTU.
Why Harbaugh wasn't? Well, I just got a Super Scout, I guess.
Bet. All right. You want a career in radio, TV, your graphic design artist? Specs at LTU can help you achieve your dreams and goals. It's very simple. All you got to do is just be curious. You go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You will learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. What does that mean? It means with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you'll learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. You're not going to get your time wasted from day one. You're going to go in the lab. You're going to learn what it takes to make it in your respective business. So if you want to make that change, let Specs at LTU help you out. You just got to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
All right, listen, you can avoid all the holiday nonsense. Black Friday prices right now, Serta. You could save up to $600 on all new Serta Perfect Sleeper X and Serta iComfort mattresses. They're made right here in Michigan. They got 111 years of credibility. It's the Serta Mattress Black Friday sale. Just go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you. All right, straight to the people. Brian Branch apology. I didn't need it. I mean, I don't need him flipping people off, but I also don't need a apology 3 days later that I don't really think he's sorry for. And frankly, they play a sport of violence. And yeah, if you ever heard the way players talk to each other on the field, there'd be an apology every 5 seconds. Okay, let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, Mike, Rico, David?
Excellent.
Hey, how's
What's
everybody doing this evening?
Excellent, man. What's on your mind?
So if you think about it, that was roughly 2 years ago that Brad Holmes did the interview with the villain hoodie on. I feel like this was always a part of the plan. Maybe not necessarily flipping the crowd off, but to be widely disliked for being good. Mike, to go to what you said, is simply about no one cares about bad teams. Who cares? Nope. You're bad. We don't care what you're doing. When you're good, there are expectations, realistic and unrealistic, planted upon you, especially behaviorally. And it simply is what it is. He did what he did. That is done. It's over. And like you said, nobody's even brought it up because why would they? That is a part of what the game is. How many times has somebody flipped the crowd off and the camera simply just didn't catch it?
Right. No, and again, Steve, I want to make sure I'm clear. No, I don't want him doing it every week. And I'm not telling you Rico's right. Like, it's not a great idea. But the post-haste, it's like, I'd rather the team just not apologize. No, this is what we're going to do. You're going to talk that mess to me? Well, here's what's going to happen. You know, and I think they've got a real attitude about him. And I view them as highly villainous. Now, that's a compliment because they're awesome. But no, make no mistake, people hate you. And that's just roll with it. They hate you because you're stealing their girl.
That's a part of it. That is what we're here for. We're not here to be liked. We're here to get this first Super Bowl in franchise history.
That's right. And you don't care about you're not making friends. So no, I'm okay with it. I didn't need him to. I can dislike the act as much as I dislike an apology that's unnecessary. I just feel like in society today, all we do is apologize. People are constantly aggrieved or constantly asking for apologies. And it's like, dude, that happened 4 days ago. I don't even think about it, Rico.
Yeah, I think everybody moved on. Apologizing only brings it back up.
Right, like if Brian Branch had if Brian Branch had hauled off and beaten an elderly woman with her oxygen tank, okay, yes, an apology's in order. No, I'm saying
a lot of things are in order.
You get my point. I mean, there's flat. It's like, okay, we're gonna hold on.
Ma'am, you okay?
Mildred's dead. We may need an apology. Let's go to Craig.
Kill somebody.
Apology is needed. Craig, 97.1. What's up, man?
Oh, not much. Just a happy drive home after work. You know, I'm hearing this conversation and the apology, but in my opinion, I don't think the birds that were flying were for the fans. I honestly think it was towards the NFL. I mean, how often does a guy get taken out of a game because of a hit? I mean, come on.
It was terrible.
And basically, he's telling the NFL, we're Detroit. This isn't stopping us. I'm sorry that we're not San Fran. We're not KC. We're not, the people that really are the visuals of the NFL. I honestly think that was towards the NFL.
It's interesting.
I really do.
I have not thought about that, but that is very interesting. And you know what? Look, I made my opinion known Monday. It got lost in the shuffle because we were talking about the trade deadline and the win. I thought it was a disgrace the way they tossed him out of the game. It's a 15-yard penalty. That's it. You cannot, all I'll comp it to is this. I don't have to agree with the decision-making of officiating, but the minimum you owe is transparency. When you are doing things in these expedited reviews, or you got a call from Marlon Brando, or even worse, like I've seen in the college game, calls during commercial breaks, and you haven't even sat down again, and you're like, wait, what were you doing while you were playing political ads? Like, that was ridiculous, Rico. Mm-hmm. If that was his second personal foul of the game, you toss him. Mm-hmm. But come on, man. It was a tough hit. Don't do it again. Here's 15 yards. Keep it moving. To throw him out from some call from the Dean Blandino party bus with a martini fountain, come on.
Yeah, but the second it happened, Mike, I was like, wow, because the NFL is trying to, we care about the player, and you can't do, it was helmet to helmet. I told you, I was more shocked. He was still in the game, like, huh, wow.
Okay, hold on. Gentlemen, can I offer you something? I am reading an article currently. I need you two. Now, this is great. I get to sit back and do nothing. You two are going to legislate this. Are you ready? Mm-hmm. Did you see what Wink Martindale had to say today?
I think I did, yeah.
I saw he was talking, and I saw a lot of people were upset.
Asked if Wink Martindale could see himself coaching in college for the long haul. Quote, I'm glad I'm here. I love the players we have, and it's a lot better than being in some places that are 2-7. Close quote.
Yeah, I did see that.
One problem there, Mr. Cackleford. You're 4-4.
Shots fired.
I'm just saying, not quite the flex you're hoping for. Yes, you dumped on the G-Man in your relationship with Dayball, but like, are you sure that's a flex?
He's acting.
Your team sucks, and your fan base hates you.
He's acting like we're on the verge of making the playoff again.
That's all. Now listen, that's all I'm saying. Why does everything in society today have to be a gotcha or a flex? Why can no one act normal? Like if you're Wink, hey, could you see yourself coaching here for the long haul? You know what? Yeah, for a long time, I coached in the NFL. It's a chance to teach players, and I love deli sandwiches. Yeah, this is a good spot. Yeah. Why does everything have to be catty?
Because I think he hears the rumors that people don't like him. But you're right. You know what? I'm going to use my NFL experience.
We don't like him. It's not a rumor. We don't.
Right.
Like
I want to use my NFL experience to help out these young men and get them prepared for the league. So, yes, I would like to do this for as long as Michigan would like to have me around. There's your answer.
Just in case he didn't hear it, I don't like you, Wink. I don't like what you're doing. I don't. Okay. It's not a rumor.
But it's
once
you know
again.
What? Hey, the Giants fired me. Ha! Look at me. I have a better record than you guys. Ha ha! You suck.
Stunning. 248-539-9797. We'll get a football today coming up next. Paulson's audio video. Look, we've talked about it as the toy store for grown-ups for a long time, but they are grown up. They are your technology partner. Lions, Villains, Super Bowl Drive. Upgrade the home theater. Upgrade the man cave. They've got it all. And whether it's TVs, sound bars, speaker systems, home theaters, furniture, they have it all. And now, hey, Black Friday savings all month long at Paulson's. You buy today, enjoy that new TV, stereo, speakers, whatever it is, all month, knowing you're getting the best price right now, and you didn't need to camp out like a loser. Stop by the showroom. It's Paulson's. Go to paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. All right, football season. Elevate that tailgating. Moran Buick GMC. They got the 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive Elevation Edition, $259 a month, 24 months, $999 down. And Moran also doing GM employee pricing on all 2025 Encore GX Sport all-wheel drives, 39 months, $309 a month, 0 down. The offers are as aggressive as they've ever been. Take advantage. And yes, the Denali's, they're back, including the Yukon Denali. So if something's off, go ahead with that MoranExpress.com. Get your vehicle taken care of. You get the loaner. Go about your day. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or you can visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Texans lead receiver Nico Collins passed all tests for a clean return from his hamstring injury. Still no decision on whether he will play this week versus Detroit. Pass rusher Will Anderson also missed Texans practice today. Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams is back with the team after his 2-game performance-enhancing drug suspension. He was asked what he learned from the situation. Lamar Jackson off the injury report and is expected to play for the Ravens as they match up with the Bengals tomorrow on Thursday Night Football per Adam Schefter. The Pistons are back on the road tonight in Charlotte. The Hornets are looking to snap a 3-game skid without their 7-foot center Nick Richards. LaMelo Ball also in question with an ankle. Hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950, tip at 7. The Red Wings also are on the road tonight in Chicago. Hear it right here on the ticket at 8. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, before we turn this over to Wojo and Rigger, you don't have a drive of the day or nothing like that?
No drive of the week.
All right, so here we go. We got David over here, and David had drive of the day, and last week I just need John King. This is why I live for the election. I only watch him. I don't go from place to place. He is the master of it, David. He doesn't have an opinion. He just does deep dive into counties until he said, Wayne County, could you please just count the votes?
It was
for
hilarious.
Once in your life.
It was hilarious watching him last night. And yeah, when he got to Michigan and he was talking about Wayne County, and he would say, yeah, when I was traveling the country and, Dearborn is right north and west of, I'm like, okay, so he's trying to act like he actually knows where these places are compared to Detroit. This is hilarious.
But when he was like, yeah, I've done this for 10 years and Wayne County's always dead last every year. That's an embarrassment. Can you please fix that? Just seriously, can you fix that?
I don't understand why they can't fix it. I don't get it. I really don't understand it.
You know what the funny other thing is? And I guess they have other things. Man, I would be so upset if I was Nevada and Arizona because you're still counting and it's like the party's over. You showed up with like something to eat. And it's like, yeah, everybody's gone home now. We're good. But thanks. The owner of the house comes down in a robe. What? Hey, man, it's 4:00. What? Everybody went home.
Yeah, I don't understand.
All right, couple ticket texts.
No apology needed from Branch. I was just fine with what he did. Okay. I think the apology is to avoid additional punishment. I think he was actually flipping off the refs in New York, and by putting it on the fans, he avoids punitive actions.
I can see that. My thing is this. I understand you want the villain, you want to be the bad. But here's what comes with being the villain, okay? You don't get to have it both ways. When refs start, think of it like this. In basketball, NBA, Draymond Green is the villain. Draymond Green doesn't get the benefit of the doubt on calls. He does something, he gets a foul, he gets a tech because of his reputation. You don't want that reputation. Yeah, it looks cool because Brad Holmes had on a T-shirt. And look, you don't want to beat that team because you don't want that penalty to come back and hurt you. And for Branch, you won the game. David, you're a leader of this team. Don't cost your team 15 yards. Now, the apology, okay, fine. Just don't put yourself in that situation. That's how I see it. Go ahead. One more.
Maybe Branch feels he failed his personal values, or his mom or somebody in his church told him he should apologize. He doesn't need your approval to apologize. You're right. He doesn't. But
I mean, it depends on which church he goes to.
Hey. This is my opinion and my opinion only.
What are you talking about? Kenny, did I say that out loud? Oh, I'm just saying,
The views expressed on this station do not represent Greater Life Apostolic Church.
Just saying.
The apology is for him.
Turn the other cheek? No. F that.
Oh, man. Yeah, the apology was for him, stating that he was flipping off the crowd and not the referees. Regarding NIL, we talked about it earlier. Someone says, going to have to change how things are done. 60-man football rosters with higher quality players over quantity. That way you aren't paying 85, you're paying just 60 kids.
No, I think what people have to realize is everybody's going to want to get that star recruit. If I'm a coach, I'd rather pay the transfer more money because I know what I'm getting. And I would even work out a contract with the kid and says, hey, I'll pay you this. Now, if you take off your freshman year, kind of like a contract, I'll bump you up to this. But what's going to happen is you're going to pay star recruit $1 million, and star recruit's going to come in and not make the cut. Star recruit is going to end up on the bench, and you're on the hook for that guy for $1.5 million. So be careful going after high school recruits, especially quarterbacks. Think of how many top 10 5-star quarterbacks every year that do nothing. I'm going to give you, it's about 8.5 out of every 10 quarterbacks end up failures. So you better cross your fingers and hope that you get that one. Gentlemen.
Who was the half a quarterback?
Rico.
That would be Orgy. He only runs.
Okay, that's
He
half a
doesn't pass.
quarterback. You got
That works,
right.
actually. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
So we asked a question earlier, and if you missed it, Odyssey Rewind. How late did you stay up? And did it feel like a game where you're going back and forth waiting for that first team to turn the ball over? And, because for me, John King is the only reason why I watch
He's
the election.
very good. Now, I think he's better than the MSNBC.
He's 10 times better.
I think but Kornacki gets all the love.
You want to know why? Because Kornacki is like a clown. He's like, oh, look at me. King is just like, I don't care.
Yeah.
And King is way more knowledgeable, I feel.
Right. Every county he could say. And you know what?
I was just in Michigan like 2 days ago.
You know what? I met with that city council member. You know who's the city council? It's 9 of them. And it's like, yeah, I ate at that restaurant. Like, wow.
King versus Kornacki. Let's break it down, baby.
All right, so how late did you stay up?
I you know what? I realized that I thought it was going to be a close race. I'm like, oh, this is a blowout. Yeah, about 11:30, I tapped out.
I stayed up a little bit later, but they kept coming back and saying, well, just remember, there's been no surprise flip yet. And there were surprises that were on their
when
way.
all of a sudden Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Yeah, it was bad.
I was just like, all right, I'm done.
Speaking of King, he said a couple times, he's like, well, listen, it's unlikely, but not over for Harris. As soon as he said that, I'm like, and then he's like, well, it's extremely unlikely now. So you knew it was over.
Because I wasn't about to stay up to 4 o'clock in the morning waiting for trouble with the snap.
I waited.
That's pretty much what had to happen.
Oh, come on. I waited. I wanted to see what Trump said.
No, seriously, it would have had to be like a trouble with the snap situation.
You're
where
right.
it's
You're
like,
right. Yeah,
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I waited because, and listen, kudos to all the cable networks because they got me hooked early. Like at 1 a.m., maybe even 12:30, they're like,
you're an American.
Trump
You should
is
be hooked.
going to speak. So I'm like, I got to see this.
Nah,
I was up way too late.
At that point, I tapped out. 2.5 men. I'm going to sleep.
Oh, really? Well, we do have
The TV show?
What's that?
The TV show? 2.5 Men?
That's what he meant, yeah. I think so. Rieger, try to keep up, please.
Don't. Just
But
don't.
this is what
Move on, Jeff. Move on.
Yeah, move on. This is my vow going forward, right? I'm a proud American, right? I am going to turn down the noise a bit. And the noise will get turned down automatically with no more election in the immediate future. But just the noise in general and about everything. And because it ultimately becomes who yells loudest. And you can't count. Nobody knows if the polls are accurate or not, so you don't know which way the country's really leaning, and you don't know if you're refuting other people because you don't know what they're really thinking because the polls aren't accurate. So I'm just tuning out. I'm out for a while, like a week, and then I'll be back. Is that okay?
Watch a couple good stories.
I feel like
drink some gin.
I feel like I'm morphing into Valeni. I'm out. No politics. Out. I'm out. No more.
Yeah.
I'm out. Done with it.
No, I think we're done with politics for
4 years.
No, probably a couple months. No, until like January 20th, and then politics will be back, and then it's gone.
4 years. No. I misspoke. I'm done with politics for 4 years.
You still?
I don't need to watch CNN or Fox for another 4 years.
You got to vote on the Wayne County Board of Education.
We got a governor's race soon.
Yeah. We'll get into more important things like sports and a little bit of JMO talk with a twist. A twist.
All right.
Of lime.
That's Wojo and Rieger up next, 97.1.